All right, we're here. Welcome everyone to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Erin Holcomb with Portland Rescue Mission. I'm the interim CEO, and I just want to first of all say thank you for watching. It is so exciting for us to have this opportunity to talk about the work that we do in our city and to talk about how the issues of homelessness and addiction impact the larger community. I am really looking forward to the next 24 hours. This is definitely something new for us. If you don't know Portland Rescue Mission, I'm sitting right in front of our Burnside shelter, which you can see behind me. This is our primary facility for serving folks who need outreach and help for emergency services. You'll hear more about that later. But first of all, I just want to talk a little bit about what we're doing today. So Conversations on a Bench is part of a national event that rescue missions across the country are participating in. October 10th is World Homeless Day. So not just in the US, but around the world, people are talking about homelessness and talking about how we can serve the folks who are struggling in our own communities. And we're doing that through this event. There are actually other missions here in Portland doing it. There are other missions across the region and across the country that are participating in this event today. So you'll hear more about that. We have some national speakers who will be popping into our feed and others to share more about the work that we're doing and trends we're seeing nationally. This event really is about participation. And so as I'm sitting here today, I just want to invite you, and I will keep inviting you, to participate in what we're doing by commenting online, asking your questions. We want to hear we want to hear your questions about the work that we do. We want to include your voice. You can also come down and sit with me here on the bench if you want to have a conversation with me about it. I expect that we'll have a lot of different people stopping by, so maybe consider being one of those voices. As far as the work of Portland Rescue Mission, I want to share some of my heart for why we do what we do. When people get to know us, they know we're a faith-based organization. We are coming out of a Christian tradition of charity. And I am so proud that people have been doing this work at Portland Rescue Mission now for 76 years. It is one of the privileges of my life to be a part of a much larger community of service and generosity that's happening in our city. And so we are an extension of the Christian charity in Portland. People who support us understand that there are folks in crisis and it takes specialized support and focus to be able to serve them well. And so we do that through the generosity of our friends and neighbors for the folks that we serve here in our emergency services, but also in our long-term programs. And for me, this is really deeply tied into our perspective on what it looks like to follow Jesus well. So if you remember in the Gospels, Jesus says the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And then he says, the second is to love your neighbor as yourself. What we often forget is that the next part of that scripture is someone says, well, who is my neighbor? And Jesus goes on to unpack the story of the Good Samaritan, a person who encountered a stranger in intense emergency need, someone who had nothing to offer him in return, who had been left beaten and bloodied by the side of the road, and without a thought of what he would get in return. He cared for the physical, emotional, spiritual needs of that person. And that's the work we do here at Portland Rescue Mission. So we are extending God's work as a good Samaritan to those in our community, first just through outreach to people who are in extreme emergency need. And we see that every day. But we don't want to leave it simply as a transactional act of charity. We are in it for the long haul. Just like the Samaritan, I think of this because after he cared, he bound up the man's wounds. He took them to a place where he could get care at an inn. And then he actually provided for that man's long-term recovery. And we do that at Portland Rescue Mission. So for the folks that we're serving here, many of them come in with a presenting need that is related to survival. It's food, it's the need for food, it's the need for a safe place to sleep. It's a change of clothes, a dry pair of socks. And we don't ever want to leave it there. That's not enough. That's a starting place for us. But our work is to then lift that person out of their circumstances for long-term healing, just like the Good Samaritan did. And we do that through providing a variety of programs that meet folks where they're at and move them forward into a fuller and healed life. And I really hope that you will stay tuned today as we talk to a lot of different guests, but some of whom are going to be our program graduates who have gone through the experience of being in crisis, of experiencing an emergency, and then they have been come alongside by people who have a vision for something better. They have encountered God's love and their lives have been transformed. And of all the stories we're going to have on the bench today, I hope you'll hear some of the testimonies of people who have been impacted by our work and who have come through our programs and now are walking in a transformed life. You'll hear more of that with us today. So follow along online, share the link with your friends who you think might be interested in this program. Come downtown if you want to come see me on the bench. I'll be here all night, no exaggeration. And then please just learn more about Portland Rescue Mission and how other organizations are serving the community. In fact, I am not doing this alone. We have other partners here in the mission that are faith-based providers. You can, we are connected with My Father's House in Gresham. They're doing a live stream. City Team Ministries and Union Gospel Mission. We'll be having a call tomorrow morning with all 4 of us at 7:30 a.m. So tune back in for that. Additionally, I think at 7:30 tonight, we're going to have an open Q&A. So if you'd like your questions addressed, I'll be having that conversation, maybe pulling some of our other staff into that. And I would just say, please come or submit your questions for that so that we can make sure that your question is heard. So your job is to tune in, to share your questions, to come down and talk to us. And then I would just ask for you to pray for us over these next 24 hours. We have a lot of opportunities to talk to people who are a part of this story, but pray for us as we are having the conversation, as we're talking about solutions, and as we're interacting with our community, because we want this to be a blessed experience for everyone who's involved. All right, well, that's all I want to say as an intro for this. And I have my first guest here on the bench. I'm going to welcome my friend Andrew Hall, who's going to come join me. And Andrew's a good friend of mine. He's grabbing his mic. And I am so excited to have him as my first guest on the bench. Andrew Hall, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
We matched today.
Yes, we did.
This
was
not
totally
planned.
Unintentional.
This is like the fall vibe. We've got falling leaves and we've got vests and plaid.
Yes.
So Andrew, I wanted you to be first on the bench because I think your particular role at the mission, it explains a lot about where we are today. But start off by just sharing a little of your story and how you ended up working at Portland Rescue Mission.
Absolutely. It's cool that you asked me this question in this particular spot because this is how I discovered the Portland Rescue Mission. I had been living here for a few years. I was a teacher. God had been calling me to be interested in serving the least of us, and I was walking down this bridge and something told me to look up, and I saw this lighthouse.
Yes.
And honestly, that was it. I went home and got on the internet to look up what we do. And for 75 years, this building has been here serving, and I wanted to be a part of that.
I think you told me that, and I forgot that it was like right here on this sidewalk.
I mean,
that you
the
first
easy
encountered.
answer is the Holy Spirit said, look up. And I did, and it changed the trajectory of my life. So
I think a lot of times people drive along the Burnside Bridge, they cross the bridge, and they see our lighthouse sign, maybe they see our yellow door, and that's kind of it. They're not really thinking about it. But I hear again and again stories about people who have that same prompt of just like, hey, pay attention. Yeah. And they end up coming down to volunteer. They become some of our key donors. Yeah. They just realize there's more going on that they need to pay attention to. Absolutely. So I'm so glad you did.
Me too.
Yeah. So tell me, what is your job here and what does it involve?
Absolutely. I'm the Assistant Director of Burnside Services as well as the chaplain for this site. This building exists to serve people who need something to survive today, right? We provide shelter from this building, meals, toiletries, the restroom. The restroom is one of the most utilized services that we have. Just having a free, accessible restroom 24 hours a day is such a huge thing. And so I get to be the assistant director of this place and minister to people who are hurting. And really our goal here is to just meet people where they're at and walk with them at a pace that they can sustain, which is one of our mottos.
That's right.
And so anyone who comes to our doors, regardless of what they need, we try to assist them in that.
You actually said, you mentioned meet people where they're at, walk with them at a pace they can sustain. Why does that work in this setting?
Yeah. I think people come to us needing various things at various parts of their journey, right? Somebody might just need one meal and we never see them again, and another person might be stuck and they don't know how to pull themselves out of the mire that they're in. And so we get to be there and just kind of hear their story, get to know them, show them how we can help, and maybe get them connected to our programs in other parts of the city. And so it's really the consistency of just being here open 24 hours a day really matters, because people are hurting all the time, right? Homelessness never takes a break. It never takes a vacation. It never takes a holiday. And so we get to be here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm actually most proud of about working in the mission is our 24/7 model, because it is pretty unique downtown. I mean, we are the only ones who are open 24/7 downtown. I have heard story after story, and I've been here at times when people get off the Greyhound,
Yeah.
and they've run out of money, and they've run out of resources, they've run out of relationships,
Yeah.
and they end up here at our door. So clearly, it's about being where people are when they have that moment that they're in need. And we'll talk more about this today. Portland Rescue Mission uses what we call a transformation model. The first step of that is get help. We feel like there is something so critical about being present when someone is ready to get help, and particularly the struggles that folks have around addiction or mental health, where they may be unable to get help sometimes. But when they have that moment where they are ready to receive it, we want to be there. So our door is open. They can come in, they can get help, they can talk to someone like Andrew, or we answer the phone when they call in for our recovery programs because they finally realized, I can't do this on my own.
I think that's one really important thing I want people to understand. I mean, we tell people we're open 24 hours a day. That is every single day of the year.
Yes.
That's Christmas Eve, that's New Year's Day.
Ice storms.
Exactly, ice storms, snowstorms, and in fact, we ratchet things up when that happens.
That's
and
right.
so I think a lot of people feel, I want to help, but I don't know where to send people. I don't know how to help people. That's why we're here 24 hours a day. And it's not just a phrase. I mean, there is somebody at that front desk ready to receive anybody in the darkest hours of their day, regardless of when that happens.
That's right. And you saying this, I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about volunteers and how volunteers serve here.
Yeah.
Would you share a little bit about how volunteers impact the work that we do?
Yeah, I mean, volunteers make it possible. Volunteers serve our 2 daily meals. Volunteers provide chapel. They sit in our guest relations office, which is basically the welcoming desk as people come in the front door, and they get to greet people and get to know them. A lot of our volunteers who serve in that spot, they know people's full stories, and they get to greet them by name because they are developing this friendship over time with them. And so they're the welcoming committee.
I love it.
There's a lot of different ways that people get to serve, and that's just in this building. That's regardless outside of this in outreach and our other programs too. So volunteers are pivotal to what we do.
Yeah, I love our volunteers. Some of our best hires have come from our volunteers because they're just people who get it. Their heart gets it. Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit.
Yeah.
I want you to talk about what you see when you think about what barriers people are struggling with when they walk through that front door. You mentioned earlier the struggles are as unique as the individuals themselves. And so I know, and it's easy, I think it's tempting for us to want just an easy answer. Like, oh, this is how you solve homelessness in our community. You'll hear today, it's not simple. But there are some common themes. So could you share some of the themes you see that are barriers and challenges people are facing when they find themselves walking through our door in need of help?
Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, you said it, the amount of different unique individuals we see come into our building, that is the amount of unique stories that brought people to us. And so, again, we do see some themes, but we really just see a lot of different people finding themselves in a place needing help in different ways. And so, eviction is a big thing. People struggling with mental illness. I mean, particularly in this neighborhood, this is the oldest neighborhood in the history of Portland. It's Old Town. This building has been here for most of that, and so we're squarely in a spot that has had a lot of heartache and a lot of strife and a lot of difficulty. And so a lot of the people who come to see us are very sick. They have a lot of struggles with mental illness, with addiction, chronic illness, disabilities, and so we have a lot of folks rolling up in a wheelchair, people on crutches, people missing limbs, and so all of those things are things that we see that are holding people back from being able to progress. And homelessness, houselessness is one of those vicious cycles. Poverty is a vicious cycle, and so for a lot of folks, they find themselves, maybe as simple as an eviction, but then they've lost their address. And how do you apply for a job if you don't have an address? And they've lost their important documents. How do you apply for a job, or how do you apply for housing if you don't have your birth certificate? Things like that. And so it really is this brutal, vicious cycle. So a lot of the folks that we see who come into our programs, they're just trying to get their birth certificate back. We have a program that as long as you're working towards a goal, you can have a bed. And that's a lot of it is I need to get a passport. I need to get a driver's license. And then I can progress.
And it's not easy. I mean, I'm thinking of Annette, who was in one of our programs. She came to our long-term program. She did not have a birth certificate. In fact, her birth had never been documented. And so in order for her to get a job and to stay off the street, it took, I think, 4 of our staff the better part of a year, maybe even a little longer, as she was in our program. And she was able to finally get that. But it was like That was more than any person could do. And I think it really underlines the importance of the community coming around people when they have these significant struggles. Sorry to talk at you for a minute, but I think about, any of us, without the people in our life who are part of our support structure, we would be flailing because we rely on our friends, our neighbors, our family members, our churches, those communities to lift us up when we hit those hard times. And so I love that we get to be sometimes the first step of that community rebuilding for people.
I think that's one of the common denominators among a lot of the people that we serve is a lack of positive community. And that's exactly what you're talking about, is that safety net that can catch us if we fall.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We have some questions that we're going to ask, and I think I have them here. They magically just showed up in my in my phone here. So let me ask you a few of the questions that have come in. So this is you guys. This is you at home participating. Thank you for asking questions. So Andrew, I'm gonna go in the order they were sent to me here. And I think this question might be personal, but it could also just be for the mission. What do you hope to be doing in the coming years? When you think about 5 years from now for Andrew, I know you're someone who feels highly called to helping other people. But assuming God keeps you here at Portland Rescue Mission, how do you hope your own life and then the ministry will have grown in 5 years? I love these are unscripted questions. We're just going right to the.
No, super good question. I mean, I hope to just be a part of caring for people in their lives. I mean, we have a very active church in this building. And
yes,
so,
you haven't talked about Hope Street Chapel. Will you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, so that's an important part of my role. It's honestly maybe my favorite part. I get to be the pastor of the church. It's called Hope Street Chapel. Very much a part of the Portland Rescue Mission, which is a church.
Yes.
And so every Sunday at 3 p.m. we have a formal church service, and we get and most of the guests who come, this is their church. I mean, they are members of our church, and they come and to receive the word and to receive communion and to worship the Lord. And so many of those guests are mature believers their entire lives. And I mean, we have like theologians in those pews, you know what I mean, who they've fallen on hard times, and maybe because of chronic disability or what have you, they are stuck in the mire. But man, do they love the Lord and want to worship Him. And so my favorite thing is getting to do that on Sundays and being a part of that. And so 5 years down the road, I hope that I still get to be a shepherd in that community.
Yes.
And man, we have a lot of hopes and dreams as an organization. You know, we see different pockets around the city of hurting people and wanting to go and to meet people where they're at out there.
That's what I would add to it, what you're saying there, which is that we see the expanding geographical need of homelessness. When I started here, I've been with the mission 20 years. Old Town was the place you met people who were experiencing homelessness. That was it. It was come to Old Town. Maybe you'd find a one-off here or there. In those 20 years, that has radically shifted. And now every community is seeing folks who are really struggling. And so, and there are some neighborhoods where it's more intense than others. And so we're prayerfully considering, how do we meet those needs outside of Old Town? We certainly have programs outside of Old Town, but as far as emergency services, as far as where are the gaps where folks may not yet be served, we're thinking about that a lot for the next 5 years. Okay, let me ask you another one here. Hold on. All right. Sorry, I got to make it big enough.
Pull that up, I'll also say, even in the 10 years that I've been with the organization, I've seen the demographic of our guests change. And for a lot of the folks who come to Burnside in particular, they are hurting bad.
Yes,
the guests who come to see us at this building, I say, are the sickest of the sick, the people who need the most help, who we're just glad that they know where to find us. And so Old Town Chinatown has changed a lot in that regard.
Yeah, awesome. So second question, and this I think relates a little bit. So you've been with the mission for about 10 years, right? Like your time with us. The question I have here is, what are some things that cause you anxiety? And I want to add on to that, particularly around safety, and how have you seen the mission respond to help keep our staff and our guests safe?
Yeah, super important question. We talk about it constantly. Safety is a constant conversation. We train all of our staff to be de-escalators. We have really strict policies about not putting our hands on folks and really trying to de-escalate situations, take the wind out of really aggressive situations. But we've also implemented some physical things inside of our building to really try to minimize violent things. And so for people who are maybe nervous to come downtown, nervous to enter our building, safety is top of mind.
Yes.
We want people to feel safe in our building. We want people to feel safe serving our guests. And so, we can provide staff to escort you to and from your vehicle and to come inside the building. And so, it's always top of mind. It's just making sure that we're able to serve people safely. And things do happen. We recognize that when people are hurting, a lot of times, aggression and all of those precipitating factors that lead to outbursts maybe are there, right?
When people are unsafe, they can often act unsafe,
absolutely.
Right? Like it brings
or
out
sleeping
our
on the concrete in the rain.
Yeah.
You're not in a good mood after that. And so we know that things like that can happen, but we're trained to deal with it in the best way that we possibly can, which is to, again, de-escalate.
Well, and Andrew won't tell you this, but a few years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Andrew received a statewide award from the Governor's Occupational Safety and Health, the GOSH conference. So the Governor's organization for state safety as a business leader, community leader. Just recognizing his contributions to safety around serving our guests down here. And then last year, our director at Burnside, Timothy, also won the same award for innovations around safety for an overdose alert system we have in our bathrooms here. So I would say safety is a really significant part of our culture, and I think we're really proud of that because it's dignifying for the people we serve. And so we focus on safety to bring people in. Not just to keep people, and we try to use it to bring people in, not to keep people out, so that they know that they're safe. And I think our guests really feel cared for as we do that.
One thing I love about that is we have a lot of guests who they'll experience violence, they'll see an overdose taking place outside of our building, and they come running to us because they know that we carry Narcan, and they know that we can call 911, and that we're trained in first aid and CPR and things like that. And so we want to be that in the community. It's a lighthouse for a reason, right? We want to be a beacon of hope and light, but we also want people to know that we care about their safety, we care about their health and sustaining their life.
I love the visual image. This logo has been around since a lot longer than Andrew and I have been around. That lighthouse, though, at night, it lights up. And it really can feel like you're in a stormy sea down here. If you are alone, if you're experiencing homelessness, if you are struggling and are feeling like you don't have anyone to turn to. And I'm just so grateful for whoever, probably 75 years ago, decided that the emblem of Portland Rescue Mission would be a lighthouse, because light pierces the darkness. And so people can see that. They come to our building all hours of the night. We are here 24/7. People come in with some intense needs. What are some things that we are able to provide most frequently? And I'm thinking even things that folks might be able to donate that we just give out all the time to help people survive.
Yeah, super good question. So in the winter months, I'm glad you're asking that now, October 9th, in the winter months we provide emergency jackets, sweaters, hand and toe warmers, and blankets. And so right now we're trying to ramp up all of those things. So we have cages that we need to fill with blankets, because we go through dozens, if not hundreds of those every single winter. We need the jackets and the coats to provide to people who are in emergency. Again, we'll have people who are just coming through town, and they're with us one night, and they just need a jacket because wherever they were, they didn't have it. And
came in from Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly, and they're on their way to somewhere else. And so we go through a lot of those things, and it comes from the community, right? We're not able to purchase those things; those are donations. And so the hand and toe warmers, sweaters, anything that beanie caps, gloves. Those
I love it when we get the hand knit beanies. I'll be in the guest relations office when someone comes in and needs a hat, and I just feel like I'm handing over such a precious gift when someone has hand knit one of those beanies, and it's going to keep that person warm. And then always provided with a relationship, right? Can you speak to the importance of providing services in relationship versus transactionally?
Exactly. I mean, we talk about it all the time, is that we don't want anything to be transactional. We want it to be relational. And so it's really important for us, every single person who comes to our door, for us to learn their name as much as possible, to learn their story. Not everybody is willing to share that. And so, again, consistency matters, because over time we want to build that trust. And then we get to be able to better serve them. And so, they might just come for just a pair of gloves, but then we get to know them. And as they come back for more things, ask about their life. Have you reconnected with your parents yet? And things like that. So.
I always tell people when they come in, I'm like, call your mom. If you haven't called your mom. And we have a free phone in our lobby that it's like a pay phone, but it's free. And people can call anywhere nationally with that phone. So we're always like, please call. I tell them, I'm like, call your mom. I have kids. Your mom wants to know where you are. And then also, we've been working with the city lately to help do reunifications for folks who want to get back to supportive community. So if someone comes in and they have family in Phoenix, or they have family in West Virginia that they want to get back to, and they know that Portland isn't going to be a good place for them to stay, we now are working with the city to help get those folks tickets free of charge to them so they can get home. And we do that, again, in relationships. So what's their unique story? Why do they need to go where they're going? I think we're getting close to the half an hour here, so I want to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Actually, I'm going to ask you two questions. One more question, which is just, why do you do this work? You could do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Why do you do this work?
Yeah. I believe that this is where Jesus himself would be. I mean, it's just that simple. I do feel a personal call from God to be in this neighborhood, in this organization, caring for hurting people in this way. But I genuinely believe that God has a heart for the hurting. And regardless of whether it's their choices that brought them there or they were born into situations that have led them here, it doesn't matter. God cares about them as his children, and I want to walk alongside them as he has cared about me and taken great care of me. I want to help take great care of them. I mean, I think that's as simple as I can answer that question.
Those who have been loved greatly will love greatly.
Yeah.
And as we've experienced God's love, how can we help but show that to other people?
I would also add, too, I love this city. I mean, I love Portland, Oregon. I
Yeah.
think it's a really fantastic place, and I want to do what I can to make it as enjoyable for as many people as possible.
Yeah, and I love that we're literally in the middle of the city. So if you know Portland geography,
Yeah.
it's divided east and west by the river, Willamette River, and north and south by Burnside. Like the river's right there.
Yeah. We're on
Burnside is right here.
Burnside.
Like we're in the heart of the city,
Yeah.
which I just think is where Christians should be. Like that's where we should be, is where people are in need, where there is opportunity to show God's love. And we consistently want to be present. I think that of everything you shared, it all has that common theme of relationship and presence. And so, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank
for
you,
doing
Andrew,
this.
Assistant Director of our Burnside Services. Listen, if you want to meet Andrew, come by and drop off a donation.
Yeah, there you
he'll
go.
take your sweatshirts or coats or blankets. And I also say people could come and attend Hope Street Chapel here at 3 o'clock on Sundays. I just say, remember, it's a real worship service that we are holding a worship service. So if you want to join that, we would welcome you to be part of that.
Absolutely.
Any Sunday, 3 o'clock, right here at our Burnside Shelter.
Yeah.
So thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Erin.
coming.
Yeah, see you
great
soon.
to have you. All right. So we have another speaker coming in about 4 minutes. I'm going to look for the nod that we can take just a short break here for about 4 minutes. So come back at 3 minutes. Come back at 12:30. We'll be back on with Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, who's the representative of Oregon's 1st District. So I think we're good to go, Timothy? All right, we're going to take a short break. 1 minute. Yeah, okay. All right, I have to get some headphones on. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but I'm going to get some headphones on because we're going to switch to my headphones so I can hear her on Zoom. That was some...
And it all began in 1949 when John and Tress Van Diest cooked soup at their home and brought down a big pot in the back of their car and served men suffering from homelessness on the street in Burnside in Old Town. And it grew from there. Churches got involved, volunteers got involved. And by 1951, they owned the same building we have today at 111 West Burnside. And men suffering from homelessness found food, they found shelter, they found referral assistance and integration back into the community, all because of community support. In 2006, when Ruth and I arrived at Portland Rescue Mission, I noticed that Portland had about the lowest shelter rate in the country of any city at providing shelter for people experiencing homelessness. So one of the first things we did was begin to add shelter beds to our Burnside shelter. And over the next few years, we quadrupled the number of beds we had for shelter. We also hired folks to do nothing but engage with other agencies because we also saw a change in the landscape. People experiencing homelessness had a multiplicity of issues sometimes: mental health, addictions, dire need of housing. And we connected people to those other agencies because we developed relationships. And during the same time, we also reinforced our 24/7 services. We are the only nonprofit there open 24/7. And not only do we provide the shelter and the meals, we also provide mail service, monitored bathrooms, clothing, toiletries, emergency response, especially in the evenings if things are in great and people are in great need, telephone access. All of this because we want to develop relationships and care for the people on the street so we can build trust and begin to walk them on a path into a better future. And then by 2012, we developed an extended shelter program called Connect, where men can stay for many months, even up to a year, to stabilize, get work skills, and find housing, because the housing costs are getting so severe. Up to 40 men now are in that program. And one of the ways we were able to add so much shelter downtown is we moved the men's recovery program from downtown out to the harbor in 2013. 40 men here spent a full year in recovery, life skills training, addictions recovery, vocational development, spiritual growth. Around 2015 on, law enforcement around violence and drug use was really diminished. And the violence in our organization began to feel that. And so by 2019, we remodeled our whole front end, and we added a double lock door system and gave ID cards to anyone wanting services from us. That dramatically reduced the violence in and around the building. It also increased the intimacy we had with the guests. Now we know their names. We can call them by name. It's on the card every day. We can know what services that they're connecting with. And that really helped enrichen the ministry down there and bring safety and calm to the people we're serving. Which brings us to 2020, COVID. And everybody's adapting to this crisis. In particular, in the area of homeless services, the capacities of all the organizations providing shelter were diminished because of spacing requirements. And public funding came forward and made temporary COVID shelters for people. But there's no feeding opportunity for that. So we offered as an organization, we have 3 commercial kitchens. We have adaptive capacity. So we began offering for free for 6 months to a year.
Attendee to our bench, Representative Suzanne Bonamici, who represents Oregon's 1st District. Portland Rescue Mission's Burnside Shelter is in your district, Congresswoman. So I just want to say, first of all,
it is indeed.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for taking time to join us today.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. So you've served in Congress for how long?
I served in Congress since 2012, but I was in the state legislature before that.
Okay, great. And what motivated you personally to get involved in policy work and in legislation?
Well, boy, that's a great question. What really motivated me was feeling like I could help people, and it started early on when I was a policymaker. When I went to college at Lane Community College and then University of Oregon, I worked at Legal Aid.
Okay.
And when I was working at Legal Aid, you pretty quickly find out that people don't struggle by choice. And so I entered into the profession of helping people. And then I also, later on in my career, when I had kids, I became an education advocate because I really do see so much benefit from public education and having educational opportunities for every student. So those things really are the background from how I got involved in serving in Congress. But I served in state legislature and then here in Washington, D.C. in Congress since I said 2012. But you're in the district. The district includes a lot of Portland. It goes over to the east side now, as well as all of Clatsop, Columbia, and Tillamook counties, and a good part of Washington County, as well as a good part of Multnomah County.
That's great. And I don't know if you know, in our program, so we have our emergency services located right here in Old Town, but we also have a number of longer term supportive programs for people all over the state, and we get folks from all across your district as well as all across the state of Oregon who are needing more support.
Sure.
Needing more support around recovery, and
Yeah.
I love that
all you do, Erin.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so I wanted to ask, we're here in Old Town, part of your district. How have you seen issues around homelessness and substance use disorder addiction change during your time in Congress?
Well, they've certainly changed a lot during my time in Congress. And I have to say that we've seen, well, first of all, I was I lived in the Portland area for more than 30 years, but long before I was in Congress. But we've seen particularly a lot of change, not just in the Portland metro area, but in suburban and rural areas as well. And we know that costs of housing have gone way, way up. And that's true everywhere, that every place is wrestling with the lack of affordable housing. And there's been, an underinvestment in that, is having housing alternatives for people. But we also have seen rent increases and just the cost of having a place to live increase, and wages have not kept up with that. That's pretty clear. I think right now we've seen for every dollar earned in wage increases, the median sales price of a home increased by $7. So we just haven't had affordable housing. And even though there have been some efforts to build, whether it be supportive housing or affordable rental housing, there's just not nearly enough of it. And stable. And I know this from my work in education, especially with kids or with anybody. It's really hard to be stable in life if you don't have a place to live. We also have, there've been, I think some of this has become more visible in recent years, and we put too many barriers in between people and the help that they need. And gosh, it was several years ago I remember doing kind of a listening session around the district on the opioid crisis, and so many barriers existed. When people wanted help, they couldn't get it. So breaking down those barriers is really, really critical, but then also having opportunities for safe places for people to stay and until they get into stable housing and permanent housing.
Yeah.
Just haven't had enough of it.
Yeah, I've been with the mission coming up on 20 years this spring, and I feel like I have seen this neighborhood certainly impacted by some of those factors, as well as I know that you've done some work around access to mental health care.
Yes, absolutely.
That's certainly something we see being a barrier for folks who might be in need. I think the last statistic I saw was that Oregon is 49th out of 50 in access to mental health care.
I heard that too. And, whatever the actual numbers are, we know there's not enough access.
That's right.
And some of that is just the ability to pay for it, the parity that it was part of a federal legislation back when the Affordable Care Act passed, and then Oregon worked on it as well. We worked on it when I was in the legislature, is that mental health parity, so people can access it and it can be affordable. But unfortunately, we also don't have nearly enough people who are mental health providers. And so that is something I'm working on many different levels, not only from my position on the Education and Workforce Committee and having passed to that field, but also with education. And up in Portland, in North Portland now, the University of Oregon has a program at a place called the Balmer Institute, where they're preparing people to go to be behavioral health workers at schools. So, I mean, if we invest early in children, they're going to have a more stable path growing up, and hopefully we can. I also get the prevention side of things.
I was just going to say, I hear a lot of preventative care in what you're talking about. I think that's such
Absolutely.
an important part of the equation. We see folks who didn't receive the kind of care that might have given them some of the tools and community and resources to be able to,
Right.
to keep them off the streets.
Right. It starts really early on, though. I mean, it starts very, very early on with access to health care. Like right now, about 50% of births in Oregon are covered by Medicaid,
Yes.
and about 57% of kids are, in the Children's Health Plan, which is Medicaid-funded program. So I'm really concerned about the upcoming cuts to Medicaid, but it also has to do with policies like paid family leave and prenatal care and all of those things really early. If kids get really good care when they're young, they're on a better path, obviously.
Yeah, thank you. And I would say, as we have seen, policy does have an important impact. That's your job. I'm thankful that there are people thinking through policy. But you've also heard a lot from constituents over the years. Is there a story maybe that you've heard that has helped humanize some of these struggles? Maybe something you've heard?
Well, there have been many, over the years, and I even think back to my time at Legal Aid, where people were really, really struggling, and this was quite a long time ago, And I remember the conversations that I had with people who would come in and say, I don't know what to do. I didn't have health insurance, or my health insurance wasn't good enough, and I had a catastrophic medical expense. I'm going to be evicted from my home, or I don't have a home. What should I do? How can I deal with this? So that lack of access to healthcare is part of it. But I also remember, I know the stories really make a difference, really stick with me. I remember talking with a gentleman who finally got an affordable apartment in Portland, and he said, "Look, I just lost my job. I just ran out of luck, and couldn't afford my bills. And then I was on the street for a while, and I
Yeah.
finally got the help I need to be back in my and to have an apartment. And it meant so much to him that he had a space to call his own.
Yes.
And then finally, what really, really had a significant meaning for me was I came in and spoke with some of the street roots outreach workers a while back. And that was really a meaningful conversation, because what they emphasized, and I'm sure Erin is what you've seen as well, is that everybody has a different story.
Absolutely.
And we can't assume that everybody who's on the street is struggling with substance use disorder. We can't assume that everybody on the street has mental health challenges. Obviously, some do, but we can't make those assumptions. So it's hearing from people, hearing their story, and then kind of meeting them where they are, and what do people need. And another thing that really stuck with me from that conversation with the outreach workers was that they said they talked to so many people who said, yeah, somebody came out and talked to me and told me they'd help me, and then they never came back.
Right.
And so that was just heartbreaking. So my work is really informed by having those conversations, and thank you for all you're doing to raise awareness about this, because with things like Oregon's Project Turnkey, for example. I talk to people about that. There's empty buildings. Well, how does it make sense to have empty buildings and to have people without a place to stay?
And for folks that don't know, that initiative, that is around turning commercial business spaces into affordable housing opportunities in downtown Portland and other metro areas in Oregon. So I think
Also on the coast. Yeah, I visited a great one over on the coast. It used to be a hotel or motel, and it's a little easier for hotels and motels, but office spaces as well. And I remember, so I introduced federal legislation to replicate that, because why does it make any sense to have empty buildings when people need shelter? And I remember hearing a story about a man who had been in a car accident and needed surgery, and they were going to discharge him from the hospital back to his car.
Right.
Like,
Yep.
how can you have surgery and then you're going to recover in your car? That made no sense. And so through Project Turnkey, he was able to find a place. And then I also spoke with some folks over on the coast. We were visiting an affordable housing apartment building, and it meant that safety was the word I heard a lot. I talked with parents who had suffered domestic abuse at home. They just never really felt safe. As it was a single mom with a toddler who came from finally got out of a domestic violence shelter, where she always felt uneasy, but then got to a safe place to recover. So it's things like that you hear how these policies affect real people. When we talk about them in the abstract, it's not nearly as meaningful as when we tell a story about how they affect real people.
You're echoing some themes we were just talking about before your call, which is person by person, relationship by relationship, meeting people where they're at, and also that there's not one broad solution, but that it is a community-based response to people one by one. Portland Rescue Mission is a faith-based organization.
Right.
What role do you see for faith-based organizations and other community organizations to partner with what's happening on a policy level in order to see solutions?
Well, Erin, like you said, meet people where they are one by one. There's no one-size solution. Everybody's in a different situation, and it was not one size fits all. And that's true whether it be by city, by individual, by neighborhood. And look at the local context. Our individual communities have different needs and dynamics, and there are people with lived experience, and want to be a part of it. And I had somebody I knew for several years who preferred to be not in a congregate shelter. He eventually lost his life, but he did not want to go to a congregate shelter. And I think about the wonderful facility I just toured over in Hillsborough that's just getting ready to open, where they have individual pods for people with a locked door so they can bring their pet and be inside somewhere safe. So it's, having what works for everybody available, and it looks different. Path to safety and security looks different for everybody. And so, many times the people working at the faith-based organizations I know have lived experience themselves. So people who are directly affected certainly know what's best for them and what supports them best. And with the understanding that it's going to take all of us working together to solve these challenges. So.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. With what you're saying, I think from my perspective, one of the privileges of doing this from a faith-based perspective is that we get to care for the heart, and policies, by virtue of how they are built, those aren't heart tools. But we have staff, like you mentioned, many of whom have gone through these experiences themselves.
Sure.
They can say, I can see a way out for you. You matter. I know that there's a better story for you, and we get to engage with them at that heart level, which I think is just the best part of our work.
Well, and it's values, Erin. It's people's values, and whether their values come from faith, that's wonderful. Whether they come from their upbringing or their own belief system, it's really the value of respecting humanity and each person's individual humanity and right.
Yeah, we talk a lot about, we don't want services to be transactional. We want them to be relational. Right. We want them to happen in the context of people who are really getting to know the person on the other side of that conversation.
That makes a difference, because sometimes people think there's nobody cares about me.
That's right.
And we can't send that message with our fellow humanity, our fellow human beings who are in our community. They need to know that someone cares about them. And then going back, you can tell I work on a lot of education issues, going back to, kids in school. If they know somebody cares about them, if there's somebody who, a teacher who looks at them and says, hello, welcome to my class today, and says their name, that's very different from just being like a kid sitting in a classroom without the understanding that somebody cares about them. So again, with my preventive lens, it's, as we care for young people and get them on a strong path, they will have those values and care about each other and treat each other with respect.
I think what you're hitting on there is interesting, because it really is both a front end and an emergency services tool. You could come to our volunteer orientation. We say the same thing. It is greet a person by name, look them in the eyes, let them know that they matter, and that starts to open someone up to that kind of transformative relationship that can make a huge difference.
It's just knowing that somebody cares about them, and it seems like a small thing, but it's really important.
Well, and that's what I'm hoping today accomplishes, is that people will listen in on these conversations, that they will be inspired the next time they're driving on the highway and see someone, to see that person as a human, to see them for their intrinsic value. I tell people, even if you can't do anything for that person that minute, you can offer a prayer. You can connect with your local organization that's serving folks who are in need. You can be part of the solution.
And just smiling and saying hello,
exactly,
rather than averting the eyes,
exactly,
and ignoring. That it lets people know that who they are and why they care. And
that's right.
But we've helped. We're helping Sisters of the Road, for example, and Blanchet House, and all the organizations. Everybody coming together, Portland Rescue Mission. Everybody coming together to meet the needs, and it's going to take everybody working together.
Well, and I know your time is limited here, so let me ask you one more question. And if you have time, you're welcome to ask me questions. But what gives you hope when you think about all that's happening in your district, in the community, larger state of Oregon? What gives you hope as you think about some of these challenges we face?
Well, it really is people like you. It's people who are stepping up to meet the needs of the community, people who are committed to doing this work, showing up every day. Oregon does have several great programs and initiatives, but Central City Concern and others, we are working really hard to, as much as we can, fund those programs, and also have the policies, and the strength is in finding that common ground and that common. You have mission in your title. It's that mission of meeting the needs of the community. So what gives me hope is knowing that there's so many people dedicated to doing this, and knowing that when we find common ground, and that there are a lot of people, change comes from the bottom up, and when people start to realize, hey, I can do my part too, whether it be volunteering or donating if they can, and just stepping up and giving that smile or that that hope to people, that gives me hope. It's a really challenging time right now, I want to add. A very, very challenging time, and there's a lot of stress in the community. So I think that makes the work even more important now to say, every person matters, and we might have different backgrounds and different futures, but everybody deserves a path to success, and that's how we create the better future that I always strive for the people I represent.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any questions you have for me about the mission, about our work today?
Well, how long have you been out there so far, Erin?
Well, I am in my first hour still, so you're seeing me very fresh.
Okay. How long are you planning to stay?
I'll be here till noon tomorrow. So Friday is
that's amazing.
Friday's World Homeless Day, and we've got
Right.
a great group of folks coming to join me on the bench. So thank you for your time. But also,
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm in Washington, D.C. Otherwise, I joined you on the bench.
Well, I understand.
I did want to mention a couple things. I know they're policy, but I have a couple of just so you can get an understanding of what I'm doing here on the policy front. I have Build Housing with CARE Act, where when we're building affordable housing, we should build childcare into that because that relieves stress on families. I mentioned the Project Turnkey Act, and also Start Housing, which is a bipartisan bill for more recovery housing. So there are policy pieces that I'm working on. Some of them are bipartisan, which is really necessary to get things over the finish line, but there's a recognition here among policymakers that we need to do our part too. But I really appreciate you being out there. It doesn't look like it's too cold, not raining.
So far, it's ideal Portland fall weather. We'll see how it
Wonderful.
goes.
Well, thank you for all you're doing for the community. Thank you for raising awareness about these important issues.
And thank you so much.
Wish you the best.
Thank you so much
Take
for your
care.
time today. All right, thank you.
Of
Bye-bye.
course, my pleasure. Take care.
Bye. All right. I would love one. Thank you. No, that's not mine, but I'll take it. Hi, Erin Holcomb. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, Bob Day. Nice.
And during the same
All right, and we're not live right this second.
Bob, do you want
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. No, you take that one. I'll grab. Oh, we're live. All right. We're just rolling here. It's still happening. Okay, I am very thankful to have Police Chief Bob Day here with me today on the bench. Thank you so much for taking time out of your work to come here to Portland Rescue Mission and talk with us about homelessness, about the folks we're serving. I really appreciate it. And first of all, just maybe take some time to introduce yourself for folks who may not know you. Chief Day, you see your name pop up from time to time.
Yeah.
Tell us about yourself, your background, and what you do here in Portland.
Well, thank you. I'm Bob Day. I'm a native Portlander. Came to the police bureau the first time in 1990 and retired in 2019 as the deputy chief. And then had 4 years of retirement and doing some other initiatives and projects. And then in 23, I was asked to come back as the chief. So in the fall of 23, I came out of retirement. Been here a little over 2 years and just super grateful for the opportunity to lead the police bureau as well as be a part of the city in this way. I just think it's meaningful work and something that I want to continue to be a service to.
Yeah, thank you so much. You've been a part of the criminal justice system, a part of law enforcement. You've seen the situation around policing change. How would you describe some of the changes you've seen in the last 10 years and how you hope to see things continuing to grow and change in the years coming?
Yeah, when I started out in law enforcement, it was a very enforcement-focused effort. And I understand why that is. That's how we built the system throughout our nation's history. And we can certainly have a debate about the value or productivity of that. But the reality is, I think in the last 10 years or more, we have seen a shift and a better understanding and seeing it more as a system versus as just an individual behavior. And I think that's really been the biggest shift, is that we are trying to be more intentional and aware of all of the environment and all of the context and less just focusing simply on the behavior. And I think that is allowing us to come up with more creative solutions to address some problems.
That's great. I would tell me, this is leading into one of my questions, talk about creative solutions. What are some things you're trying or hope to try, or maybe even things you're hearing nationally that might be interesting ideas around policing when it comes particularly to folks who might be experiencing homelessness or dealing with a substance use disorder?
Yeah. So we are very much in that space today. I mean, Portland Police Bureau has a behavioral health unit, which has full-time professional clinicians that are partnered with police officers to handle some of our most difficult cases around mental health and addiction. We have our service coordination team, which is focused specifically doing outreach, getting people that are in addiction and on the streets into housing, into programs, into efforts towards recovery. All of our officers are trained in crisis intervention team training, or we also have enhanced crisis intervention training. So, we really have taken more of a holistic approach. I will still say I don't believe this is the space that law enforcement should be spending their time in. Not because it isn't valuable, not because it isn't important, but because it's really not the role of policing in the United States. But we oftentimes default to policing in our problem solving. I often say we use the police to suppress problems we're not really willing to solve. And there's a lot of reasons and probably not enough time on this bench to figure that all out. But I really,
oh, too bad.
but
Sorry, folks.
but I really do believe that we need to be in this space from a law enforcement standpoint, because that's what's showing up. And so if we're going to do that, we have to do it differently.
How would you like to see other community organizations, Portland Rescue Mission, but also maybe folks who are in this community and want to be part of the solution, how would you like to see more people come alongside to take some of that pressure out of the law enforcement space and redirect it towards more effective solutions? What would you hope for?
Well, one of the most exciting things we've seen in the last decade or so is just the increased amount of relationships.
Yeah.
When I started, we did not have a lot of connectivity with social service organizations and people that were in service. There was a very much kind of an us against them mentality going back, I think probably because of our heavy emphasis on enforcement.
Yeah.
Today we do have deep relationships with a number of programs, and I think more and more professionals that work in this community are seeing the benefit and the compassion and the empathy. But there also needs to be an understanding that there is an enforcement component to what we do, and sometimes using enforcement is a way to change behavior or hold people accountable. So the more that we as professionals, regardless of the arena that we're operating in, can see each other less as in opposition to one another, but more as a resource to one another, I think that provides opportunity for the officers, and it also provides opportunity for the providers.
Yeah, excellent. I love that concept of partnership, because it really is, it's a community solution, right? It involves all of us. I know that you're talking about partnering with communities. Where have you seen some effective partnerships with the Police Bureau? I know you're sending out your crisis response squads, but any ways you've just seen that work really well?
Yeah, I mean, our service coordination team has, really taken people from the street through the process, housing, et cetera. I mean, really have been to several graduation ceremonies where we have when people complete the program, and there's, rarely a dry eye in the place. As you hear of, folks that are receiving a key to an apartment for the first time, or they've learned to balance their checkbook or whatever it might be. We have a strong history going back with Clean and Safe, the program here in downtown that provides employment opportunities for people coming out of recovery, and always, making an effort to stop and thank them and see them. And, I just think there are such a need. There's also, we should recognize, the benefit of both a private and public partnership, right?
Yes,
and we know that there are several nonprofits that are doing really good work, as well as, state and city funded programs as well. And I think those are all needed across the spectrum to meet the various needs of the community we're trying to reach.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and Portland Rescue Mission is a faith-based organization. We've been here for 76 years now.
Yeah.
The way I like to describe it is that we are an extension of the generosity and charity of the Christian community here in Portland. People want to do something to help. They want to be a part of that solution, and so they'll join with us in order to provide that in a way that they know can be positive and restorative. I know you're a person of faith. How does your faith impact how you approach these issues?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And man, 76 years, that's a great testimony to the work.
Long before us, hopefully long after us.
Yeah, and the faithfulness of the community that supports you. Well, as you mentioned, as a person of faith, when I think of the Gospels and I think of the life of Jesus, one of the things that strikes me is the amount of questions he asked. And I'd read somewhere, maybe not exact number, but somewhere 300 and plus questions are asked in the Gospels, which always kind of makes me scratch my head that the creator of the world would need to ask questions. But one of my core values is curiosity. And I find that when we can be curious about one another, that opens a lot of doors and opportunities for service, because curiosity then leads to learning. It can allow the sharing of empathy. It
Yes.
can allow us to identify both being curious about ourselves, what's showing up in us, right? As I walked up here today and passed some men that were laying on the street or standing outside, first being curious about myself. What's my response? What's my initial reaction when I see them? What's my initial feeling when I smell something or see something that makes me, and then why is that? Where's that coming from?
Yes.
But once I'm curious about myself, I can be curious about others. And I think, that's was demonstrated throughout Scripture, is really a connection to humanity is when we can be curious about one another, and gives us a chance then to find these paths forward.
Jesus' questions always cut to the heart.
Yeah.
Because when he asks a question, it starts to open up, the bigger answer, like you said. Who am I? Because when we bring ourselves to the table, that really is the beginning of whatever solution is going to be worked out, because we're only bringing as much as we are. So
Yeah.
I think that's really, really profound. As you think about how individuals in the community can be a positive support to their neighborhoods, maybe to their neighbors who are struggling with homelessness, what are some ways that you'd like to see just the average citizen be a positive part of the solution?
Yeah, I think there's a couple different things there. I mean, one is obviously just being able to support financially. I mean, as I mentioned, there are many programs just like yourselves that, are going to use that money to good use. So I'm a big believer in, contributing to programs that, have credibility, that have a track record, having a high level of accountability, because there's a lot of needs and a lot of things we can give our money to. But I think that's a straightforward, more response. From an active standpoint, I think, it starts in just that humanity, that moment in humanity. And oftentimes, especially with a population that's unhoused, that can be scary. That can be a little bit unsettling if it's a community you're not familiar with. There can be, as we've already mentioned, substance abuse disorder. There could be mental health. There could be just, lack of sleep. I mean, on and on and on. I mean, I don't want to ignore the fact that there are, risks or challenges as we interact with one another, regardless of your housing status, regardless of all of those things. So I understand where that may not be where people are super comfortable, but I think recognizing the humanity, seeing each other, and then finding a way, really, there is so much service opportunity out there. And service is really across the board. I mean, everything from, feeding to, taking on a project. Maybe you're not comfortable being in that space with other people, but you have the ability to provide a service. You're an introvert and you like to work on a project. You like to do something. So I think when we can give ourselves to something, it's more purposeful, it's more meaningful, it's more fulfilling for us. And of course, it's giving back to others.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's great. I think it's a big problem, but we're a big community.
Yeah.
A lot of solutions to
Yeah.
that. Just a couple more questions for you here. I know that there are some interesting ideas out there, as there are when folks do end up in the criminal justice system, and maybe they have been arrested or being prosecuted for a crime that are related to restorative justice, giving people alternate paths through that system towards a positive outcome. Is there anything you've seen out there that you find interesting or are aware of that's being tried?
Yeah, I mean, we here at Multnomah County have led many efforts. They're sometimes more difficult to sustain for a variety of reasons. But, we're currently trying the deflection program here in Oregon, where when people are arrested for a small possession of drugs, that they get an opportunity to go participate in deflection versus going to jail, asking them to connect with services or whatever it might be. We also see, like you said, restorative justice programs. We've had some in the police bureau that we haven't established as strongly as we want, but where a victim of a crime, like a broken window or something, they can work with the suspect in the case to try and find a way that's not going to involve prosecution. And, actually I just recently was down at the Oregon State Penitentiary, and I don't know that it's restorative justice, but even men that are in custody for extended period of time, they have a number of programs down there so that they're better prepared when they're released to be able to integrate back to society, have a job, have a connection, et cetera. So I think all of us are aware, although I'm a big proponent of law enforcement and I do see a need for our criminal justice system, I'm also very much an advocate that it's not going to be the answer. We're not going to arrest our way out of this. It's too expensive. It's not the most humane approach. I mean, we have to find alternatives, and I think we're learning sometimes you get somebody's attention with the arrest, but that doesn't mean That has to be the ultimate outcome, and
That's
we
right.
give people a chance to demonstrate a change in their behavior.
The best stories I hear are when a moment like that, when someone has been arrested, but it becomes a bridge to them to choose a different path.
Right.
And I hear that a lot. Sometimes it's that someone ends up in the hospital, maybe they
Right.
have
Right.
a crisis, and then they are able to use that time to get the clarity they need. But I also hear it frequently that they ended up in jail, and
Yeah.
but the key to that is that someone was there in that moment of clarity to offer them a different path,
Yeah,
because it's so
yeah.
easy to feel alone and to walk back out on the street and end up in the exact same situation.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just want to say I'm really grateful for the staff in your team who is there when someone is having that moment of clarity and ready to engage in services, that they're listening for that moment,
Right,
and that they're trying to
right.
make a referral to that next opportunity for them, so they don't end
Yeah.
up back. And I can't tell you the number of folks who come through our programs who say, I I woke up in jail and
Yeah.
I realized I didn't want to do that again.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
my, the person I was working with there, they connected me with a caseworker, or they got me into a program, and I was able to make a different choice. So
Yeah.
thank you for it. But that's part of a much bigger system, a much bigger
Right,
process, a lot
right.
more people.
Right.
I want to talk to you just briefly about your own charitable work. So I know that you had a son who passed away, and your family has established the Sam Day Foundation. You want to share a little bit about what you do in your own life as an expression of charity?
Well, it's really my wife's labor of love as we honor our son Sam. He did pass away from pediatric cancer, and so she has become, and she is the executive director and founder of the Sam Day Foundation, which funds pediatric cancer research primarily in the Northwest and but really nationwide. We've been around about 7 years, done about $2.7 million worth of grants in that time period.
Wow.
But it's really driven by, and this is where I lead from, even in the police bureau, is really driven from a position of hope.
Yeah.
And I'm not an optimistic person. I tend to be the one to tell you how things can't get done versus how they can get done. But I see hope different than optimism. I see hope as active. We hope for things that seem a little bit uncertain. We hope for things that we're not really sure about. Nobody, hopes that tomorrow's Friday. We recognize that it'll be here. We hope for things that seem a little out of our reach, but we also are naturally hopeful. How many times have we told our kids, don't get our hopes up, right?
Yeah.
And if we have to tell people not to get their hopes up, there must be something instinctive about wanting to be hopeful. And so, that's how we've chosen to lead our lives, both personally but also professionally. It's not Pollyannish. It's not a false hope. Life is difficult. There's challenges. It's unfair. It's unjust. All of us have suffered loss or grief in some way, but we remain hopeful because living a day with hope is much better than any day without it. So
true.
really believe in that.
So true. I think that's great. And I hope that today, that's one of the outcomes of these conversations,
Right.
is that folks listening at home will have a glimmer, they'll be stirred up towards hope in a way that maybe they didn't imagine before. And so for your time in this conversation, I mean, they're hearing about that from the police bureau.
Yeah.
But we'll have folks on who graduated from our programs, who are working with other agencies. And what you just shared there is, I think the outcome we all need is to say, there can be a better there can be a
Right.
better end to this story. It's
Right.
not the worst case scenario.
Right.
And my hope would be that if folks see, maybe your team out there doing their job, they have a clear sense now of how that's built into a larger system of helping people.
Yeah.
That when they see a neighbor who's clearly struggling, with a mental health crisis, or who's unsheltered and in an emergency, that they will know there are ways to access help for that person, and they'll be more informed to maybe make a recommendation, or to send them down to the mission, or to help them know, the resources available. Because I do think we all need that to understand that things can get better, and then we can find our part in it, right? If we have
Absolutely.
hope, we can find our part.
Right.
I really
right.
appreciate that. Anything you want the community to know as we're wrapping up our time here? Anything that you think would be helpful for them to hear, or any questions for me about the mission?
Well, just once again, thank you for your service personally. Thank you for the role of the mission here in Portland. It's long, really productive and significant history. Grateful
Thank
for
you.
that. And just know that, as an organization, the Police Bureau is a learning organization, right? And it's a big organization with a lot of moving parts, with a lot of demands placed upon it. So we're not always going to get it right. There's
Right.
going to be times when we could do better. But know that our intent and our goal is to provide the highest level of service, regardless of a person's place in life.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we, serve from the, one end of the spectrum to the other, whether it be socioeconomic, race, gender, age, whatever it might be, and really trying to stay in the middle and be as just and equitable as we can to all. So, we're learning. This is a crisis in our city's history right now with the level of unsheltered, and appreciative of the mayor's intent and effort to try and rectify that. So it's really going to require all of us, and know that the police bureau is in this conversation. We're at the table. We're trying to be creative and be good partners, and we should be seen as a resource to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today, and I hope that we can continue to work well together, serving the same folks that are called to serve.
I hear you. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much.
Great.
So nice to
Thanks
have
so
time
much.
with you. Thank you,
bet.
Chief.
Good luck.
All right, thanks. All right. So that was Police Chief Bob Day. Very thankful for his time. And we have coming up next, I am very excited about our next session. So I think we got maybe a little break before this, but one of our program graduates, April Dinsmore, will be here on the bench with me sharing her story. So when we started today, I teased that among all the conversations we were going to have, there would be some testimonies. You're going to hear that. I think we also have a conversation with one of our local stations coming up. So I'm just going to ask, do we have a break before that, or is that coming right now? Oh, okay, great, okay. Oh, okay, I got a question. Okay, what is PRM doing or could be doing to support those who don't live downtown and can't get downtown? A drive down 122nd is heartbreaking. The folks you see there are God's image bearers and deserve our love and resources. Should we consider expanding services beyond I-205? Excellent question. Okay, I don't know who asked that, but I'm just going to say that is something we think about a lot. So first of all, we recognize that need. In fact, our long-term programs are all on the east side of Portland, so we are present there. We have services there, but they're not the same outreach services that we have downtown. So 2 answers to that question. First of all, we are expanding our outreach through our Hope vans, which tomorrow morning our Hope van is going to come by, and we're going to show off what we do with our Hope vans. It's basically like a mobile Burnside shelter. So we will go different places throughout the week where we can serve folks who can't make it downtown. But we are also prayerfully thinking through, how do we increase services on the east side? Because we see those needs and we want to be present where people need that hope. And so we're thinking about it, we're working on it. We'll keep you posted, stay tuned. But we definitely see that need. In the meantime, we're gonna keep getting out there with our vans to try to make sure that we are present where people need help. All right, I think we're gonna have another guest here. Okay, excellent. K2? All right. I like to talk, but this is come on in, yeah. So up next we have a representative from K2, one of our local stations here in Portland we're gonna chat with. Welcome.
Hey. You never want to walk behind someone else's photography.
I understand. I understand.
How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Good deal.
What was your name?
I'm John Michael.
John
We're on
Michael.
Channel 2.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Let me get situated here.
Are we on a time? Okay.
Am I in the way of your...
No, you're fine. We're just live streaming, so they're seeing you doing setup.
Hi, everybody.
And it was John Michael. This is John Michael with K2.
My parents couldn't decide which, so they just named it.
That's good.
Can we put a microphone on?
Of course, yeah.
Do you know the drill?
Oh yeah.
You're wearing a good jacket, actually. Yeah. Just
You get to
right
stand edge there. Maybe I'll do it like this. So I
Hide
can...
that cable.
All right, for those of you still watching at home, this is the back end stuff to keep it coming to you. So we're miking up and getting the K2 camera set up. Can you still see with their camera here as well, Brandon? Okay, great. What you guys can't see at home is what I can see, which is there are about 15 people on the other side of that camera who are all doing different things to keep us up and running. At some point, we need to turn the camera around so you guys can see them. It would take that would be a calculated movement that I didn't prepare them for. So we'll wait to actually turn it around. Oh yeah, here. Oh yeah, look at that, better. And I'll switch the cord. Sure. Thank you. Bye bye.
Everyone, I apologize. I don't want to walk too much so more about that. Okay.
All right.
Okay, toughest question. What is your name and spelling?
My name is Erin Holcomb, ErinHolcomb.
Perfect. And what's your title?
I'm the interim CEO at Portland Rescue Mission.
You just look at me.
Yeah,
Don't worry about
perfect.
the camera. What are you doing here today? What's going on?
Yeah, so today is the beginning of a 24-hour live stream event called Conversations on a Bench. And I am spending from noon today to noon on Friday sitting on this bench talking with a variety of different people who are interested in caring for people who are struggling with homelessness, who are experiencing crisis, and the kind of folks we serve every day at Portland Rescue Mission. So we just had Police Chief Bob Day on the bench. We talked to Representative Bonamici, and I have folks who graduated our programs coming, other community agencies coming. This is part of a national event that's happening at missions across the nation, where we are all gathered around this World Homeless Day, which is tomorrow, October 10th, to bring attention to these really important issues, to talk about the solutions, and to also put a face to the folks who are struggling with homelessness in our city.
You've talked to people already. Who are you going to talk to coming up today? Is it all scheduled, or are they kind of anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody? Or
Yeah.
What's going on?
So this is actually a walk-up event. Folks are welcome to come if they want to come talk about homelessness. I'm looking forward to meeting folks who want to have that conversation. We also do have different speakers scheduled throughout the day. So some of the voices you'll hear on our live stream will be some of our other leaders of community organizations that are out there doing similar work, that are part of the network of solutions. We're going to have voices in the policy-making world who are out there. We have several of our graduates who are going to be coming on and talking about the way that we have several of our graduates will be here talking about how they have experienced their life changing and what made the difference for them, and how their story fits in with the larger picture of what people are seeing here in Portland. I'm really excited for the testimonies. I feel like those are always the best part.
Have you ever done this before?
No, I've never done it before. So I've worked for Portland Rescue Mission for almost 20 years. I've spent a lot of time on Burnside, here at our Burnside shelter. I've never done it on a bench, and I've never done it for 24 hours. So I'm glad to be here, but it's a little bit of an adventure for us. Yeah.
Why now? Why today?
Yeah.
Or why?
Yeah.
I know the
Yeah.
it's tomorrow, but
Yeah.
why do this?
Yeah. So many people are aware of the pressing needs of folks who are experiencing crisis in our community, people who are struggling. They see it every day. We know this is a major conversation in our community, but often people see the problem and they don't see the solutions. And so I wanted to take time to really recognize that there are good things happening. The problems can seem overwhelming. I think Portland has over 7,000 people who are unsheltered. That is an emergency situation. And we see that every day here. But we also see the outcomes where people are experiencing positive change. And not everyone gets to see that. And so my hope for today is that we can share a little bit of the glimmers of hope for people who may want to know what solutions are happening, how are people's lives being impacted, and so they can hear those stories firsthand. So that's my hope, is that it draws awareness, paints a bit more of a human face on the issues people see, and it celebrates how lives really are changing.
How do you feel about being out here?
How do I feel?
I mean, it's a nice day now, but the weather's going to come down. Or, how do you feel about getting this message across, personally?
Yeah.
Inside?
I feel very grateful to be here. It is one of the privileges of my life to serve at Portland Rescue Mission. I'm a native Portlander, and so I've got to be ready for the weather, come what may. This feels so far like a great fall day, but I'm most excited just to be able to be a positive voice in the conversation, which so often can feel negative. But there's a lot of good things to talk about. So I am excited to talk about those good things today.
And you guys are, what's all this business about too? What's happening?
Okay, so back here we have our whole team of volunteers, a few of our staff who are keeping us up and running for 24 hours a day. So, as we're talking with different folks, we might just be having this conversation a short time, but the conversation's ongoing for 24 hours. So we have a whole team of folks who are set up here to keep us on air, running, and really make sure that the wheels are turning so that we can keep that conversation coming to people at home till noon tomorrow.
Have you ever pulled an all-nighter? Have you ever pulled a 24-hour anything?
I have. I don't do it as much these days. Something about, getting older that makes you not as anxious to do that. But man, I can't think of a better reason to do it. I'm so excited to be spending these 24 hours doing it. And if this is a key to someone learning about the kind of solutions that we see, then I'm happy to do it for these 24 hours and then, the ongoing work we have throughout the year.
We kind of talked about it a little earlier, but what do you hope that, the live streamers see? What do you hope they get out of this? What do you
Yeah.
hope our viewers get out of this
Yeah.
by doing this?
Yeah, my hope is that anyone who's watching and participating today has first of all, a view of positive change, that there are good things happening, and that Portland Rescue Mission is part of that, that there are other agencies, other community partners that are part of that. And then I hope that when they see someone who's maybe struggling on the street or in crisis, that they will, first of all, look at that person and consider their humanity, that they will greet that person, really take time to recognize them as a neighbor, and that they will find a way that they can be part of a solution. So maybe they'll start volunteering down here with us at the mission. Maybe they'll choose to donate to a charity that's involved in this kind of work. Maybe they will, tell someone else about the good work that's happening. But we all have a part to play, and so I hope it inspires people towards moving towards solutions.
Anything else you'd like to add? Anything I'm missing?
Yeah, I would just like to say that Portland Rescue Mission only exists because of the community, the larger community of Portland, saying they believe in this work. And so I just want to say thank you. So many people in Portland give to be part of a solution, and this kind of work comes from that generosity. So I just want to say thank you.
Where can people see this?
So they can watch our live stream at portlandrescuemission.org. There's going to be links to our live stream until noon on Friday, and then it should be posted on our YouTube channel in perpetuity. So they can tune in and watch 24 hours if they want. I'll keep them company for a long time on our YouTube channel.
All right, we'll check you on the 23rd hour, see how you do.
Thanks so much. Well, nice to meet you, John Michael.
Nice to meet you
Yeah,
too.
thanks for your
Thank
time.
you so much for your time.
Yeah, appreciate
Take
it.
that microphone.
Yeah.
I think we have somebody else right behind you.
All right.
Chat with
Excellent.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, fellas. Sorry
Tag in,
about that.
tag out.
Yeah, it's good. We'll keep going. Hi, Spencer. Welcome back.
How's it going, Eric?
Good. You were down here at the Rose Festival. We talked. Great.
All right, so similar thing, I'm going to stand next to the camera and try and get you all framed up and
Great.
focused.
Excellent.
Actually, is it okay?
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Is it if I sit down here? Yeah, it's going to reach.
I'm wondering if we can also have you hold one of our mics so folks watching at home can just hear you as you interview me.
That works.
Shauna, can he hold one of our mics also so they can hear his audio? Because I think otherwise it sounds a little one-sided for our
Yeah.
conversation to folks who might be on the live stream. All right, hang on. We're still doing setup. Okay. Okay, great. Sure. All right, are we good with audio, Brennan? Okay.
All right, so we'll start with a sound check. I'll just have you say your name and spell it, please.
Yeah, I'm Erin Holcomb, ErinHolcomb.
Perfect. So we are sitting on a bench on the side of Burnside. Tell us kind of how this idea came all together.
Yeah, well, welcome downtown. We love, this is our neighborhood. We're here every day, but Portland Rescue Mission has been a part of the Old Town community for 76 years. We are also connected to missions nationally. So we're an independent nonprofit, but nationally we talk to our other missions in other cities. And this is an effort, Conversations on a Bench is a national event that missions are running across the country to draw awareness to the issues facing folks who might be struggling with homelessness or addiction, and also the solutions that are out there that are providing hope for real change.
Definitely. And so how have your conversations gone so far today? You've had some pretty big names like Chief Bob
Yeah.
Day, and was it Congresswoman Salinas?
Representative Bonamici.
Bonamici was on here.
Yeah.
So how did those conversations go?
Yeah, it has been really positive. I think what has stuck out to me, and we're only, I think, about 2 hours in today, has been some common themes I'm hearing. First is just seeing people as unique individuals, which that is core to our work, which is each person has a story. There are unique issues facing each person, and so solutions have to be based on individual needs, not just a one broad brush stroke of how you fix the issue. And so often people want to know, what's the solution? I always say, it's person by person, story by story. It's never going to be simple, but we can do some things in common that will make a difference in that. So I think I've heard some common themes from the folks I've been talking to, and I think that there are a lot of people who are really interested in seeing the hope of this side of the issue. You know, so many people see the struggles, they see the front lines of people who might be in crisis, and very few get to see the outcomes for folks who've been able to make that change, to transition off the street, who've had their life really change. So we're going to be talking a lot about that today, and I'm excited to share more of the positive side of that story.
Definitely. Yeah, see, it's a lot more than seeing a tent on the side of the road.
Yes.
There's a whole networks behind it.
Yes.
What part of helping out folks who are experiencing homelessness do you think most people don't understand, and that
Yeah.
you'd like them to get that understanding from?
Yeah, I think one thing is, and I mentioned this before, but it's it's not a one issue, right? There's not one cause. There are a lot of challenges for someone, and the primary tool for someone to really get off the street comes from rebuilding a support network. Because you or I, if we were struggling and we were on the edge of a crisis, we would probably have 5 or 6 people we could call that would really walk with us through that difficult season. But one common thread we see is that folks who are struggling on the street often have lost that support network through a variety of reasons. Maybe circumstances beyond their control or choices they've made, but they don't have those people anymore. And so the one thing we know works is to help people reintegrate with community in a way where they have real relationships with people who care about them. And we start that here. I mean, we do that when someone walks in the door. We learn their name. We're trying to find out, what's your story? What's a way that we can start helping you today? And what's the right next step for you? And so in that, we're one step of rebuilding that community. And then we have a variety of programs that are designed to rebuild the larger structure of support so that by the time they leave Portland Rescue Mission, maybe they've gone through our programs, they now have their community outside Portland Rescue Mission that's going to walk with them for the long run.
That's fantastic to hear.
Yeah.
And so with the conversations that you're having today, who else is on the lineup that you're excited to talk to that you haven't gotten to yet?
So we have several other like-minded organizations. In fact, tomorrow morning I'm doing a Zoom call with Union Gospel Mission, City Team, and My Father's House, all similarly directed towards serving the folks that we serve with a faith-based perspective. I'm excited for that call. I have a number of other organizational leaders, pastors who are engaging their congregations in service. And then I'm really excited that I think it's happening soon. We have some stories of our graduates, people who've gone through the program and can talk about it from their own experience. So, you can hear me talk all day, but when you hear someone's story, someone who's really gone through it themselves, that's a different experience. And I want people to hear that today because I want them to understand how unique and special each person is and what a story of hope really sounds like.
And this is tomorrow is, correct me if I'm wrong, World Homeless Day?
Yes,
or?
So October 10th is World Homeless Day. So that's marked in a lot of different ways by different organizations globally. But for Portland Rescue Mission, what we're doing is trying to get people to think about their homeless neighbors in ways that will move us all towards solutions.
Definitely. Do you know the history of World Homeless Day, how it kind of got started? Or?
I don't know who started it. I think it's been around about 15 years. It's also connected to World Mental Health Day, which there's some overlapping causes there. But there are a variety of people around the world, I think in Australia, in Europe, that are doing events to mark this and to draw attention towards the needs the community is facing.
Perfect. So is there a reason you picked this intersection on
Yeah.
I know your sign is right behind us, but is there any other significance to this intersection?
Yeah, so right now we're on Burnside and we're real close to the river. So our Burnside shelter really is at the crosshairs of the city of Portland. We're right by the river and Burnside, which separate all the quadrants of the city. I think that's an important symbol of the work we do, which we're here at the heart of the city. And so as we are able to serve folks here in the heart of the city, we're also expanding and trying to serve folks in all corners with our Hope vans. This location is special for us because we do our primary outreach services out of here, but it also represents the history of this work. We've been around 76 years, and it represents the heart of the city, which I love that we get to be here representing good work at these crossroads.
Perfect. Anything I'm forgetting to ask you about that you'd like to add?
I just want to say thank you. We exist and we provide all of our services free of charge because of the generosity of the community. We could not do this work without folks at home who donate and support our work, who do coat drives, who give clean socks and new underwear, and who really believe that they can be part of the solution. So I just want to say we are an extension of that community generosity. That's why we exist. So I just want to say thank you.
Perfect. Well, enjoy your next, I think you said you're 2 hours in, so
Yeah,
next
we'll
22
see.
hours
Thank you.
on this
Thank
bench.
you. 22 and a half.
22 and a half hours left.
Thank
So
you.
I'm glad we got to catch you in the beginning, and
Thank
I
you.
hope you enjoy your conversations throughout the rest.
Thank you so much. Well, it's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you for your work.
Have a good rest
Okay,
of the day.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, Spencer. I'm going to hold on to 2 mics, and I'm going to wait to see if I have a cue of who's coming next. But that was, you just heard from both K2 and KPTV, so if you are watching at home, I believe that they're going to be doing segments on that this evening on Evening News. So you can watch that and you'll know you'll have the back end view of what that interview was really like. So Shauna, do we have somebody coming next, or are we're taking a break and then okay, we're hanging tight. I'm gonna pull up those questions that we had. Shauna, you gave me some of the questions and I'm just gonna see what we have. So hang on with me here. I gotta look at my list of questions. Okay. Sorry, hold on. It's tiny. I have to read it. Okay. So, one of the questions I have here is, what has shaped your passion for people experiencing homelessness? You know, I think that's an interesting question. I wasn't someone who grew up thinking I want to work for a ministry to people experiencing homelessness. That wasn't really on my mind. But I would say, as a child, my parents brought me to Portland Rescue Mission with our church, and we would do a chapel service in the evening for folks who wanted to attend. We helped serve dinner, and we did that for a couple years. And while that didn't, at that time in my life, that did not register as a career or a personal mission directional event, I do think it really created a posture of service in my life, and also service as an expression of my faith. That's something that I think has been a thematic passion for me, is service is an expression of my faith. One of the verses from scripture that really has impacted me the most is Romans 12:1, that says, you know, offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable. This is your reasonable act of service. And that word can also be translated as worship. And for me, the act of offering myself, my whole life, in a way that is impacting others on behalf of God's work, on behalf of the kingdom, has been a really key piece for me. So I think it wasn't that I grew up thinking I want to go work for Portland Rescue Mission, but the fact I had volunteered as a child, when the opportunity came to work here in 2006, I was ready to do it. I thought, oh yeah, I'd love to work for Portland Rescue Mission. I, believe in the work they're doing. I know it's a good organization. I know they have good outcomes. And so when I first started here as a volunteer coordinator, my job was to invite other people in to do the work. And I had to really believe in it in order to invite other people in. So, when you look back on your life story and you think about how those events connect, we can't ever see what's happening, looking forward. But I think in retrospect, I just see God's kindness in my life, that He planted those seeds early on for me, that I was able to walk into this work when I was new in my career, and then that really became a deeper calling for me. So that would be how I would say it has become, how that passion has manifested in my life. I'll also say, I just think that there is a really clear invitation for Christians to engage with their neighbors who are vulnerable. We see it throughout Scripture, and I think the best legacy of the church is the charitable work of God's people throughout time. Where we've seen, Christians build hospitals and come alongside the poor, rescue vulnerable children, and really step into a gap where maybe others haven't been ready to go. And so I think about that in regard to Portland Rescue Mission, founded 76 years ago, that there was someone, and in fact a community of people who came around those folks in their city who had great need, and they stepped in. In the beginning, it was a gentleman named John Van Diest who just came downtown with a truck and had a lot of soup in the back of his truck. His wife Tress would make a big pot of soup and he would serve folks. And of course that snowballed and built into a multifaceted organization that we are today, where we have, 5 different buildings. We have, 8 different programs where folks can access this kind of services they need, all done with that same charitable spirit as John Van Diest had, as Tress Van Diest had, to say, my neighbor's in need. What can I do to help? So I would say all those are pieces of how this became a passion for me. If you're a parent, I would say take your kids to serve, do something to serve. In fact, I think my kids are coming. If you want to see my kids, they're coming down this evening around supper time to sit on the bench with me for a little bit, and you'll hear from them about what it feels like to serve as a kid. But yeah, I think there are ways that we can build our lives around service, and it doesn't have to be around this kind of work. It could be around whatever you are called to do that impacts others, that is for the betterment of not of ourselves, but for our neighbors. And those things change our lives. They change how we look at the world. So that would be my answer to the question of how I'm going to, my personal passion has been impacted. I have a few more minutes. I've been told we're going to take a break in about 15 minutes. I'm just going to keep answering questions here. I don't know what these all are, so I'm hoping there's no gotcha questions in here, Shauna. We'll see. Okay. The next question is, what role do addiction and mental health play in the crisis? So yeah, I this is a really important question. This comes up a lot as people ask the why question of why are there so many people experiencing a crisis in our community? So my answer to that is it's nuanced. Unfortunately, there's not a simple an answer to that. As you've heard from some of our guests and Andrew, who was with me on the bench earlier, there are a lot of reasons that people end up in a crisis. Mental health and substance use are certainly significant parts of that, but it's not the only reason. What I would like to say is there are a lot of folks you don't see who are struggling with homelessness, and those folks might be working families whose homes are at risk. They're about to lose their housing, or folks who are elderly and on a fixed income, and their housing prices keep going up, or they lose their network of support. People who are dealing with disabilities and struggling to make ends meet. But those folks are often able to access services and programs when they're what we call housing ready. There is a contingency of folks who are not ready to engage in services, and those folks might be more typically struggling with addiction or with mental health crises. And so I would say they play a significant role when it comes to the visible issues around homelessness, where you might see folks who might be living unsheltered and more entrenched in that lifestyle. And so we believe that there is an important role for us as an organization, but also the community at large, to provide opportunities for people to have a moment of clarity and break out of that cycle of sort of being stuck in that role. And it does take it does take a moment of clarity. So you'll hear from folks, I don't know the testimonies we have next, but from folks who come and talk about their own experience, that they often had a wake-up moment, a wake-up call, where they had an opportunity to really think about their life. But it's hard when you're in the midst of it, because a lot of people really can't think clearly when they're struggling with addiction, when they're, the ravages of addiction are real. It changes people's brains. It changes their ability to respond. Certainly folks who are in mental health crisis are not able to make good choices. And so I would say it's a significant issue for the visibility that you see. And so I would say it plays a real role, but it's not the only issue, and it can be often oversimplified as the only issue. I just got a note that I have another question here coming in. Okay. So the question is, what is your dream for this city because of the seeds planted today and through the partnership of the city and through the partnership with the city and community, what will things look and feel like in Portland 50 years from now? Wow, that's a great question. Okay, so what's my dream for the city, and how is it impacted by maybe partnership? So I would say, first of all, my dream for Portland is that it is a place where everyone can feel safe and thrive. And so, it's complicated with issues of homelessness, because that safety really can be it can be a crisis for folks who are on the streets. So my hope would be that we can work together to find solutions for folks so that people have quick opportunities to get the help that they need. But I'll tell you, it's not just putting them in a shelter. It's not just putting them in housing. It really is that deeper heart work. And that takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of resources. For the mission, we know we have to grow. We know that we have to do more because we see the increased need. I don't know if I've mentioned this today, but we've seen a 15% increase year over year for the second year in a row of people who are struggling. And so we see that expanding need, and so we know that we need to do more. We have a pretty unique model of being available 24/7. So I feel like we need to become more accessible. There also needs to be increased communication and collaboration with folks who have a heart for this. So part of my hope for today is, as you hear different agencies coming on, as you hear churches coming on, that you will start to see how many different people have a piece of the pie when it comes to solutions. And so when I think the question was 50 years from now, man, 50 years from now, I hope we're out of business. I hope our business model has changed, that that we don't see folks so much in crisis, but that there are quicker mechanisms to help people get the help that they need, and so that we can move that community generosity into more preventative work, into solutions that are focused on keeping people off the streets in general. In the meantime, we're here. I mean, I feel like there is a clear call in my faith to be here for people while they're in crisis. So we're going to keep showing up. We're going to keep doing this. But of course, we want ourselves to be out of business when it comes to 50 years from now. And I hope at our city that we are working better together, that it's not just everyone in their own camp sort of coming up with their own solution, but that we have a more integrated approach to how our solutions work together in a continuum of care that really works to address those needs. And that requires more services for mental health. It requires, you heard from Chief Day earlier. It requires a police force that is equipped to get people into services, not just into the justice system. It is churches that really are looking for ways to serve their neighbors and taking action in their own neighborhood, and all of that towards long-term change for folks who really do need a different outcome for their story. So those would be some of my hopes for 50 years from now. I think I have like 3 minutes left. Let me see if I have time for one more question. I think I answered that one. So let me see if I can get one more here for you. All right. By the way, if you have questions, please keep sending them in. It's fun to get these questions from everyone. All right. Let's see. What would you say to someone who has lost hope in Portland? Yeah, I actually get this question a lot. What would you say to someone who has lost hope in Portland? I would just say, keep watching. We're going to have a lot of stories of people who I think from the outside might have been, they might have looked, their situation might have looked hopeless, and you'll hear that it never is. It's never hopeless. Also, I just believe that we see miracles every day. So while the evidence might add up to more crisis, there is always a path out for someone who is struggling. So yeah, I would say if you are feeling hopeless in Portland, stay tuned, keep listening, because I think you're going to hear, especially in those testimonies of people who have come through our programs and seen real change happen, you're going to hear that change is possible, that no one is beyond the reach of the help when they're ready to receive it. All right, we're going to take a break now, and then we'll be back maybe in about 15 minutes. So stay tuned. I'm going to drink some water, and we'll keep talking. Thanks.
And during the same first year of COVID in 2020, we also, of course, had the 3 months of straight protests and riots in downtown and Old Town Portland. And that served to actually cause a lot of the folks living on the street to flee out from the inner core and scatter across Portland area, mainly to the east side. And so to reach those people, we need to have a mobile mission and to pursue them where they were, and to offer services and referral opportunities and food and goods there. So we developed the Hope Van program. Purchased a van, refitted it, has a little mobile office inside for referrals and connectivity, as well as supplies in the back. Ever since then, we've been going to encampments and gatherings of folks that are suffering from homelessness to provide services and connectivity, learn names, develop trust. The same thing we do in our lobby downtown in Old Town, we now do for the van as well. So as you can see, through our entire history, especially recently, there's been a constant adaptivity to the evolving needs and evolving conditions in our city. And we're able to do that, again, because of your partnership and the great, great compassionate care of our community. And within a couple of years of opening the harbor in Northeast Portland, we saw a need to have more robust job training for our men in the program, as well as the ladies at Shepherd's Door. So in 2015, we opened Mission Barbecue, a catering business, providing really competition-grade quality barbecue. It's been going ever since. We've rebranded and expanded the menu to now called Fresh Start Catering. This social enterprise has provided a wonderful opportunity for our men and women to get public-facing job experience, food preparation experience, cooking experience, and just general operational care. Been a really strong program for us. 1999, we started Drive Away Hunger. It's a car donation program where we take the cars, repair them, and sell them. And it provides work opportunities in a real world setting for the men and the women in our recovery programs, both at Shepherd's Door and at the harbor. There's mechanic work, there's car detailing, there's towing, there's clerk work, there's reception work. And that's been a really, really important piece of the vocational development of our men and women in our recovery programs. Well, thank you for taking this journey with us. From back in 1949 with John and Tress serving soup out of the back of their car to today with over 90 employees, over 1,500 volunteers. We've served over 6,000 people last year, restoring lives, transforming lives, all because of community partnership. We take no government money. And even though times are more volatile and many times darker than ever, we're ready to meet that challenge and to hold those values of restoring lives because of your partnership. Thank you. And it all began in 1949 when John and Tress Van Diest cooked soup at their home and brought down a big pot in the back of their car and served men suffering from homelessness on the street in Burnside in Old Town. And it grew from there. Churches got involved, volunteers got involved. And by 1951, they owned the same building we have today at 111 West Burnside. And men suffering from homelessness found food, they found shelter, they found referral assistance and integration back into the community, all because of community support. In 2006, when Ruth and I arrived at Portland Rescue Mission, I noticed that Portland had about the lowest shelter rate in the country of any city at providing shelter for people experiencing homelessness. So one of the first things we did was begin to add shelter beds to our Burnside shelter. And over the next few years, we quadrupled the number of beds we had for shelter. We also hired folks to do nothing but engage with other agencies because we also saw a change in the landscape. People experiencing homelessness had a multiplicity of issues sometimes, mental health, addictions, dire need of housing, and we connected people to those other agencies because we developed relationships. And during the same time, we also reinforced our 24/7 services. We are the only nonprofit there open 24/7, and not only do we provide the shelter and the meals, we also provide mail service, monitored bathrooms, clothing, toiletries, emergency response, especially in the evenings if things are people are in great need, telephone access. All of this because we want to develop relationships and care for the people on the street so we can build trust and begin to walk them on a path into a better future. And then by 2012, we developed an extended shelter program called Connect, where men can stay for many months, even up to a year, to stabilize, get work skills, and find housing, because the housing costs are getting so severe. Up to 40 men now are in that program. And one of the ways we were able to add so much shelter downtown is we moved the men's recovery program from downtown out to the harbor in 2013. 40 men here spend a full year in recovery, life skills training, addictions recovery, vocational development, spiritual growth. Around 2015 on, law enforcement around violence and drug use was really diminished. And the violence in our organization began to feel that. And so by 2019, we remodeled our whole front end, and we added a double lock door system and gave ID cards to anyone wanting services from us. That dramatically reduced the violence in and around the building. It also increased the intimacy we had with the guests. Now we know their names. We can call them by name. It's on the card every day. We can know what services that they're connecting with. And that really helped enrichen the ministry down there and bring safety and calm to the people we're serving. Which brings us to 2020, COVID. And everybody's adapting to this crisis. In particular, in the area of homeless services, the capacities of all the organizations providing shelter were diminished because of spacing requirements. And public funding came forward and made temporary COVID shelters for people. But there's no feeding opportunity for that. So we offered as an organization, we have 3 commercial kitchens. We have adaptive capacity. So we began offering for free for 6 months to a year, over 3,000 meals a week to those shelters to help people find nourishment during that time. In addition, we had to adapt all our internal operations to feed out the door because people were not allowed in. But also, we were about the only organization in Old Town during early COVID to not miss a day of operation. Again, highlighting our adaptability and our commitment to serving the people we serve, always restoratively, but also to bring basic needs of life when things arise.
Okay, we are back, and I think hopefully you were watching, you saw an overview of Portland Rescue Mission, some of our history. That's a video we put together about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, with our last executive director, Eric Bauer. But I am very delighted to welcome Lynette to the bench. Lynette just walked by. This is what we're inviting folks to do. But she's also a volunteer with Portland Rescue Mission.
Yes, I am.
So Lynette, would you just share, first of all, a little bit about your background and how you got involved with Portland Rescue Mission?
My background, I'm a financial consultant, have been for the last 7 years. I got involved with Portland Rescue Mission through Scott, that's the cook here.
Yes, Scott.
We
Scott
used to work at Fred Meyer's together, and I got a chance to talk to him, and I was telling him that I want to get out and start teaching financial literacy. And so he was telling me, look, I'm at the Portland Rescue Mission, I'm going to be leaving here. He said, I'll put a word for you. And so a year later, I heard from him. And the lady at the time that was running the program got in contact with me, and I came out and started teaching financial literacy, and I'm back again this year.
I love it. Well, we were just talking earlier about how people can get involved if they care about folks struggling in our city, and one of the things I said is volunteer, and I think you are sharing a good example of someone who is using your professional skills to volunteer Portland Rescue Mission.
I love it. It's teaching, giving. It's a way for me to give back. You know, I was in a financial bind at one time, and it was very hard on me. And when I got a chance to learn about how financial literacy can help me with my financial goals, I wanted to go out and start teaching as many people as I could, because what I was learning in the financial literacy realm was things I did not learn at school. And so I felt like if I didn't learn it in school, how many other people didn't learn it? And so I just felt it was my God-given talent to go out and start teaching and helping people have a better financial future.
I love that. Well, and in our programs, so when folks enter into our Connect program, which is down here, or one of our longer term programs, part of what we do is help them develop life skills.
Correct.
Which are the things that give them the tools they need so they don't end up back on the street. Can you give me an example of some of the things that you would teach in a financial literacy class?
Talk about spending, retirement, investing. We talk about different life insurances out there. We talk about discretionary spending. We talk about goals and tools. So there's a lot of things that involves. We also talk about SMART, and SMART is measurable, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So today we really honed in on those syllables, and really helped them to help understand what each of those syllables mean, so it could help them in their financial future.
I love it. And you come down once a week to teach this class.
Once a week, yes.
What would you say to somebody who is thinking, oh, you know, maybe I'd volunteer, but I'm nervous to go downtown. I'm nervous to go to Portland Rescue Mission. What input would you give them?
I was the same way. I still can't be at certain parts of downtown, but my thing is I have a mission, a goal to give back, and I don't want to be in fear of doing that.
Yes.
I want to be able to give that information to them without fear, and be in peace about that.
Yes.
You know. Yeah. And where you guys have me come in and park is pretty safe here. Yeah. I've not had any problems in the last 2 years I've been here, so I'm thankful for that. You know, everybody's down here. We all have our own issues. So I just think that if you just come down here with a positive attitude, you're going to get a positive attitude back.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. And your background is, some of this comes out of your own faith experience. Can you talk a little bit about how your faith impacts your decision to be a part of this.
Yes, I am a part of Life Christian Restoration Church, and for me, I've been in church all my life. I grew up in church, and I feel like having a godly foundation is very, very important, because as you get older and you go through life changes, you realize that you cannot depend on a lot of people, but you got your faith to depend on, and that never fails.
Yeah, it's a firm foundation.
Yes, it
That's
is.
right. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your
Thank
story.
you for inviting me.
Thank you for volunteering. I
Yes.
love it that you give your time every week. We could not do the work we do without volunteers. It takes so many folks just like
Amen.
Lynette. So
thank you so much. I
yeah,
appreciate
thank you.
it.
God bless you. Thank you for joining me on the bench. We're going to take just a little break because you're going to hear the video of April, one of our program graduates. Sorry, this is real life downtown without beeping. One of our program graduates. You're going to first hear her video testimony, and then she's going to be here in person on the bench with me. So tune in, stay tuned. Here comes her video, and then we'll be back with April.
Shelter 365 telethon. After losing nearly everything, April found herself in a bar at 10 in the morning. It was there that she made a phone call that changed her life forever. This is April's remarkable story.
I battled addiction for about 15 years. I struggled with being in abusive relationships with men. And that just led me down a spiral of needing to fill that void and that pain of despair. And so I turned to alcohol and later drugs. And before I knew it, my life had just demolished right in front of my eyes. I lost my dad. And that just really spiraled my addiction out of control. And within about 7 months, I ended up homeless, kidless, penniless, hopeless, jobless, and was on the streets. It's soul destroying. It's soul destroying, And I think for me, being separated from my kids, was killing me just as fast as. And every time you turn around, you're looking over your shoulder at every step you take, no place to lay your head down. There's no place safe out there and I don't want to just say for a woman, but for anybody really. I didn't have a tent, I didn't have a car, I was sleeping in parks, I was sleeping on the back porch of abandoned or vacant homes, or I would just stay up for days on end because I was too scared to find a safe place to sleep, because there was no safe place to sleep. I needed help so bad, and I just desperately wanted something different, and I was gonna die. I was calling treatment centers and detox centers, and there was no place that was available or taking my insurance. And I had this long list, and at the bottom was Shepherd's Door. They said, yeah, we've got availability, and I had this phone interview, and it was like the voice of an angel on the other end. I still remember it like it was yesterday. I'm finally in a place where I'm with other people who have been through the same things that I've been through, who understand where I've been, who aren't judging me because I'm an addict. The Portland Rescue Mission taught me about myself, that I am worthy, that I am capable, that I'm smart, that I can and will be a productive member of society. The power of Portland Rescue Mission is hope.
Here with more, we welcome back Portland Rescue Mission growth leader Crystal Perez. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you.
So good to be back with you, Hannah.
So tell me about what a growth leader does, because for someone like April, you're with them from day one.
Yes, growth leader, our executive director Eric says it's the quarterback of the participants program. You're throwing them the passes. Now I've never played football, but I have thrown some emotional passes at some of our ladies. I have thrown some information at them, and then they're the ones who run with it, you know? And so it's kind of, we call it, it's our version of a case manager, basically.
Right. And how does it feel when you see somebody like April and how far she's come in a short amount of time, too?
Yes, she is amazing. I just adore meeting with April, and she's come so far because she's been willing to just, like I said, information, right? She'll take a new piece of information, something she's learned in a class about how the brain works, how addiction science works, something she's learned about relationships and how to get along with people better. She's willing to take this piece of information, synthesize it into her life, and learn and change and grow. And because of that, she is transforming absolutely leaps and bounds.
That's so wonderful. And for somebody like her who is a mother, that's part of the process too, in making that reunification happen as often as you can.
Yeah, in April's case, it's not a DHS type reunification because her kids are older, but getting back in relationship with her sons is her #1 goal. And we have many other moms in the program who are in the process of getting their kids back from DHS custody or from family custody. Maybe they needed help for a little while. And one of the most special days ever at Shepherd's Door is when a mom's kid comes back for the very first time, or when their case closes and they now have total, complete custody. You know, the courts have decided this woman can be trusted fully to be, you know, the leader of her kid's life. And when that day happens, there's tears, there's joy. I mean, it is amazing to watch. We had 30 kids come through our program last year, and it's just amazing to watch reunifications happen.
That's a lot, and it's special and incredible every single time.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing with us.
Okay, we are back, and this is not April. Don't be shocked. It's not April. She's coming. Nope. This is my friend Marvin, and Marvin just stopped by. I'll just explain. Marvin's part of our Connect program, and that's based here in the Burnside shelter. And Connect was really designed, you know, I mentioned we have a lot of different programs. It was designed as an option for men who wanted to get into long-term housing, but maybe were on a wait list and needed some time in the intervening time where they wouldn't be on the street. And so Marvin's part of that program. Marvin, would you just share a little bit about your background and how you ended up at Portland Rescue Mission?
The way I ended up here...
You can hold it real close.
The way I ended up here wasn't really a glorious story like most of them. I made a lot of mistakes, lost money, lost my house, lost my wife shortly before. Used to pass here coming to work because I worked for the Roseland Theater.
Yeah.
And the final day at my place, I stayed in motels for about a week, then came here, and they pretty much welcomed me with open arms.
Oh, good. So you were able to find community here to help you start rebuilding.
True.
How did you find out about Portland Rescue Mission?
Like I said, I passed it on the bus every time because I caught the 20 from Southeast.
Right. Yeah.
And I kept seeing it, just wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah. What has it been like for you in the Connect program?
I love it. There's a few great guys. A few we have to adapt to.
It's community.
So, I'm cooking, so that gives me a better purpose.
Mm-hmm. So you're involved in the kitchen. So
yes.
Anyone in our Connect program, they help run the building through different vocational opportunities. Some of them are in the kitchen. So Marvin, had you done kitchen work before, or is that new for you?
My first kitchen job wasn't really a kitchen, it was at a Burgerville. Okay. But I've always had the inspiration to cook.
You was at Burgerville? I worked at Burgerville too.
Nice.
You got about 30 years ago.
Same.
Yeah, great. It's training.
Yeah.
So what is it you enjoy about the cooking as part of, your experience here at Portland Rescue Mission?
I more or less like to cook for other people, and I love it when I have people tell me that they love what I made.
Oh, yeah.
It just makes me feel good. Gives me, like I said, gives me the purpose. Redefines who I am.
Yeah.
And I just like making people happy.
Yeah. You have any specialties? Anything that's like a Marvin signature dish?
I did one that was chicken and rice.
Yeah. Chicken and rice? Yeah, sounds good. And so we serve, the guys in Connect prepare food for the Connect program, but also we serve about 1,000 meals a day out of this building. And so they're cooking for everyone who walks through our doors, the larger community of people who are struggling and may just need that breakfast or dinner to get them through the day. So when you're saying you cook, this is like big time cooking. This is not small batches. These are large batches. Marvin, what would you say to someone who might find themselves in a similar situation to where you were when you found the mission? Maybe they're feeling hopeless and alone. What would you say to encourage them based on what you know now?
Pretty much, to sum it up, pretty much come on down and join the family.
Come on down and join the family.
Yeah. They'll help you refocus like they did me.
Yeah.
Give you a purpose.
Yeah.
Or you'll find your own way.
When you think about your life 5 to 10 years from now, what do you hope will be true about it, looking back on this time and knowing you're moving forward? Any hopes and dreams for the next 10 years?
Well, I'm hoping, like I told some people here, I'm hoping to be discovered by a radio station, voiceover, anything
You got
like
a radio
that.
voice. I can hear
Thank
that.
you. I want to use it. Shelby here told me that I can actually put this on a resume to be an actual cook in a real kitchen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got to put myself through those and figure out if I can handle it.
Yeah.
If that works out, that'll be perfect.
Excellent. Well, I think it's great to hear your story and how you have gone from receiving help to now serving others. I think that's such an important part of how we do, how we flourish as humans is we don't just receive, we give.
True.
Are there other ways that you give back? Obviously, you're cooking.
Yeah. I'm pretty much a shoulder to lean on. Someone needs to talk. I'm open.
Yeah.
I like to help people.
Just be there for them.
Right.
And you're also a veteran, you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you connected with any of the other folks in our community who have served with the armed services, or how has that impacted your life at this point?
I don't know. Being ex-Navy, it pretty much taught me how to watch people. That's why the job I'm trying for now is security, because I know how to look out for trouble.
Yeah.
Like I said, I can guide anybody in any direction if they need to.
Yeah, good. And for folks who are watching at home and may have donated to Portland Rescue Mission in the past or might want to make a difference, anything you want to say for those who are maybe a bit more on the sidelines but want to be an encouragement?
Well, pretty much thank you and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. And you've been in Connect for 4 months now.
Yeah.
What's your plan looking forward as far as housing and your work situation?
I'm actually on a housing list, and I'm hoping to get that. And my mom gave me an idea to just not stay there for the whole forever.
Just sink some roots down.
So start there, save up, and get an actual bigger place.
Yeah.
Hoping for a small house.
Great, excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing the end of this story in a few years. Yeah. Well, so nice to meet you, Marvin. Thank you, Marvin, for your time. And yeah, so nice to meet you. I think we have April coming up on deck. So bless you. Thank you for being here, Marvin. All right, April Dinsmore, come on down. Yes, welcome. So glad to have you. I'm going to give you a hug.
So good to see you,
Thanks for being
Erin.
here. Good to see you too. Yeah. You made it. Okay, so for the folks watching at home, a few minutes ago they saw your story.
Okay.
But not everyone may have seen that. So I just want you to start by just share your story. You're someone who's been impacted by Portland Rescue Mission. Start from the beginning. Tell us a little bit more about
Start
you.
from the beginning.
Well, whatever makes sense at the beginning.
Yeah, so I battled addiction for close to 20, 25 years. And I think towards the end, I desperately needed and wanted help. I didn't necessarily know what to do or how to do it, and I really just could not stop, you know?
Yeah.
And so I one day found myself making a list of all these programs, right? Or detox and what's funny, I still have that list.
Wow,
I know, I do.
You're like, this is the day.
I know, right? So I would call one place and they, don't take my insurance or they were full or they have a wait list. And I just remember crossing off all these names, And at the bottom of the list was Shepherd's Store.
The very bottom.
The very bottom,
wow,
right? Save the best for last, right?
Right. And I'll just say Shepherd's Door is our long-term women's program that serves women for up to 12 months doing that deeper heart work around healing and addiction recovery support.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
okay. So you called Shepherd's Door, then what happened?
I did. And they do a very lengthy, phone interview. And I still remember Gabby's voice. She's no longer with us, but she was just a blessing while we had her.
She's still around.
Okay, exactly. And it was like I said it in my interview too, but I mean it so much. It was like the voice of an angel.
Wow.
And there was so much just compassion and understanding in her voice, no judgment or all of those things that, I really just had for so long and mainly against myself, right?
Right. We're our own harshest critics.
Yeah, absolutely. Just enslaved by my own personal prison, really. And she really just the first person I felt heard me.
Wow.
And heard my plea for help.
Yeah.
And so the phone interview went well, and she said, the next step, come in for an interview face to face. And I remember going in and having the conversation, interview, and I was like, when can I move in, right? I just, as soon as I walked through the doors, there was something that came over me that just told me, and it was probably the Holy Spirit, which I didn't realize at the time because I hadn't given my life to Jesus yet.
Yes.
But it was just like, I just knew.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah.
That this is where that this was where I was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And by the grace of God. And that has such a different meaning.
Yes.
Now,
right.
you know what?
Right.
When you
You're
know
like,
God
what that
and
means.
God is like a part of your life by the grace of God is just so powerful, right? And it is. And so they called me and they were like, we'd love for you to, come here, and I did, and I went in with I didn't care what anybody was going to ask me to do.
You were just ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready.
Was my response.
Yeah.
I was.
And that's so often what it takes,
yes.
right? Is just being willing.
Yes.
Like all cards on the table.
Yeah.
Nothing held back.
Absolutely. And I mean, in Shepherd's Door, be honest, like it is a robust program, right?
That's true. Right. You gotta be all in.
It is not for somebody who is not all in.
Yeah.
Right. And it is unfortunate because the program is going to work for anybody who works it and wants it.
Yeah.
And honestly, and in the little bit of time that I've been in recovery and know about various other programs in the even in Oregon.
Yeah.
You know what? Shepherd's Door stands alone.
Wow.
All alone on itself.
I love that. Thank you.
And their success rate, is without parallel, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm partial.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, we're really proud of it.
It is
extraordinary. Yeah.
And it really is because I think a lot of factors like the 12 months is a fairly substantial amount of time for you to really heal, get to those core challenges and trauma and all those things and really address it and be able to heal from that.
That's right.
90 days or 4 months, it's not enough time.
I agree.
And we don't know how to do it on our own.
Especially when you're unwinding 20 years of struggling.
Exactly.
That is a long road in, and so it has to be a long road out. When we talk about our transformation model, we talk about get help. That's you calling and someone, Gabby answering, and then stabilize, recover, and give back. Talk to me about stabilizing. What did that look like for you in our program?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like that's where it happened.
Yeah.
And how did that process of getting stable help you get ready for recovery?
Yeah. Good question.
Yeah.
So I was, I know a lot of women are like, please don't take my phone. There's just but I was like, take it away.
Yeah.
I was happy to be cut off from kind of the world per se, right?
Yeah.
I was ready to just shut that noise off in my head, if that makes sense, right?
That's a really good picture of it.
It's just that clatter, that never-ending clatter of just all those things, right? All the things we just got done talking about, addiction and trauma and abuse, all those things, and just be still, and be quiet, and I didn't really have much of an issue with it as maybe some other women have, but I was still able to talk to my children. Well, my children under 18, so that was a little challenging. Not maybe talking to my other two kids because they were adults.
And this is part of our stabilization phase. So when a woman enters the program, she has 30 days, 5 weeks of really just being, we call it stabilization. And it's really kind of a just focus on being here. Don't rekindle conversations with people outside the program. Just focus on getting settled here. And so those 5 weeks are often pretty intense because you're it's a sharp turn, a sharp corner. But there's opportunity in that you wouldn't have if you didn't really cut off all that outside noise like you described.
Yeah. And I think that when you are detoxing, right, and when you are when all of the intoxicants, right, that we've put into our bodies for so long, and they start to wear off, right? They start to go away. And they don't go away just once they're out of your system. That doesn't take them, excuse me. That doesn't stop everything, right? There's long, like, term effects,
Yep.
right? They
Yep.
call it PAWS,
Yep.
post-acute withdrawal
Yes,
syndrome,
yes,
that can
it's a
last up
real
to a
thing.
year.
It's a real
It
thing.
is.
And,
It
and
is.
people are still under the influence,
They
even though
are.
they're not
They
using.
are.
It's so, it
Yes.
feels so unfair to
Yes.
folks who might not understand. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're not through the woods
Yes.
yet. It takes a long
Yeah.
time.
It,
Yeah.
the non-stimulation part of that 5 weeks, right? The stabilization, right? You're not being overly stimulated
Yeah.
by other things, right?
Mhm.
Outside, influences or environmental factors, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like it's a decompressing
Yeah.
stage, right?
Yeah.
Where you're allowing your body to
Mhm.
physically start changing,
Mhm.
right? And altering
Mhm.
and healing.
Mhm.
And then
Yep.
just shutting off that mind and brain to work, right? In conjunction
Yes.
with your physical body.
Yes.
And it just it really is necessary.
Yes.
It's absolutely necessary.
Yeah. You can't make a step forward
Mm-mm.
when the world is in chaos.
Right.
Right. There's no place to step forward when everything is spinning around you.
Yes.
So we talked about get help. We talked about stabilize.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about recover. How
Yeah.
long now have you been clean? You're going
2.5
on
years.
2.5 years. Amazing. I mean,
Thank you.
and that's your longest clean time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just congratulations,
Thank you.
sincerely.
Thank you.
I'm very excited to talk about how you're giving back. But first, let's talk
Yes.
about recover.
Yeah.
What made it work this time for you? I mean, you'd wanted recovery in the past, is my understanding.
Jesus.
Oh, that's a good answer. Right. Talk about that.
We talk about character defects, right?
Yeah.
Right. We all have them,
Yes.
right? A lot of them for addicts are, self-absorption, self-centeredness, and mine centered a lot in pride and ego,
Oh.
right? I had been on my own for so long and taking care of, like, being a single mom for so
Yeah.
long that I was like, I don't need anybody. I don't want help. If you ask for help, you're weak. And didn't allow myself to be vulnerable or get close to people or have
Yeah.
relationships.
Yep.
And so I never could surrender, right? I've
Yep.
been to AA before, and like the second step
Yep.
is right.
Right.
Came to believe
Yep.
that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity.
Yeah.
I could never get past that because
Yeah.
I was like, I am.
I'm
right.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not God, but like
Right. I'm
I
enough.
can't
Yeah.
surrender to something outside of my control.
Wow.
I had to have control at all costs,
Wow.
right?
Wow.
And it was a detriment to
Yeah,
my life. I mean,
right.
I almost died.
It destroys us.
Right, it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah,
It
we're not
does.
made to be like that. But it's
Um,
so easy to fall into that.
It is. It is. And pride is, one of the,
Yeah.
sins.
Deadly
I mean,
sins,
it
yeah.
is.
Yeah, it is.
And, the acronym for ego is edging God out.
Oh, it's powerful.
Right?
That's good.
And I remind myself of that constantly. And that's what I did, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have a relationship with God. And so when I came to Shepherd's Door, and it was right in this March, right? So it was leading into Easter.
Easter, yeah.
Thank you. I'm like, I know it.
Yeah.
And I just started learning so much about who God was and Jesus and really understanding this depth of love
Yeah.
that he has for us.
Yes.
And really starting to conceptualize what the gravity of what Jesus did on the cross.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I still get emotional.
Yeah.
What the gravity of that meant. I knew, right? I always knew, like, oh yeah, he did that. But
Yeah.
like to finally understand, right?
Yeah.
That I was like truly forgiven.
Yeah.
And that what he did for me, well, for all of us, but I'm talking about me, right? Like, it was because he loved me.
Yes.
Like,
Life-changing.
What?
Life-changing.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
And it changed my life.
Yes. Praise God.
Changed my life.
It's a good
Like,
story.
he still is the center of my whole universe.
Amen.
May everything I do glorify him.
Amen.
Like truly. And I actually sent that in a group text to all my work associates
Yeah.
this morning.
Yes.
And what's in all the things that are happening today.
Yes, to his glory.
May God have his hands on us, and may we glorify him in everything that we do.
Amen.
Because I am nothing without him.
It's his story,
It
not our
is.
story.
It is.
Although I appreciate you sharing your story in this. I want to get to that give back part.
Yes.
Because you're giving back. You mentioned
Trying.
your coworkers. Tell us a little bit about how you are taking your story and what you've received to bless others.
Yeah. So I'm very fortunate. Like I was able to go back to school.
This
and
is after Shepherd's Door.
After I graduated Shepherd's Door, I took a job as a house manager for another nonprofit organization, helping women in running a stabilization house.
Exactly,
yes, right. But it allowed me to go back to school to pursue my degree in human services.
Good for you.
So I'll be 2 more terms. I will have associate's degree and I'll be a QMHA.
Woo!
Right?
Qualified mental health
associate. Yes.
And so you're already doing that. You're
I will,
already serving women in this other program.
Yes.
Which I'm just gonna say it's City Team. So she's working with women at City Team. How will this new phase with education and your enhanced certification further your work that you're doing to give back?
Yeah. So actually, for a while I was working for 2 nonprofits.
So, okay. Sorry.
It's okay. So my job with City Team is I am a program coordinator for their community of hope. It's a women's restorative housing residential program.
Great, excellent.
Yes.
Giving back what you've received.
Yes. And so I am there, basically I work where they live.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. There's a lot of the same type of model, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am using a lot of what I learned at Shepherd's Door.
That's awesome.
To help further my job, right?
Yes.
So it is, they're doing daily Bible studies and we're doing things as a community, and I'm able to use my lived experience, right? To help other women and walk in their journey.
Yeah.
Powerful. I heard it said so many times while I was at Shepherd's Door by staff and everybody, and I never quite understood what it meant until now. They always said that God will use your bad and for good, right? He'll take your
He redeems it.
And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, how can is he going to take everything bad like that I've done or that I've been through and like make that good, right? But now here I am working with women who are also survivors of domestic violence, right?
Yeah.
And I'm able to support them.
Been there.
God's
in it.
Exactly.
God can meet you there.
Exactly. So now I'm like, that's
beautiful.
what they meant.
Beauty for ashes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Dancing for mourning.
Yes.
That's really cool. So, I don't know who's watching us right now, but I'm sure there's someone out there who has a sister or a daughter or a cousin or a neighbor who might be in that place you were 3 years ago. And they don't know how to show that. They don't know how to love that person in their addiction.
Yeah.
What advice would you give someone who is walking alongside or, in the world of someone who is still entrenched in what's holding them back?
Yeah. So I think for advice for those that have loved ones would be as hard as it is sometimes to not cut those people out of our lives.
Right.
We can create healthy boundaries.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
We're not giving money to help feed addictions.
Right.
We're not, but people truly start like going downhill, and they say the opposite of addiction is connection.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
And the darkness really truly sets in for addicts in isolation.
Yes.
When they stop having people and connections with people, especially the people they love.
Yes, right.
You know? So we so often want to, separate ourselves from people we love that are facing addiction because it's painful.
Right,
It
right,
is.
right.
And I'm not, I'm not saying to subject yourself
Right.
to anything that you don't.
Right.
However, we still have to be able to love from afar.
That's right.
And detach with love.
Yes, that's right.
You know?
Well, it's like you said about healthy boundaries. It's find the way that person can be in your world.
Yes.
That's healthy for you and healthy for them. So it's
Right.
not maybe doing what they want you to do.
Exactly.
But saying, join me in this way.
Yes.
Come
Yes.
with me to church or
Yes.
come to our family thing.
Yeah.
And, you're welcome for if you're able to come and be this way, we would love to have
Right.
you versus, just don't slam the door in their face.
Or just telling them what you can provide for them.
Yes.
And if they want it and take up, then
Yeah.
that's great. But if not, then
Right.
they're left to make that decision. But they come
Right.
to my house on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'll cook you breakfast,
I
and
love
you
that.
can take a shower.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then you have to leave.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Exactly.
it's just it's really just continuing to let that person know that you still
Yeah.
love them.
Yes.
You know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and that still gives them a little bit of glimmer of hope, and knowing that in the event that they do make that decision to finally get help,
Yeah.
they're gonna know you're gonna be in their corner.
Yes.
And they are gonna know that you believe in them.
That's right. And you'll still be a part of their healthy community on the other
Exactly.
side. Because a lot of folks, when they do hit rock bottom, the only community they have is harmful community, right? Like people
Absolutely.
who would take advantage of them.
Yeah.
So one more question for you.
Yeah.
Thinking about where you were
Yeah.
as that person
Yeah.
3 years ago. So we talked about their family members, their loved ones. But if you're talking to someone who themselves is realizing that they need help,
Yeah.
what would you say to that woman or that man who doesn't know how to take the first step?
Yeah. Yeah. So I just first want to say that you are loved and you are wanted and needed in this world, that God has a bigger plan for you than you can even imagine.
Yes.
And furthermore, you know, there are plenty of times that you can even just walk into a DHS office or a church
Yeah.
anywhere and just say, I need help.
Yes.
And somebody will point you in some direction, and then maybe that might not be the right place, but they can point you in another direction. And
Yes.
sometimes it takes legwork, sometimes it takes time.
Mhm.
But there are options, and
That's
there
right.
are people that want to help you. Pick up a phone, call 211. You
Yeah.
know, all of those things. You know, walk into any
Yeah.
of these various
Yep.
day centers.
Yep.
Or, you know, there's Rosehaven.
Yeah.
There's, you know, all of the different places that will be able to give you some resources.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
or even call me.
Yeah. It's powerful. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story.
Yes.
You know, you really have lived out the transformation model. I mean, you're a different person.
Thank you.
Than you were 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
Praise God. And I'll just say for those watching, if you or someone in your life is struggling and is at the place where they're ready to get help, April just mentioned a number of different places you can look into, but you can also go to portlandrescuemission.org. There's a button at the top that says, I need help. And click on that for yourself or for a loved one, and that gives you more information about the programs that we provide, because no one has to be alone.
Yeah.
No one has to be alone. There are
Absolutely.
folks that want to come alongside you. So,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you so much
You're
for
so
being
welcome,
here.
Erin.
Love
It
you.
was
Thank
such
you
a
for coming
pleasure
back.
to see you. Oh.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you, April.
yeah.
All right, and if you did not see her video before, I think it's on our YouTube channel that you can go and watch April's video on YouTube. And we're going to take a little break here, so stay tuned. We'll be back. I'm not sure who we're coming back with, but we'll be back soon. Talk to you in a few minutes.
My official title is Referral Relations Specialist. In my job, I get to work with a participant, a woman who is probably still using. We get them through the door, we get them in their room and stable, and help them remove shame and guilt from whatever they're broken from. I have a big heart for the broken because I can relate to how they're feeling. I was that person once. For somebody who doesn't understand addiction, it can absolutely happen to anyone. I had no idea that it could happen to me. And I went through my addiction, or my early addiction, feeling that way. Still, like it's not gonna happen to me while I'm already addicted. The feeling, the consumption that it takes over your entire body and your entire mind is almost indescribable. I wasn't getting out of bed unless I had my fix. I lost my job in finance, I lost my home, I lost my marriage. Recovery and Jesus go really well together, but you have to want both of them. My relationship with the Lord has not only kept me sober, but it's also made me this person who can listen and have compassion. It's such a gift to have a career that fuels you and that you know you're doing what God intended you to do, and you're doing it with the backing of an organization that aligns with where your heart is at. Feel like I'm here with a family, and we all have this greater commission that we're all working toward, and find people who are broken and help them remove shame and guilt from whatever they're broken from, and then bring them into a place like Shepherd's Door where they can start to heal from all of that without guilt and without shame. And it is like true life change and true heart change, and to get a front row seat to that is amazing.
Okay, we are back. I'm here with my friend Brian. Brian is on staff with Portland Rescue Mission, but I'm very excited. He is going to share a little bit of his story because your relationship with PRM didn't just start as a staff member. Can you share how you ended up at Portland Rescue Mission?
Yeah, I started off actually experiencing homelessness myself, and went to the harbor and ended up graduating that program back in 2019, and then started doing overnight work in the program called Service that the harbor has. Did that for about 7 months, and then Tim Desper asked if I'd be interested in possibly working here at Burnside, and I was really interested in that. In fact, I had talked to my growth leader over at the harbor and asked previously in my program with him, hey, do you think it's ever a possibility of that? And he encouraged me that part of working at Burnside is loving God, loving people. And if I can do that, then there's a good possibility at that. And the opportunity arose, and I'm really glad to be here.
Now you're on staff with us. That's
Yeah.
great. Well, let's backtrack a little bit. Tell me about how your life fell into a place where you needed help. What was going on that led you to need services at Portland Rescue Mission?
Yeah, I had a lot of hurt in my life that I was kind of unaware of, honestly. On the outside looking in, I was a person, grew up middle class, and but then you dig a little deeper. My parents divorced when I was young. I had anger from that I hadn't addressed. Growing up with health conditions like epilepsy, I'd been made fun of a lot, so I needed to process some of that stuff. Eventually, it just became too much, and I didn't know where else to turn except for drugs. And so I got into using meth, heroin, and other hard drugs that just eventually led me down a really dark path.
Yeah, and you ended up down here in Old Town.
Yeah.
What was it like being on the street here in Old Town?
The night is, I think, the hardest part about being homeless. You talk about isolation a lot in our community, but night is a different level of isolation. Places are closed. Restaurants don't let you in to use the restroom right before they close. Meals aren't available. You have to find your way to a safe environment, and that's part of what Burnside offers.
Yeah. So what did you come to our Burnside shelter for the first time? The first time you walked in those doors, what were you coming in for?
First time, I really needed a place to sleep. Unfortunately, at the time, we required TB cards, and so
it used to be a requirement of the county that people had to get TB tested before they could stay in any congregate shelter. That's no longer the case, but it was the law. So we had to have people go across the street, get TB tested, and if they weren't tested, we couldn't accommodate them in shelter till they had gotten that done. So so you came in without a TB card.
So without
it's been
a
a few
TB
years
card.
ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, the first time I wasn't able to be accommodated, but I came back like the staff had instructed for a hot meal that next morning. Got to have some coffee, got to feel humanized again, and that was a great feeling.
Where did you sleep when you were outside?
I would find anywhere in the bushes that I could. I made my way actually out of Portland for most of my sleeping, though, and made it out to the west side, closer to where my family would be. And I found a pretty secluded spot. But it's sleeping outside, so there's never seclusion.
Yeah.
Eventually the police come by and clear the area, no matter where you are, how safe you think you are. And I ended up at my lowest point sleeping in a bathroom at the Tualatin Commons.
Wow.
So, and I thought that it was great because it was raining that day, that night. And I was like, at least I'm out of that. But at the end of the day, you're not sheltered.
Yeah.
You have no stability.
Yeah. Sleeping in a public bathroom.
Yeah. So it was really rough.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. So what made you decide to make the step into getting more help other than just getting shelter from us, getting meals from us? Why did you choose to make a further step into programs?
Yeah. I realized my life was going downhill and going downhill fast, and I really wanted a better life. I knew that from growing up in the church that this isn't what God intended for me. This pain, this suffering, it was all self-inflicted, even though I was trying to find everyone else to blame.
Yeah.
So I knew that taking that next step, going to the harbor and really putting in the work that it took was what that next best thing for me was going to be.
And I don't remember, I remember you at the harbor, but did you ever leave and come back, or did you pretty much stick it out?
Yeah.
And let me say, the harbor is our long-term men's recovery program, similar to what you heard April talk about with Shepherd's Door. Same program design. Shepherd's Door has women and women with children. The harbor is men only. So yeah, okay. So you did you stick it out?
I actually did leave once. I was there for the discovery phase, which is
That's the first 5 weeks.
Right. And then I think I made it all of about 2 days in the first phase, and realized, yeah, this isn't what I want. But little did I know. I made it back out to the streets for about 90 days and was using pretty heavily. Started to stay with some friends, so I wasn't outside anymore. But it took about 9 full months of using again, and
wow. So 9 months between when you left the harbor and when you came back.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I thought you were saying 90 days. That's a lot. Yeah. Okay. 9
Yeah.
months.
So 90 days of being back outside, but an additional 6 months of using and just not doing what I should have been.
Yeah.
So.
But what made the second time worth sticking around for?
I knew what community looked like from being at the harbor the first time, and I remembered how welcoming that environment was. I really felt seen there, and I missed that.
Yeah.
You don't get that with the people that are your supposed friends out on the streets.
Yeah.
They have their intentions, their best intentions in mind, not yours. I really wanted to have that community, that support, the church back in my life. And I had given that up all for some meth.
Yeah.
So it just wasn't worth it.
Yeah. When we talk about and it worked for you that time. I mean, you recognized you wanted something different. You really wanted something different. We talk about our transformation model: get help, stabilize, recover, and then give back.
Yeah.
You give back. Tell me a little bit about what it's like serving here at Portland Rescue Mission on staff when you've been through all the layers of our services and programs.
Yeah, I think it's neat because I got to start off on night team, which was really where my heart was at initially.
And this is the team that serves overnight because we're open 24/7. So this group, they're hardcore. All of our staff are hardcore, but they're extra hardcore because you guys are up all night and you're answering the door, letting people in, serving people in the wee hours. I just think it's a really special part of our ministry. So that was your heart. You wanted to be there overnight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I really wanted to serve on the night team. And that was where my heart and passion was, because like I had said earlier to you, I feel as though the night is the toughest time to be experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
If there's an easy time to experience it, but
right. It's true, though.
The nighttime is definitely the most isolated, unless you have places like this that have the doors open.
Yeah.
And so being able to welcome somebody in to use the restroom, get some hygiene, pray with the person, that ministry that we offer in the evening is a very special thing.
That's right. It really is. And you do that now, kind of that swing shift.
Yeah.
Do you work with any volunteers in your work?
I work with many volunteers here.
Tell me something about working with volunteers and how they impact our work.
Volunteers are so crucial to our ministry. Without them, Burnside Shelter and any of our offices wouldn't operate the same. We depend on them so much for serving meals here down at Burnside, helping out in the guest relations. They're just a special part of our ministry, and it's neat to be able to get to know each volunteer that I get to serve with, hear why they came here, and their heart for ministry.
Last question for you. Your life is really different now.
Yes.
Tell us about some of the good things that are happening in your life these days.
Yeah. Back in 2023, I got married.
Woo!
And yeah, we're happy that we've actually added a newborn into the picture.
Yay!
We have
Ryan just became a dad, like
6
months,
4 months.
4 months. Okay.
We have
4
a
months.
4-month-old daughter named Jordan. She is just brought so much joy into our lives, and we can't imagine life without her. It's really added a lot of joy to my parents' life as well, being grandparents. And just neat seeing the restoration that has come from when I graduated with my family. That relationship dynamic, because it was so broken, and now I can't imagine not seeing my parents at least a couple times a month.
I love it.
Spending time with them on the holidays. It's been really neat.
You got your life back.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Amen.
All right. Well, we are going to wrap for a minute here, and when we come back, we will have a couple of members of our community who are donors who are coming to chat with us on the bench. So stay tuned. Thank you, Brian.
Of course. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank
Appreciate
you so
that.
much. And we've met because they're supporters of Portland Rescue Mission, but you walked by. You walked your dog over to say hi to me on the bench. I'm so glad you did. And I think what's special about your story is you have a couple connections to homelessness and addiction.
Yeah.
Can you talk first of all about what it's like being part of this neighborhood and what some of your hopes would be for your neighbors who might be on the street?
Okay, thank you, Erin. We would like for those neighbors to have the same kind of opportunities that we do, and I don't know how that's even possible until we start doing something. And I don't know what that something is, but maybe you can help us out as we talk more today.
Yeah. How long have you all lived in the neighborhood?
11 years.
11 years. So you've seen some things change in that 11 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it that motivated you to get involved with Portland Rescue Mission? Because you've been connected to us in the neighborhood, but also as donors for a while. What motivated you to start giving?
George and our grandson came over here for a volunteer opportunity. We talked with Holly Hummel.
Oh, yeah.
And then Holly became a member of our clean team.
Okay.
And
Great.
she walked the Pearl with us, cleaning out
Love it.
streets.
Yep.
So that's our connection.
So you're not only living here, you're going out and sweeping the streets and picking up after the community and helping keep the neighborhood clean.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're neighbors, but also, George, you're also an academic, and you've done some research around the issues that impact folks on the streets. Can you talk a little bit about what your background is with that and what you've been working on?
Sure. I was trained as a housing economist, and I've spent my career trying to understand all sorts of housing-related issues, problems of housing unaffordability, problems of homelessness, what happens when different kinds of facilities for disadvantaged people are put into a neighborhood. How does the neighborhood respond?
Housing economist.
Yes.
Yes, it's great.
And so all of the issues surrounding the Pearl District and homelessness are up my alley, as it were. Pardon that pun.
You moved into your lab.
Something like that. Something like that. That's a good way to put it. And so I've had studies recently that have tried to understand whether homelessness can be approached with a single-minded strategy, which in many circles has been labeled housing first.
Right.
So that there's a strain of thought saying that if you simply give needy people, whether they have mental illness or addiction issues or whatever their issues are, if you simply stabilize them with housing and hopefully provide some wraparound services, that's the quickest way that they can get back on their feet and become productive citizens. And there's some evidence that can be successful, again, with the appropriate wraparound services. But there's also evidence that I've found that other strategies, such as the one that the Rescue Mission employs, which is not just housing, it's starting with lots of other things first, is equally successful for other people.
That's
and
right.
So what my conclusion is that we need to let 1,000 flowers bloom in terms of different kinds of solutions offered in the world so that different folks with different needs at different points in their lives can find what's appropriate for them.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think a lot of Multnomah County lately has been myopically focused on the housing first strategy to the detriment of other strategies such as what you're pursuing and other nonprofits are pursuing.
Yeah.
And that's not served our community well.
Well, right before you, we've had two different graduates share their stories. And neither of them said they needed an apartment. I would say there is a very important purpose for accessible housing. There are certainly people who really need that. They're at risk of losing their housing and they're homeless and they're housing ready.
Absolutely.
But I think oftentimes the visuals that people see of homelessness aren't necessarily people who are housing ready. They're folks who need different services to be able to thrive. So what kind of services would you like to see our community invest more in to help provide more of those 1,000 flowers?
Yeah. Well, clearly we need more capacity of organizations that can provide addiction treatment counseling, mental health services, whether it be in an institutional setting or a much more family-oriented setting like what you do. We know there's lots of folks, however, that aren't ready for those kinds of treatments. They're not ready to step up and take the hard choices it takes to get rid of those addictions. And so they need other kinds of low barrier shelter opportunities and activities to do during the day so that they can have some kind of semblance of a reasonable life. And so there's just so many different things that the community needs because homelessness is not a one-size-fit-all
Right.
cause, and
Right.
it can't be a one-size-fits-all solution either.
That is a theme we've been hearing today, unplanned, but with all the different conversations we've had with folks, is just the idea it's person by person,
Yeah.
which means it's a lot harder to solve it because
yes.
there's not a one Band-Aid you can put on it to fix things.
Yeah.
But I think it also invites people into it more, right? It's like this takes all of us in ways that we can
True.
be stretched and grow, and as a community we can figure this out by doing more together in ways that I think if there was just one solution, it's like, that it's there and gone. So I guess my question would be for someone who cares about the issue, they're seeing people struggling, and they want to know, just an average Joe, maybe not an academic who has the deeper insight, they want to know, how can I make a difference in my community? What would you recommend? You've found your ways to get involved. What would you recommend to folks who might want to make a difference?
Have some thoughts about that?
I think we see every opportunity as that, an opportunity, and talking about it with our neighbors who are not aware of what we do, like Clean Team or supporting you, they just don't know. But we did hear from our neighbor who said, I'm going to start giving to the mission.
Oh, thank
so
you.
we'll see if that pans out.
Yeah.
I think it's just getting people aware.
Yeah.
That's the first start. That's
Yeah.
our first step
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add to that, George?
Just think that lots of folks would volunteer if they knew what specific kinds of opportunities were available.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people have the notion that, well, the only volunteer opportunity I would have in the realm of homelessness is I can serve meals
Right.
at some shelter.
Right.
Well, you know that there's a
There's
lot more things
There's
that
a
can
lot
be
more.
done. It's
Yeah.
not a full-time volunteer necessarily, but just a volunteer opportunity. So perhaps if you and others could offer a better way to access these volunteer
Different ways to
activities,
give
there
back.
might be more response from folks
Yeah,
who
I think
it's-
that's great.
There's a very narrow perspective how to volunteer,
Yeah.
which I don't think there is.
Well,
There's
and-
lots of different ways to volunteer.
And not everyone is comfortable coming downtown. They may
Sure.
not want to be down here. But what I like to remind folks of is that even if you're not in downtown Portland, you can research the resources that are available so you can be an informed voice when someone needs help in your arena. So that could be go to Portland Rescue Mission's website, check out different services in the county, and really just maybe take some notes and say, here's who serves meals, here's who gives shelter, so that you can be ready to respond when someone comes with you to need. And then I always say, make some care kits, a pair of socks, a water bottle, and have an insert in there to say, get help at Portland Rescue Mission. They're open 24/7 because we're not all equipped to help someone who might walk up to us in a parking lot. But guess what? That's why we're open 24/7, because we're equipped to do that, and we want to help those folks in that time of need. Okay, I'm getting the wrap-up cue, but I want to know, tell me the name of your doggie.
This is Misa,
Misa.
M-I-S-A.
Hi, Misa. Such a good doggie. She is. Do you have anything to add? No, nothing to
If
add.
you had food, she would definitely add that to the
Oh,
menu.
I'm so glad you came down. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're glad you're our neighbors. Thanks for coming. Okay, we'll see you. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for your good work and being good neighbors.
I was stressed out with work and I didn't know how to handle that emotionally. My coping mechanism was turning to drinking. My girlfriend at the time decided to cut all ties with me. Said she couldn't do it any longer. Thinking my son was being taken away from me. It was the hardest thing in my life. Took me to that hotel room where, I just wanted to drink as much as I could and chase it with a bottle of pills. I was in a bunch of emotional pain and just trying to kind of end it all. Didn't want to continue anymore. By the grace of God, my parents were calling around the police to try to, a welfare check kind of thing, to try to come find me. He finds me, picks me up at my hotel room, and I was like, well, I don't have any insurance, so I can't go to a treatment center. There's no way I can go back to treatment. I didn't know what the harbor was at all. To just hear you don't need any money to come here, and we want you here, and you're welcome and wanted. For me, it was a miracle. Everyone was very open and honest and just wanting to reach out. Some people say the opposite of addiction is connection, and I truly believe that. Started to see more of a future. I started to gain more hope daily. It's connection to God and Jesus. It's also connection to others that God puts in front of us. It's a major thing to be vulnerable and just go through stages of life with these guys where we're all a bunch of broken people to a bunch of people in victory. We all look at the solution of God's grace instead of the shame and guilt that we used to put ourselves in and the agony that we used to put ourselves in. with that, what am I to be afraid of? Since I graduated, I got married 2 months ago. My son is back in my life. He is proud of me. I started working in the recovery field, got a recent promotion, and it's amazing to go into work every day and just have a purpose and know that I'm going to help others. It's crazy to think that I wanted to end my life back in the day, and now every day gets better and better.
Okay, we are back, and I am here with my friend Eric Wynn, who, well, Eric, I'm going to let you tell your story a bit. Well, for folks who've been watching, you just watched Eric's video, but maybe not everyone got to tune in for that whole thing. So tell us a little bit about your background and how you got connected to Portland Rescue Mission.
Yeah, so in 2021, I was going through a very low point in my life, following a divorce and some just real-world applications they hit me. And so I was really struggling and found myself kind of suicidal and just wanting to end it all in a hotel room. Addicted, homeless, and by the grace of God, they did a welfare check on me and reconnected with a friend that works at the Harbor.
Wow.
I'd never even heard about the Harbor before.
And the Harbor is, again, our men's program. That's a long-term program on the east side of Portland.
Yep.
Yeah.
So found out about the Harbor, and by the grace of God, got connected with the Harbor and completely changed my trajectory in life. Installed a new hope, a new purpose and plan in my life. Found God again, and He really just rescued me throughout that whole time.
Amazing. Yeah, so you shared that you kind of hit rock bottom. What do you think contributed to you getting to that place where you were kind of really, you mentioned you'd gone through divorce, but what was going on in your life that you ended up alone?
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I was adopted. So I always struggled with feeling as less than, or just not wanted, or not loved, or not seen, I guess. And then I kind of took that with me, even though my adoptive parents gave me a great childhood growing up and everything. But it still sat with me. And when I got into college and things, I was still trying to figure out that identity of who I was. Joined a fraternity back then, which was not, looking back, wasn't the greatest thing to do, but it took me on a path of drinking heavily and just trying to numb those emotions. And fast forwarding to when I became an adult, I did a Ancestry.com kind of check to figure out who my birth parents were. Through Ancestry.com, I actually found out both my parents died of heroin overdose.
Oh, Eric, I'm so sorry.
So it set me down this new loop of grieving, even though I never met him in my life.
Yes.
Like, it was kind of like when you're adopted, you always have these thoughts of like, oh, I bet my parents are doctors or dentists or like they're successful.
Yeah. And now this is like another trauma on top of what you were already processing through.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry.
So yeah, it took me, kind of spiraled me and set me down this. My parents were also the least of these, and I felt like the least of these, and set me down this other path. I went through a divorce around the same time, and I had my best friend commit suicide. So all within a couple of months, I just kind of felt hopeless.
Like the bottom fell out.
And so that reached that bottom.
And you said you had a friend who was at Portland Rescue Mission. Yeah. Were you pretty much gung-ho when you walked through the doors? What was it like deciding to choose a program and trying to get your life turned around?
I was not gung-ho at all. I came in. I was kind of already like struggling with my addiction. I had done it for a couple years, a couple treatment centers and sober living and whatnot. And I was in a sober living house, and I was like, oh, I'll do the 5 weeks. I'll get right back to it. I'll be fine after this. After the 5 weeks, I just felt God tugging on my heart. So during the 5 weeks, a verse popped up 8 times throughout that 5 weeks, and it's Ephesians 1:5, which is He predestined us for adoption into sonship through Jesus Christ, and it brought Him great pleasure. And so now I look at that verse, and it's my life verse, and I go, my worldly adoption pales in comparison to my heavenly adoption. I'm adopted by the Heavenly Father, King of the universe, and forget all the rest. So, and then just took on this new identity and this new identity in Christ, along with like shedding all those false beliefs of not being good enough, and adopted by the Heavenly Father. So,
praise God. Yeah. So it sounds like there was a real difference in the program you encountered at the Harbor versus some of the other programs you'd been a part of. Now you are really involved with giving back. Talk to me about what you do now. Yeah. I know this answer, but tell the people what you do now and how you contribute on the other side of that story.
Yeah, so God brought me out of that pit of despair. We had a preacher come in last week actually and talk about how when you fall into that pit, it's probably God replanting you. It's not actually in a pit.
Ooh, you're down in the seed trench.
Exactly.
What would that be called? Yeah.
So I feel like I was replanted by God, and I needed to. He gave me a purpose and a plan behind all of this, and looking back, I could see Him lining things up where now it's my call and my duty to just give back to others and help others walk alongside them, meet them where they're at and walk alongside them at the basic and sustain.
That sounds like a familiar call. And how do you do that at the mission? Because now Eric is on staff with us maybe 3 years now?
No, it's only been a year and a half.
Oh,
so.
it's only been a year. But he does great work. It's that good. It seems like he's been here 3 years. For the last year you've been on staff with us. Tell us a little bit about your role.
So I'm a life skills manager at the Harbor. So I really help people out with getting resumes, finding housing, finding jobs, doing interview skills. I always say life skill number one is just showing up. So showing up for yourself, showing up for your family, showing up for your recovery, just showing up in general. I also create vocations at the Harbor, we have vocations, so kind of place guys into roles that they can find a purpose and find that joy in working under the Lord again. So.
Yes. So tell me a little bit about how life skills make a difference in a man's long-term recovery or woman's long-term recovery.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're definitely ingrained into our purpose on life. We're always looking for purpose, right?
Yeah.
And I think as men, there are a lot of men are looking for purpose through work and meaningful work. Some of our relapse scenarios that we talk about with our men in the program are like, if I find a dead-end job that's not fulfilling me, I'm not going to be successful in my recovery.
That's right.
So it's really taking their strengths of who God created them to be and trying to fine-tune that into, hey, I can see you do this in the future. Or,
Sense of calling.
It's a calling. Yeah. It's who God created them to be. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I think we talk about the 3 legs of the stool when it comes to our program, and when people think about a program like ours, they think about addiction recovery, and that's a part of it. That's one leg of the stool.
Yep.
But we also have life skills.
Yep.
Because some people, they're coming in with a real deficit, and they need to be built up in that area. And the third is community life, and that's relationships with God and others. So we have our chaplaincy, and we have our fun living sober kind of activities that happen with that. So those 3 legs really do make a huge difference in a man being able to sustain, or a woman being able to sustain the recovery for the long haul. Recently, you started a new class at the Harbor. You call it experiential learning. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Talk about that. What have you guys been doing, and why did you make this class?
So we discovered since the time I've been there as an employee that, men want to give back somewhat. They want to be of service when they come into the program. But some of them took it like, hey, this is free labor. This is, like, what am I really doing here? I'm cleaning bathrooms. I'm not finding purpose. I'm not really learning tools of life.
Yeah.
And so I got my whole team together and I said, hey, let's sit down and like just here's a blank slate and let's figure out what we can do to pour into these guys' lives and teach them real tools that they could use.
Yeah.
So since then we've done oil changes. We've taught them how to do woodworking. We built a bench actually.
Yes.
That sits outside the Harbor right now.
I love
it. Next week we're building cornhole boards because we play a lot of cornhole and have fun in our recovery at the Harbor.
Amazing.
And then we have an electrician coming in. We have a guy talking about budgeting coming in. So you're really just pouring into the guys and saying, hey, these are real things that I could use.
You made lasagna too, right?
We made lasagna.
Right.
We actually had one of our alumni that was a Transform Life in general. Like I saw him come in and man, he was a Transform Life, but he had a culinary background. And so we said, hey, you're far in the program. Can you teach the newer guys how to make a lasagna? And
do it.
They ate it that night and it was terrific.
Amazing.
So.
Well, and those are the little things that are the building blocks of a new life, right? Talk about your own spiritual journey and how God has worked in your life over these last few years. And you mentioned that life verse about being adopted by Him. What does that look like in how you live your life now?
Yeah. So I live life that God is my King and that my identity is in Christ.
Yeah.
And everything I do is a worship to Him. It's not work. I come and I worship throughout the day. Outside of the Harbor, I just started 2 recovery groups at my church.
Oh, awesome.
So I'm doing a Life Healing Choices group, which is a Celebrate Recovery group at both my churches. I also run a small group at my church, so I'm pretty heavily involved there. And really, like, I tell all the guys when they first come in the program, like, the Harbor's great, and you find community, and you find all this love around you, but really you need to find community outside the Harbor as well.
That's right. So key.
As you're transferring out of the program, you need to make sure you have a strong community. You need to have a strong church, a strong recovery group. So
that's one of the big principles we try to really emphasize for a successful transition for someone out of our programs is it's not enough to have a great time at the harbor.
Yep.
It's not enough to make great friends at the harbor or to have a great counselor. You need to have those people outside the harbor, because we can graduate people, but if their entire support network is a place that they're leaving, that's just basically setting them up to fail. We want them to be well established in a larger community before they leave, so that they're walking into the open arms of people who are going to walk alongside them for the long haul.
Yeah. And with that, we just restarted our alumni program too.
Yes, talk about that.
So now we just received an alumni house that some of our alumni are moving into, which is great. To support them, for those guys that need some extra support.
Yeah, kind of transitional housing. So they're not in the program anymore, they've graduated, but they can stay in community with each other and live in this supportive environment where they're encouraging each other with their sobriety and in their walk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have monthly meetings, and we just kicked it off again, but we're getting our heads together to get fun events together that we can go do.
That's
Maybe
awesome.
go to some worship concerts, go to things like that.
Yeah.
So.
If someone wanted to help men at the harbor, maybe they, have time or resources to give, what would you suggest that they do?
Stop on by and talk to us.
All right.
We love to talk to
You
people.
heard it here. Come see Eric.
Come
That's
see
great.
me. We're always looking for volunteers. It doesn't matter your skill set.
Yeah.
All we need is a heart of service. If you feel like God is calling you to pour into others and to help out with others, we can find a spot for you somewhere. So.
I love that. Awesome. Well, you can't end better than that. I mean, thank you for that encouraging word. Eric, thanks for sharing your story.
Yeah.
We love having Eric on staff. I cannot tell you what a blessing he is to our community. So thank you for that, all the ways you serve. And thanks for being so open and sharing today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay, thanks.
I appreciate it.
I think we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back.
Every individual who comes through our door is welcome here at the Portland Rescue Mission. No matter what your perspective on the world is, we want to welcome you in here. Whether it's just to come in for our daily meals, overnight shelter, or to engage with us all the way up to the point of transitional shelter and community-focused programming.
Myself out of 3 of my best friends home and 2 jobs. I'm famous for, I got this, I don't need help. One point, I slept for a week under the 3rd juniper bush from the end of the parking lot. And my people who worked for me all those years, they knew I was out there. And one of the girls would bring me a coffee and somebody would bring me a croissant. And it was just like, they were enabling me. I would go and drink myself into oblivion. Literally, I'd lost 6 weeks of my life. I have no clue as to where I was, what I'd done. I just knew I was dirty. I needed help. I went up to the mission. And they asked me, what do you need? What do you need, James? I just need, could I use the restroom initially? And then it became, I don't have a place to sleep. Well, come on in, let's get you set up. And that night, I was on a mat in the chapel. I just felt like, wow, this is great. I'm warm, I'm fed, and these people want to hear my story, and they want to, hey, how else can they help? And that was the neat thing. The warmth that flowed out of everybody here just wants good things for the city, wants people to have a chance. They want to give you all the tools you need to be a success, okay? You might not be like a shining star, but you're gonna have tools that will help you in this world. And that's the gift I've been given here of late.
All right, we are back. I'm here with my friend James Free.
Hello, miss.
James and I have a long history together, but we're going to talk about that later. First of all, you just saw James' story, and I think, your journey is such a great example of how people can be in a tough place and come through to on the other side, and really just see a changed life. So would you start? I know some people have seen your story, but if people missed it in the feed, give us kind of the short version of your background and what led you to getting involved at Portland Rescue Mission.
Well, let's see. After 40 years in the grocery business, I drank myself out of 2 jobs in 1 week in 4 of my best friends' homes. Ended up in Beaverton at rehab. After finishing up there, they dropped me off downtown here. And let's see. I couldn't get on the mat lottery the first night I was here, so I slept actually around the corner on Cooch in a hallway.
Oh, you did? Just a
in a
block up from
doorway.
here.
And it was an eye-opener. Never done that before in my life. And when I was up in Seattle and Everett for my grocery business here all those years, I did spend a bunch of nights outside. Lived under a juniper bush for about 3 weeks one time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, and it's nothing. Nobody to blame but myself. I mean, I put myself in that place, and I just, it was amazing to me because I had so many people willing to help me, and I didn't scorn them or I didn't just push them away, but I would do anything just for my own. I mean, I wasn't doing anything that I could have done to make myself better and take advantage of these people trying to help me. They're my friends. Now I'm not allowed in my buddy's house in Virginia because I screwed that up so badly.
Yeah.
But I ended up here, and after I was here I was here almost a year. I was running, actually, when I got here initially, I went to work right away in the dining room, in the kitchen, working anything I could do to help because I was so used to working and out of my homeless times, I wasn't working out, and that's a big part of my life. I was always, the hardest worker. I was always, the go-to guy, and suddenly I wasn't. And then, so I said, heck, can you work? I'm like, sure, and I went and I did all this kind of stuff. Then and they found out about my grocery experience, said, hey, can you fix our warehouse for us? I said,
yes.
Oh, you betcha.
James got famous in the warehouse downstairs.
But, I mean, and so when I was in the grocery business all those years, I was a produce manager for 30 years. All I did was feed the masses. So suddenly I'm here at the mission, and I'm not just feeding the masses anymore. I'm putting hope and joy in their hope in their hearts and joy in their souls, and they're happy because just because they get a pair of shoes or they get they're warm, they're fed, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. In the grocery business, I never saw acts of kindness in my life. I just have to watch the Hallmark Channel for that, and it sucks.
It's real, man. It's real. So you started off coming in for a shelter mat. Then you joined our Connect program, which is a transition program. You heard earlier, we had Marvin on the bench, and he was here talking about being in Connect. And that's really kind of it's up to 6 months, up to a year, where you're just really focused on bridging into the next thing.
Yep.
But you ended up joining the Harbor.
Yes.
So talk about that transition. I know you had unique circumstances going to the Harbor. But, that was a pretty big change. First, you were just here for Connect. Then you ended up going to New Life. What was that process like, and what were you experiencing differently in those programs?
Well, when I left here on wheels and rolled in over there on
James
wheels.
James broke his leg badly. So
exploded.
he had to convalesce and heal. Ended up at the Harbor during
that
time.
Well, and it's because it's ADA. And after 2 weeks in the hospital and 4 weeks in an old folks home, they shipped me out there. And I was like, well, okay, I'm just here to rehab my leg. And that's what I figured. So I spent 3 months in a wheelchair.
I don't need a program. I just need a place to rehab.
Exactly. That's all I thought it was. And I was like, okay, I'm okay with this. But then all of a sudden they start, hey, you need to start doing this tool work, and you need to start doing this. And by the way, you're going to services today, and you're going to do this. I'm like, okay, this is all new to me. Mm-hmm. But at some point, something triggered in me, and oh my God, I mean, last year I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, and I got baptized, and I was like, holy cow! Now, my life, I get to see acts of kindness all around me. I know the God's around me all the time, and I'm like, holy cow! And where has this been my whole life? I mean, it was a rude awakening because I was 58 years old, but then now it's been just a great awakening because now I get to see it every day, and I get to be a part of it.
You experienced grace.
Yes, and now I get to share grace,
and
I've learned. Oh, and the whole program, Portland Rescue Mission. I mean, these people, this is what they've chosen to do with their lives. They want to be kind, caring, and tolerant, and they want to help you. It was easy for me to admit that I was powerless to alcohol than it was to accept that I've been forgiven.
Yes,
and
wow.
So, like, out of the blue, it triggered, and I'm like, holy cow, this is a thing, and this is so. You got coffee coming.
Thank you.
Lucky.
It's just water, but.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, out of the blue, I'm like, this is, a very real, a very amazing thing, and. When I got to initially there, they said, "Look, you go to this." I've been already sober for a year when I got here. Well, after I sobered a year here. No, by the way, Monday was 3 years.
Hey, congratulations! 3 years is a big deal.
Shh, don't tell it's a secret. But anyway,
you're supposed to shout it from the rooftops. That's an amazing accomplishment.
But so when I get there, I said, "Look, why don't you take this, relapse prevention class with Charlie?" I said, "Okay, sure." So that was fascinating to me because I discovered then that I had a disease and an allergy, and up to then I just thought it was a dirtbag. Oh, it's pillows. Oh, okay. Lucky me.
James is still recovering that leg,
Man,
so
look at that.
now he gets a prop.
Yeah, you want to
That's
see
better.
the scars?
Show and tell.
But anyway, but so like I was like loving this class because I started feeling better about myself, right? But then I finish up. You have certain number of classes you'd have to take with Charlie. Then on Friday you start going to Introduction to the Bible with Brian Fowler.
Oh yeah.
And wow, I mean, my God, suddenly, okay, he's more than the Bible and it's Christ and God and down to the nuts and bolts. And I was like, crap. I was like, are you kidding me? This is exactly what I need. And so I ran with that. And then Charlie comes over the next Friday. He says, you're supposed to be still in my class. I'm like, Charlie, I finished your class. And he goes, you're in my class. So I go back with Charlie's class. And the next Friday, I go to his class. He goes, I was wrong. You're supposed to be in Brian's class. I'm like, oh, thanks, Charlie.
Yeah. God knew what you needed.
Yes.
More than you knew what you needed.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about folks who have a loved one. I know you have a lot of people who love you because they've shown up for your graduation. They've called to check on you. You had people in your life who really, really cared about you. Not everybody has that, but you did.
Right.
And there are people listening today who have someone in their life that they're really worried about. Someone maybe who isn't ready to get the help that they know that they need.
Right.
What would you say to the family, the people that were like your family, who were worried about you? If someone out there is worried about a loved one,
reach out.
Yeah.
I mean, between reaching out to your family, if you can't get a hold of them, let these people here help you. Okay, let the mission help you. I mean, there's all these facilities around this town. I had no idea that people like this existed. I told you, I had to go to the Hallmark Channel for Acts of Kindness, and now I see it all around me. I know these people exist.
Yeah.
And this is what they've chosen. Let them do what they've chosen to do.
Yeah.
That's the amazing thing to me.
Yeah, it's good. And not to lose heart, I imagine, because your family held on with you.
Yes.
Right? They didn't lose heart for you.
No.
I know that there are people out there who might be James 4 years ago. James not recognizing that he needed help yet.
Right.
What would you say to someone who might be a bit stuck in their addiction, who might not be quite ready to look for help yet? What would you say to them?
Again, take a chance. I mean, you're stuck in where you are. You're stuck in a rut. There's the old saying, a rut's nothing but a grave with the ends kicked out. And that's horrible.
That's good.
If you think about it that way. But yeah, so I mean, look into the people. Let these people help you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you're doing them a favor as well, because that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
And you let people do what they want to do. Guess what? It goes a long way, and they'll continue to do so. And it will help you. I mean, I have this huge support group that I didn't know existed. And it's a blessing. I've been blessed, and like I said, the grace has been astounding.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned over the last couple of years. Be kind, patient, and grace, and give grace, because it's just incredible.
Yeah, I heard you say, "Let people in," right? Let people in, right? We need each other.
It's too easy to keep that door shut and locked.
You're gonna have to keep this close because of all the traffic there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Boo.
A lot of road noise. Yeah.
Ambient.
So you were saying it's not easy always to let people in.
No, I mean, I was always, so self-sufficient. I could do whatever I want when I wanted. And I was okay to. I did some dumb things, obviously, but I was doing okay. But then all of a sudden, I wasn't. And guess what? And at that point, I didn't have the people I needed in my life, and I fell hard.
Yeah.
And I fell long.
Yeah.
I mean, I was telling the story earlier. Before when I was rehabbing, and over in Beaverton, I had a birthday. I was 58. And it was 3 years ago, and so my mom calls my birthday, and there's a girl there that says to me, "Hey, you heard it's your birthday. When was the last time you were sober on your birthday?" I said, "Hang on, I'm 58." I said, "So 42 years ago, and I was 16." She says, "Damn, you're old."
Thanks, Mom.
I said, "Thanks." But I mean, that just put it in perspective for me. That's how much of my life that it hasn't been a wasted life by any stretch of the imagination, because I did a lot of good things, working and such. But then I let all that go to. I threw it all away.
Yeah.
And that's not a good thing. And now, if there's a chance, it'll come back to me.
Yeah. All things made new, right? All things made new.
Yep. And count it all joy.
Yeah, that's right. And face trials.
I mean, it's
God
funny.
works through them.
There was no religion or God in my life growing up as a child, and now I see Him everywhere. I mean, I read reflections every day. I meditate every day when I ice my knee. And my roommate, Big David's my roommate.
Yeah, I know Big Dave.
And I'll get the Reflections book out. We'll go through that, giggling and laughing and stuff. Or I get lost in Proverbs.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Stuff.
Oh, it's so good.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's just but
Yeah.
and there's so much wisdom in the Bible.
Yeah.
And in Proverbs especially for me. It's like, and it's fun because now I get to see all the stuff. I read about it and now I get to see it in action all around me, and I'm like, wow. And I mean, let these people help you.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
and
right.
just take a chance.
We talked about the opposite of addiction, or the opposite of recovery is isolation, right?
Yes.
So you got to let people in. Okay, I want to switch gears a little bit. So
Okay.
you and I had a shared experience because of something that happened to you about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago at this point. Can you share what happened and why we had that parallel experience, James?
Oh, so there I was, minding my own business. And
down in the warehouse.
I was
You're
here at the
Burnside
warehouse,
shelter.
and there's a big tube. There's a big tube that comes down from the ceiling. Okay, it comes up the street level here, and it just runs down. There's a big old bin down there, and the people drop stuff down this tube, and so all the donations come in. And I was in charge of the warehouse, running stuff and go and sort through things and such. And I'd find stuff that come out of the tube and stuff. A lot of stuff comes donated in big black Lana Lee bags and such. And I'd find stuff here and there. I found a signed hockey jersey or a signed basketball jersey. I'd take them upstairs, make sure they got gone to the right place, maybe make $1 or $2
Sure,
on eBay
right,
and such.
right,
So,
if
and
it
he
has
did.
value, yeah.
And then so one day I opened one of the big black bags, pulled out some golf shirts and a couple of T-shirts, and there's this bright, shiny gold pair of shoes. I was like, okay, these are special. These I've never seen anything like. When I was a Nike kid growing up, and I'm a big shoe guy, and I was like, wow, I got to make sure these go upstairs and somebody figures out what's going on with this. So this one young woman got to take. She was in charge of the shoes. She was their master and lord for
Shoe steward.
shoe. There you go.
Shoe steward.
Sweet. I was a door deacon yesterday at church.
Yeah.
From Brian. Here, you're my door deacon. Pass these out. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Anyway, so she was a shoe steward, and so she got them authenticated. I got a Tinker Hatfield.
Yeah.
And so she got them. Hey, what's up, dude? And so anyway, she got them authenticated, and yes, they were one of 6 pair ever made for Spike Lee and his entourage. So they're designed by Spike Lee, and they're the bright, shiny gold, the nice red interior. And so she got them authenticated, and then she got to carry them on a plane. She got to go to New York City, left us all back here like we were nothing. Just went off gallivant cross country, jet setting as it were. But anyway, we took a whole bunch of pictures of the shoes and stuff, and she goes, let's get a picture on the other side of the bridge. I said, okay, so I go walk across the street with the shoes on, carrying the shoes. She goes, no, you have to go under the bridge.
Yeah.
She was definitely in charge of the shoes.
I think your picture ended up in, I don't know how many news outlets, thousands, because that story went viral.
Well, my sister called, and I was downstairs on the, working. My phone rings. Hey, you're the feel-good story of the season. I'm like, what have I done now? She goes, no, it's a shoe story.
That's the kind of story you want to be.
I'm like, okay. Then she goes, I gave the link to Mom. I said, okay. So Mom calls like 2 minutes later. Hey, I saw you on the news. Glad you're wearing a hat. Need a haircut. Love you, Mom.
Well, and I just got our cue. We have to wrap up. But the end of that story is that those shoes got auctioned off for over $50,000,
Yep.
which all went back to support the ministry here.
Every dime.
And that would have never happened without your eyes and pulling those out. Like, talk about God redeeming the circumstances. He used you to.
Everybody's made with purpose and for a purpose.
Yeah.
And I'm just discovering what mine is.
Yeah.
And like I said, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he's a new creation.
Amen.
That's me. And I am a wholly new creation. And I can't wait for tomorrow.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. That's what it's about. And that's what we believe. I think I try to tell people the reason I love working at Portland Rescue Mission is because of stories like this. Because there's never a story like yours that's not a miracle, where you say, God, you did something so amazing. So thank you for sharing yours and being so open. Well, really appreciate you. If you want to see James' story, it's on our website if you didn't catch it earlier. Also, you can Google Golden Shoes Portland Rescue Mission and see a lot more of James's picture. So, all right, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back. Thanks.
Thank you, babe.
Here we are again, out on the bridge, huh?
All right.
How's your leg?
buddy. Yes, I was just watching it. No problem at all. Always a pleasure.
And we'll have our live stream going at the same time, if that's okay with you.
That sounds great.
Live stream it while we do the interview. Yeah. Do you want me to use it? I should probably have the mic. Are you gonna have a mic for me?
Yes, I will.
Okay. So do you want me to?
I can hold both of them if you like.
That's okay. I just put the mic for me.
Sounds good. I love those little mics. They're just as
And then I'll use your mic.
Sounds good.
Sorry, I've got my, when you stay on a bench for 24 hours, you gotta get your collection
You
of
gotta
stuff.
at least stretch a
Exactly.
little bit. All right. And this, ours is live. If you want to start saying anything else, that sounds good.
Oh, no problem. You said yours is not live.
Ours is not live.
That's what I thought. Okay, good. I was gonna say. Oh. If so, no problem, but make sure I'm ready for whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Well, this isn't taping too bad. To get started, tell me, what's your name? How do you spell
Yeah. My name's Erin Holcomb, ErinHolcomb.
And what would be a good title for you?
Now, I'm the interim CEO here at Portland Rescue Mission.
Tell me, what's going on today?
Yeah. So today I am spending 24 hours on this bench outside our Burnside shelter, which is our primary spot that we serve folks who are experiencing homelessness here in Portland. And I'm doing it in honor of World Homeless Day, which is October 10th. So we'll be here 24 hours until noon tomorrow. And during this time, I am opening up the bench to conversations with folks in our community, to people we've served who've come through our programs, other agencies and partners. We've had some of our civic leaders come, and we're just all having a larger conversation around what are the needs of folks who are experiencing homelessness, and how can we all be a part of a better solution with a goal to really bring the human face to people who are struggling, because these are unique individuals who have intrinsic worth, and we want them to be seen as the important people they are and served well, served better when we work together.
Why is it important to have these conversations?
So many people see the difficult side of the issues around homelessness. They see the folks who are really struggling. They feel like, what possible solution could there be to this problem? And working here at Portland Rescue Mission, we have the privilege of seeing people's lives change every single day, miracle after miracle. And so I want to have an opportunity to share those stories with people who may not get to see that up front like I do working here, because there's a lot of good news. And sometimes we get overwhelmed by the bad news, but I want the opportunity to tell those stories and help cast some hope out there that it's not the end of the story, and there is good news ahead for the folks we serve and for our city.
Now, why is it important to have this conversation now as we're seeing, federal leaders trying to criminalize houselessness?
Yeah. So our approach is person by person. When someone walks through our doors, we want to get to know them by their name. We want to understand their unique circumstances. And that really brings it down to a personal level. Obviously, the environment and the situations we're in are really important, but ultimately it comes down to life on life, relationship on relationship. And I think that's what we do really well here at our Burnside shelter. When someone walks in and they need something, we want to get to know their name. We want to understand more of their story. We want to reach into where they're at in life and come alongside them. For you and I, we have a community of support around us, people who would come alongside us if we were falling on tough times. So many people we serve, they don't have that person. They don't have a community around them. And we're that first step into community that they really need.
What do you think is something that is fundamentally misunderstood in Portland about houselessness?
Yeah, I think oftentimes people think that there's going to be some broad solution that's going to be the magic key to fix it. And it really isn't that way. There are some common threads. There are some ways we can do better to serve folks who are struggling. But in the end, it's going to be as unique as the person in that situation. I also really want people to see the folks on the sidewalks, the folks that they might see camping, as individuals who have a unique story. So often they become a faceless mask that represents something that we're uncomfortable with or something that frustrates us. And I want them to see that person. Everyone is someone's child. Everyone has a unique story to tell. So if we can get past some of those assumptions that we make about those people, that problem, and start to see them person by person, I think that's where we really start to see people experience the support and help that they need to make a big change.
Absolutely. And now we're entering the fall season, which winter's right around the corner. What is something people can do to help and support their neighbors in this time?
It really is a community effort to address the issues around homelessness and addiction that we see. So for Portland Rescue Mission, we're 100% community funded. We exist because of the generosity of this community. People say, I want to do something to help, and they'll fund us. And we see ourselves as stewarding that privilege of care for those folks. And so if people are wanting to get involved, certainly I would say we always need socks, we need blankets, we need people to come alongside us and donate to support our work. We also want people to get to know their neighbors, even their neighbors on the street. So maybe take time, look that person in the eye, learn their name, and learn the resources in the community that are available. So when they have that conversation, they can be an informed person to refer them on to services that will help. Most folks aren't prepared to offer someone an entire breadth of services from their own power, but they can be informed to know what's out there so that they can invite them into the next thing. They can say, here's some resources, here's some programs that can help you, or hey, call Portland Rescue Mission, or walk into Portland Rescue Mission, and they're going to be able to help you from this point forward. So just becoming an informed member of the community so you can have that relationship with your neighbors and help them get to the resources that they really need. That makes a huge difference.
How then where people will find you and help out?
Yeah, so we're going to be live streaming here for 24 hours. So we'll be here till noon on Friday. We welcome folks to come by and have a chat if they want to talk about the issues facing our community around homelessness. But anytime, portlandrescuemission.org, and we'll be live streaming there until noon on Friday. You're welcome to click onto our website and hear stories about the people we serve any day of the year.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to add? Anything I'm not asking?
I'll just say, because we're community funded, I just want to say thank you. There are so many people out there who give out of what little they have to support the work that we're doing, and it every bit matters. It makes a huge difference, and I feel very honored to take care of those gifts on behalf of people who really care. And so I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I appreciate your work.
Thank you for coming down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was really nice to meet you. Thank you.
I hope the night's not too long.
Well, tune in if you can't sleep tonight. You can check out what we're doing.
All right.
Okay, so I think we've been live streaming here. That was KGW, so there's another spot you can check this evening. We're going to take a little break, and we'll come back in a few minutes.
And I am a mediator, and I've been working with Portland Rescue Mission as a volunteer for 4 years. One of the roles that I can help people is how to navigate the court system. As a mediator, you're working as a neutral to help build a relationship, because often family members are supporting the children and there has been a disconnect with the parent. So I want to reconnect the family and reconnect the children and the parent to each other and help with a process to make sure that happens in a way that's going to be safe for everybody. It's not fair to bring their past into the room. Leading with grace allows me that opportunity to be present in the now and then help them look forward to the future. And so I was really excited to be able to help one of the women at Shepherd's Door obtain a birth certificate.
Yes! I got my birth certificate.
It's exciting to see people just navigate something and help them move through, what can be a challenging circumstance.
All right, we are back. I'm here again with my friend Andrew, my first guest, and now my first repeat guest.
My pleasure.
But I invited him on here to answer some of the questions we're getting in from those of you who are submitting them on social media. Thank you for that. We'll try to get through all of them. I don't know how many I am at proportionally. Someone's going to let me know. I thought this was a great question for you, Andrew. Someone asked, after so many years of doing this work, how do you avoid compassion fatigue and keep coming back to the same work again and again without losing heart?
Yeah.
What would you say?
That is a really good question. It's something we talk a lot about as an organization.
And actually, before you answer this,
Yeah.
I should have you introduce yourself again, because probably not everyone has watched us the entire 4 hours we've been
fair.
on.
That's
but
fair.
for those who weren't with us right at noon, tell them what you do, and then answer that question about
Great.
compassion fatigue.
Yeah, so I'm Andrew Hall. I am the Assistant Director of Burnside Services, this beautiful building right behind us here. And I'm the pastor of the church that operates out of the building as well. So
And it's been around 10 years of
10
work
years,
with mission.
yeah. And yeah, that's such a good question. It's something we talk about constantly, particularly as a team here, because burnout is a real thing. I mean, I think, in ministry, in homeless services, social services, it is a hard job. And I think it's really important for people. It's easy to romanticize it, and it's also really easy to over dramatize it. Yeah. And the reality is it's somewhere in the middle. It is hard work, but it's important. And I think I've always said it, that working with people is the hardest job you'll ever have, and it's also the greatest job you ever have.
Yes.
So to answer the question, I would say community is huge. I mean, we believe that community is one of the pillars of success in recovery, and it's also a pillar of success in ministry, I believe.
Yes.
Just having good people around you, a supportive group around you, people that if they start to see differences in you can also help you recognize it. You know what I mean? Staying rooted in why you're doing this is crucial. I know for me, I mean, I think there have been seasons where I've experienced compassion fatigue, and I have to remind myself, this is what I'm here for. I'm here for the people, and man, every person's story is sadder than the one before it, you know, and there's just so much heartache, but then it also mobilizes you into the work because so many people need help.
Yes. Right? Yeah. I think I really love the answer about community and surrounding yourself. What does it look like for you to build good community to help you maintain the work?
Yeah. I mean, we have a great team. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people say this about their work, but it really feels like a family. I would say, especially at Burnside, it feels like a brotherhood of guys that just all are here for the same thing. Being rooted in a church community, you know, I think is really important. Again, it's that shared belief system, that shared mission of we as believers are called to be the hands and feet of Jesus. And so that community can challenge you and convict you and encourage you and affirm you and all of that stuff. And then staying close to your family. I mean, it's one of the things we talked about 4 hours ago.
Yes.
Is that, having your family be that safety net to remind you of where you've come from and what you're working towards and doing every single day.
Yes. So good. Thank you. Yeah. I think I'm thinking about that answer for myself a little bit too. I agree with everything you said. I would add, I take a lot of hope in the fact that God could do this without me.
Yeah.
I think when I start to feel that compassion fatigue, that burnout, it tends to be because I think I have to figure it all out.
Sure.
I have to get it right. And obviously I want to do a good job. I want to be a good steward of the work God's given me to do, but I know I could be gone tomorrow and God's work keeps on keeping on. I mean, that's the story of the story of the church, right? Is God's people do good stuff. And so I hold on to that a lot of just, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be here doing this. And if I wasn't here, God keeps going. Like I
think that's such an important point because I think that's the opposite. What can happen is the opposite of compassion fatigue is like the Messiah complex, right?
Yes.
I have to be here, else nothing will get done. And the reality is that you're a part of a team. You're a part of a continuum of care within the greater city that we have here, and you're part of the capital C church that is doing so much, and so it's a very humbling thing to be a part of what we're doing. Absolutely. And I think another humbling aspect of it too is to recognize that this could be me. Receiving these services. That's one of our principles in de-escalation we talked about before, is that this situation, I could be on the other side of it. I could be in the shoes of a lot of our friends here who come to utilize services. So everything about this work keeps you rooted,
really
for
grounded.
sure.
That's really good. Thank you. You mentioned earlier the continuum of services in the city. So someone else asked, how does Portland Rescue Mission fit in?
Yeah.
There's a lot of services downtown.
Absolutely.
How does the mission fit in that spectrum of services? Kind of what's our niche? How do we partner with other agencies? How would you answer that question?
Yeah, that's another great question, and I think it's actually a really beautiful thing, is that there, especially in Old Town Chinatown, but even well beyond it, there are a lot of organizations here.
Yeah.
A lot of great organizations and a lot of places of faith that are doing their part,
Yeah.
and trying to take a little bit of the load. And for us, I think we really try to offer from emergency shelter for one night all the way up to a couple years from now, people can receive
Yes.
care.
James is a great example of that. He was on the bench 30 minutes ago talking about coming in the doors to get a mat.
Exactly.
And now he's graduated our programs. He's moving on to, give back in other ways.
And each of those programs were designed to fill what we felt was a need in the city, right?
Yes.
Because we know that even as an organization, we're not the only organization, right? We are not going to solve homelessness.
That's right.
It's
Too
a
big.
community effort, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I love about this event too, is to remind the larger, greater community. It takes all of us, really,
Yes, it
right?
really does.
There's no single policy or politician or anything that's going
Right.
to save all of this.
Right.
It takes us all.
That's
And
right.
so we try to offer things that maybe others don't, and then we also love the fact that others offer things that we can't, right? So like we serve breakfast and dinner, Blanchet House serves lunch, we're open on holidays, some cannot be. We have 150 beds in our shelter, but there's a lot more people that need beds than 150, so and others provide it. So just again, it's humbling, and we're grateful that we get to refer to others who might have things that we don't.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'm going to look at my cheat sheet to see
please.
what my other questions are, because I want to stick to these things that are coming in from you folks. Thank you for sending them in. But it's so tiny, so I have to zoom in here. Oh, do you have a go-to Bible verse? And what makes that your verse? I'll answer this after you answer it. So
You answer it first.
Well, okay, I guess I kind of cheated because I shared this earlier, but it was a long time ago. We've been doing this for 4 hours, so maybe people didn't hear. I don't know if I'd call it my life verse, but certainly one of the verses that I have rallied my life around the most is Romans 12:1, which is therefore, as God's chosen people, or sorry, that's Colossians, offer your bodies, that's what I'm trying to get to, offer your bodies as a living sacrifice. This is your reasonable act of service or worship. And that last word there has been a defining spiritual concept for me, that God is worshiped through our actions of service, that as we serve him with our bodies, it actually says like offer your bodies. We can all do that. We all have bodies. I mean, you can not have a lot of things, but you got a body some way, shape, or form. And God wants that as an act of service. And so for me, I think about that a lot, because I don't do, I don't have a lot of talents that I'm going to make money off of, whatever, but I can give my body to God's work. I can give my time to God's work. And so I will continue to come back to that concept of, and I'm going to give it a little longer answer here. Romans 12:1 is at this hinge point in the book of Romans. If you haven't read the book of Romans, you should go read it. The first half is basically, we are sinful and broken, we need God, and God rescued us. And because this miraculous intervention happened, therefore, offer your body as a living sacrifice, which is your reasonable act, like the only reasonable response to this miracle intervention that God did in my life, in our world, is to offer our bodies in an act of worship as a sacrifice. And I am just like, wow, that's what he wants. That's what he wants from me. So I would just say, that's a verse that I rally myself around. Life verse, I don't know. They're all pretty good, but
you would even stay 24 hours on a bench
I might even offer myself on a bench for 24 hours
Living
to
it out.
see how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be something that comes to mind. Anything?
Yeah.
I know I put you on the spot here. I didn't tell him what the questions would be. Anything
for
that comes
me,
to mind?
it's Matthew 25. I mean, Matthew 25 with the sheep and the goats, and Jesus saying, I know you because you served me in the least of these, right? In the least of us. That one has it's been an anchoring verse for my life, but it definitely in this work. And I would say that verse is a reminder when I am feeling compassion fatigue to remember that we are literally serving Jesus in the people that we serve. And every time somebody knocks on that door, to answer it as if it is Christ himself. For me, that's such a crucial one. I actually had it on a plaque, and it's in the office in there, just to remind us every time you walk through these doors, you are here to serve Christ and the people that we serve.
Yeah, I love that. And what a holy privilege to get to meet people in that moment and treat them as Jesus has treated us, as though we were serving him. Like he rescued us he was there for us. We get to be there for him. So
and, you know, it reminds me of what Eugene Peterson says, that discipleship is the long obedience in the same direction.
Yes.
And this work is long, and
It
you
sure
have to
is.
be patient. Patience is a huge
Yep.
part of. You know, we walk with some of our guests, and it takes some years to see
Yeah.
to really show like an interest in progress in some cases,
Yes.
right? And so it's a long trudging road, and yet he calls us to it day in
right
and day
in
out.
the same direction.
Yes.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we often don't see the end of the road, right? Like
Yeah.
we're still here. And someone was asking earlier, what do you hope for Portland 50 years from now? And I was like, I hope we're out of business. Like I would love that. Wouldn't that be a miracle if we were? Praise God, it's possible. But most likely there will be people who will continue either this work or something very similar, because Jesus says the poor will always be among you. So we know that those needs will continue. And I just love knowing that, yeah, I don't have to see the end for it to be the calling I'm given, right? Like I don't have to have an outcome. I just need to be faithful. I love that about that quote. Yeah. Good. Okay, I'm going to look for another question here. Are you ready for another one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. What do we have? Oh, do you have a favorite memory working at Portland Rescue Mission?
I met my wife here.
Oh, tell that story. He has a wonderful wife, also named Erin.
Yes. So my Erin, we met while she was interviewing me for like this newsletter that we do within the organization of this is who we've hired. And, and then we were asked to host a Christmas party for the staff together, and through
they're both very fun people.
through planning the Christmas party, we fell in love and got married.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a hard one to beat.
Pretty much tops it. You
yeah,
can't really
yeah,
get better
I
than
know.
that.
I also think of a favorite guest, if that's fair to say. There's a young man by the name of Danny, and I talk about Danny a lot because Danny, I'm pretty convinced is an angel among us, and if he's not, he's just so touched by the Lord, because Danny is homeless and may struggle with mental illness, but nothing crosses Danny's lips other than Scripture.
Wow.
Nothing crosses Danny's lips other than like worship of the Lord, and so he'll be in line with everyone else. He'll be receiving services like anybody else. People could be hyper aggressive around him, and he's just like, God be praised. I love you, brother. God loves you. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard an unkind word come out of his mouth. And that, I mean, that's Christ among us, right? I mean, he challenges me to check my heart at the door, you know, and again, that's a young man receiving our services who encourages me and motivates me and gets my head right. So
cool.
Weird answer to the question.
Oh, it's great. I love it. I like that spin on it. Yeah, I was trying to think of what my favorite. I mean, there's been so many people over the years that have just. I mean, they are deeply in my heart. People who have walked a hard road and through loud car, through God's grace, have come out on the other side of that as just saints. I mean, like you're saying, just people who you think, wow, these are the stories that tell the kingdom. But when I was thinking about, well, what's a favorite memory? Probably for me, one of my favorite experiences is kind of tied to my own life of being coming down to the mission, serving as a kid, and now being able to bring my kids to serve at the mission from time to time. They'll come and serve a meal with me, or they'll volunteer at my office. And I feel like it was such a gift to me to be exposed to service at a young age and to get to experience that part of my faith expression was to give myself, there you go, Romans 12 again, right? Even though, I mean, I don't know what measurable outcomes there were from those volunteer days back then. I mean, I hope we blessed people, but we were coming down to the mission with my church group. But now to be able to bring my kids in and to be able to bring them into that kind of work, to see God at work among those who are often overlooked or cast aside, and that they, you know, now when they see someone who's struggling on the streets, they don't feel scared. I mean, there's always caution around, how you approach people who might be struggling, but, they see that person, which I think is like my highest hope for raising my kids around this topic, is that they would see people, not problems. And I hope that that's how they're actually going to be here in a couple hours. So I'm not going to tell them to say that. We'll see how what they say about their experience, but that's my goal for them, is that as they grow up, that they see people. And I think that was a gift that was given to me a long time ago. So that'd be one of my favorite stories.
I think the volunteer experience is a really important one, and again, the just getting to know people and why they come to serve is so beautiful.
Yeah.
It makes me think of a young woman who was coming to serve by herself. She was attending a local university, and she grew up in, just kind of a country town.
Yeah.
And she realized that when she moved here for university, she was fearful. She was fearful of people who were homeless or appeared to be homeless or struggling with addiction or mental illness. And so she thought to herself, well, I can face my fears or I can run from them.
Yeah.
And so she decided to face them by coming to serve here.
Yeah.
And she jumped in, not just serving dinner, but doing chapel.
Yes.
Which
Love
we
it.
have chapel after
Just go
every
at
single
deep
dinner.
end. Yep, good.
And talk about jumping into the deep end. And she not only conquered her fear, but has great empathy and compassion for people.
Oh, beautiful.
And now it didn't launch her into a life of people work. She's a large animal vet.
Awesome.
Now, but I just love that she now has this part of her story where she conquered her fear, but she also sees people more human than she did before, and she can carry that wherever she goes.
I love it. Wow, that's cool. I haven't met this person. I'm excited to meet them. I'm going to make sure we get Janet on the bench. I see her packing up, and I want to make sure. So
Can we go get her?
Yeah, would you flag her down? And
I
I'll
will.
tell you who Janet is while Andrew flags her down before she leaves, hopefully. Janet is our director of Shepherd's Door, which if you were on earlier and heard April share her story, Shepherd's Door is a residential facility that April went to and lived at for a year during her process of recovery. Hold on just a second. Are you going to come be on the bench with me? Well, I want you to, because you're not here tomorrow, right? Oh, you did? It's challenge by choice here, Janet. Andrew, I did not mean to kick you off. We have more to talk about, but I saw Janet trying to leave. So this is how you get people to do things, is you call them out on live broadcasts so they can't say no. Right, that's innocent. To my credit, I didn't know you were a no, but now you're a yes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
So this is Janet Frazier. Janet, share what you do at Portland Rescue Mission.
Sure.
Actually, I want you to share what your job is, but then how you came to work at Portland Rescue Mission.
Okay. I am the director of Shepherd's Door, which is our year-long recovery program for women and women with kiddos. And I came to the mission on a mission trip.
Yay.
Is that the story you want me to tell?
Yeah.
I was chaperone on a mission trip, and I really fell in love with the culture at the mission. I remember thinking I didn't want to do the service project, and I wanted to go to a training.
Yeah.
I was really interested. I was part of a church community, faith community on the west side, Sunset Church, and we had identified homelessness as the number one problem in our community.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember driving home thinking, we can't solve that. It's too big of a problem. What in the world are we going to do? And then I came on the mission trip, serving with Portland Rescue Mission and city teams and Union Gospel Mission. And I just realized that it's like one person, one conversation, one relationship at a time. And I loved coming alongside the staff, really, at the rescue mission, because I didn't know what to do, but they did. So I really felt like they were guides.
Yeah.
So I could watch how they navigated a conversation. I could watch how they de-escalated a situation. I could just watch them be compassionate and not pushy and care for people. And I just fell in love with that.
Oh, that's such a beautiful way to describe our team. She's right. We have incredible staff. And I feel like everyone on our staff, I'm like, I have a lot to learn from that person. That's how I feel when I'm around them doing their thing. It's like, oh, wow, I have a lot to learn from that person.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about Shepherd's Door.
Sure.
So you're the leader there now. And explain what it is we do there. People might have heard April's story or others, but let's assume they didn't hear that. What is it we do there, and how are women's lives impacted by coming in the doors there?
Yeah. It's interesting. I just came back from retreat. We were at Trout Creek Bible Camp with 30 women and 15 kids and a bunch of staff, and we talked about transformation and about how transformation doesn't happen in one moment for all time, but how it's an ongoing thing that you go through in your life, but you kind of commit to saying, I want something to change in my life. When people come into our program, we say, do you want to change? And they say yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then over time, they learn that they knew they needed change, but they didn't understand what all that meant. And that's very true in my own life.
Yeah.
Areas of my life where I'm like, oh, that's not going great, I need to change that, but not really understanding what all was involved. But really, it is a daily morning commitment to continuing to be transformed. I always say more Jesus, less Janet.
Yeah.
That's kind of my goal. But for our women, it's so many things. It's learning life skills. It's learning how to get along with one another. One of the aspects that we do is called community life. And the idea there is just, now that I'm sober, how do I spend my evenings and weekends? And for me personally, that's with my family and with my church community.
Right.
And so it's helping women be committed to a church community, to developing relationships with safe and consistent, healthy people. It's seeking recovery, meeting with sponsors, going to meetings. A lot of just everyday stuff that seems normal in one person's life is not normal for everyone.
Yeah.
And we get to do that alongside one another with a community of women. I had brothers. I never wanted to work necessarily with women, but God has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And when you kind of raise your hand and say, Lord, what do you have for me? This is what you had for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do you have a story, maybe without sharing too detailed a name, but maybe a story that just has stuck in your heart? Mm-hmm. Someone that we've served at Shepherd's Door that you carry with you?
Oh, man, yeah. Let me think for a second which
I
one
know
I
there's a
should
lot.
tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember it was when I was on that mission trip waiting in line, and I was in line behind a woman, and I was saying, how long have you been in the program? She said, oh, I'm about to graduate. And I said, what is something that you're taking with you away from the program? And she said, you know, I've never been able to have my own children, but my vocation was actually working in our children's center. And I learned that I'm really good with kids.
Ooh,
so
that's
even
so
though
cool.
I didn't have my own children, now what I want to do is I want to teach kids, and I would be involved supporting other families and coming alongside of their kids. And I love that, because had she not come to Shepherd's Door,
Yep.
she may very well have thought her whole life she didn't have children because she was being punished for something she had done. But instead she had an opportunity to try something new and to really fall in love with it.
Yeah.
So that's one of about 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
hard. I know it's hard to choose. Talk a little bit about moms and kids at Shepherd's Door.
Yeah.
What do we offer there that's kind of unique? What do you see happening there that feels special?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a very, I don't know how to say it quite, but there's a balance of a woman working her own program while still being a mom. So we do have a children's center where the kids go for consistency. A lot of what we find when women come in is that they have pretty disordered lives. And in some cases, even the children have kind of been parenting the moms while they're active in their addiction. So they come in and there's routines, and there's a staff that love them and care for them, and days look kind of the same for the kids, which is new. And then all of a sudden it's lunchtime, and you've seen this. So the moms reunite with their kids. They bring them out into the lunchroom. We have the loudest lunch, I think, in the Portland metro area.
It's good loud. It's good loud.
It's good loud. But so the moms are reunited with their kids. They're practicing what it looks like to have a meal with your child, to sit down at the dinner table and check in and see how a kid's doing. Then they take the kids back into the children's center. They lay down with them for 10 or 15 minutes to read stories to them, and they lay them down to rest, which is good because it's another thing that's missing from a lot of our ladies' lives is just that commitment to rest and to taking care of your body and your mind. And then moms go and they do vocation, and they go to appointments, and they meet with their growth leaders. And then while the kids are continuing to get care and to play, we do a lot of outside play, which I love. And just training kids how to respect one another. And I saw something on the board about the difference between reporting a problem and tattling. And I thought, that's good for an adult, you know? Yeah. So just teaching good basic principles to our kiddos. Moms pick them up then at the end of the afternoon. They spend time with their kids, do dinner, and then things together in the evening. So there's this real balance between a woman working her own program and knowing her kids are safe and cared for and down the hall. And then definitely seeing their kids on a regular basis throughout the day. This isn't drop your kid off at daycare for 10 hours and then come back, which is a situation that a lot of single moms are in, but we're fortunate not to have to do that.
Yeah, so powerful. Generational change. We talk about that a lot.
For sure.
So Shepherd's Door has been around for about 30 years, but in its current facility, 22 years, I think. And we've seen a lot of moms and kids go through it in that time. There's a story I'm thinking of, I don't know if you know it, about the gal who was at Shepherd's Door as a child and came back to visit us maybe last year as an adult.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, so this is a gal who was at Shepherd's Door maybe in the first year or two that we were open in our current building, so early to mid 2000s. And we had, her mom was there for a full year, graduated the program, moved out. And, we try to keep in touch with our alumni, but sometimes they kind of fall off the face. They move So we had gotten a call from this young woman, an adult, who wanted to come and drop off a donation. And she said, oh, I was there as a kid back in the mid-2000s. This was, I think, last year. And so, of course, we connected her with Holly, who was there when we opened the building. Yeah. And Holly gave her a tour and remembered her, of course. Mm-hmm. And as she was touring, she was talking to some of the moms currently in our program. Yeah. And she said, being at Shepherd's Door was the best year of my life as a kid. Yeah. And that blessed that mom so much, because she told staff later that she had been really, really ashamed that she'd brought her kids to live in a shelter. Even though she'd been homeless before that, she just felt ashamed that they were spending a year in a shelter. And that hearing this young woman look back on that year as the best year of her life with the best memories just gave her a completely transformed view of what that year was for and how it was her kids would reflect back on that. And now this young woman has finished college. She's working. She's very successful. Her mom has stayed clean, is a phlebotomist, I think, has just had a great...
She actually did a blood draw on me the other day.
That's funny. Yeah, so, I mean, that's a story of a whole family change.
Yeah, for sure.
Because she was, her mom was there, did the work. She was there as a kid and got the investment of that stability and that care that she didn't end up following the same path, because so often we see these generational patterns. Yeah. I think Shepherd's is a really special place because of that. And it's really cool. I mean, neither of us were here in 2003. Yeah. We were at PRM in 2003 when we opened it, but here we got to receive this beautiful fruit of that work from 20 years ago. Yeah. Wow, what a gift to be able to hear that story. And now we can use it to encourage other moms. And so, I just think that cool. cycle is really powerful when you start to see what's happening over the course of time, because it's a long view. When you do this work with kids, it's a long view. I think we might have Steph coming tomorrow to talk about particulars around our children's programming. Yeah. I think she's on maybe between 8 and 10, somewhere in there. So if you're watching tomorrow morning, I think that'll be a really great conversation to be a part of. But I think what I want people to hear from this time is just that really beautiful things are happening at Shepherd's Door.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. Every day, it's never dull with all those people in one house. We came back from camp today, and the kids loved being out in nature. They loved watching their mom zip line. They loved playing games. We were up last night at a campfire having s'mores, and I was having to explain to moms why these are good traditions. Yes, we just gave your kids sugar before bed, which we say don't do, but every once in a while.
Once in a while, especially if they've been running around outside all day.
Yeah, for
you can
sure.
give them a
just
s'more.
Making memories. Yeah, it's been really, it's such a blessing to be a part of it.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for coming and sharing.
asking me
I'm
to
glad
share.
I grabbed her. Aren't you glad I grabbed her?
This
thank
is
you.
hot water for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Look
bye.
at that. Is this your thermos? Yeah. Thank you. People are bringing me hot water, and it's going to stay hot now because it's in a thermos. Okay, I'm going to invite Andrew back. I don't know if he's going to come back. Andrew, are you going to come back? We've got a couple more questions here, and then we're going to break. So at 4:30, we have a national feed. So I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast that we're doing this in collaboration with a number, I think there's about 70 missions across the U.S. that are doing this event over the course of the same 24 hours. And, we're all talking about this related to our own communities. But every 6 hours or so, they're going to have a national feed. And so we have some national speakers who are going to give just a little thought or encouragement, maybe talk about things from a broader perspective. I think those are like 15 to 20 minutes. So that's going to happen at 4:30. So we have like a very, very clear cutoff at 4:30.
Great.
But I'm not going to let you get away too easily without asking more questions here. So, because I won't have Andrew. Well, I have you for a little while, but not the whole time. So we're gonna ask you some questions while you're here. Okay, let's see. Here's another question for you, Andrew. What can everyday people do to help beyond just giving money?
Yeah. I mean, definitely getting involved is a big one. I mean, we operate largely due to the service of volunteers.
Yeah.
Huge. We have 20 staff members that operate in this building and several hundred volunteers who come to serve meals and chapel.
I wish we could show you the volunteer name tag wall. It's so cool. You just see all these faces of people who come in and give their time.
Yeah, and it's such an encouragement too, because these are people who saw a need and was like, what can I do to jump in? So getting involved is huge. Supporting organizations that are doing the hard work. seeing human beings out in the community and offering what you can offer.
Yep.
You know, one of the principles we talk a lot about in de-escalation is knowing what you can offer and knowing what you cannot offer, right? And so knowing what you and your family are able to do, whether that's give a bus pass, a bottle of water, a little care kit or something like that out of your vehicle is a big one, you know, instead of being caught off guard when somebody asks you for something. Well, this is what I can offer, you know? And so, like we talked about a little earlier, I think it does take the entire community, and it's those little touches out in the community, handing a bottle of water through the window, and it's coming downtown, maybe facing some fears, and seeing that it is totally possible, and and can be quite comfortable, in fact, and then getting involved in that way. When we were talking about volunteers before, I mean, we have people who bring in their 6-year-old kids and they stand on a crate behind the serving line with
done that.
with a ladle in their hand, and these kids grow up learning that these people deserve dignity and care.
Yeah.
You know?
I also think one of the things we kind of picking up from that in our earlier conversation is about kids serving is a lot of the times the guests we serve, especially here downtown, don't interact with kids very often. Because maybe people like cross the street with their kids instead of walking by someone who might be sitting on the street. And I have found across the board just the kindest, sweetest interactions with my kids from our community here. My kids are beloved when they come through. Like people are just so grateful for that interaction. And I think it speaks to, again, our need for full community that we're providing that by interacting intergenerationally in ways that artificially get suppressed when you're living on the street.
Yeah, my kids, they come to our church 3 p.m. on Sundays, and my son holds the communion bowl, and my daughter greets at the door.
I love it.
My son is 7, my daughter is 4.
Yes.
And the guests are so kind,
yes,
so
I love
respectful,
them.
so sweet to them, and my kids are being shaped by those interactions too. So it's one of my favorite parts about working here, because I think it's an important part of their formation.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I'm going to pull up another one. We're trying to get through all these, and I think we have more coming in, so I'm trying to get through what we have on our backlog here. Okay. Okay. I have a couple here. We'll see if we get to both of them. What is the hardest question people ask you about homelessness? I mean, we get a lot of questions. I'm trying to think, what is the hardest? I'm trying to think if I can answer this one too. I mean, I do think, so I want you to think about this. I do think the question, why are people homeless, is a hard one to answer because it's just really complex. And like we said before, there's some threads that are common where you can see like, there's these categories, but then you drill down to the individual and it's always something specific, which is why I loved having like Brian and Eric and April on the bench, because you hear like their story was unique and they, you know, their solution had to do with where they were at personally and who was around them and how they accessed that kind of care. So I think that's a tough one. But just because you can't answer it quickly. It's like someone has you over dinner, they're like, so why are people homeless? It's like, well, how long do we have?
Well, I was going to say that one too, because and the one I'm going to mention too is because I don't think that there is an answer, right? There's not an easy answer. There's not a concrete answer. And the other one that I was thinking of is, what is the solution? Right? Like why haven't we found the solution or whatever? And I was trained by a fantastic boss that I still have who says we will not solve homelessness until on this side of heaven, until we solve the human heart, right? And so that, and Jesus himself reminds us that the poor will always be among us, right? And so that doesn't jade me, and in fact it encourages me, like, keep pressing into it every single day, right? But again, that one's a hard one to answer because I wish there were an easy solution, but then we would have accomplished it by now, right?
Yep, absolutely, so, And then one last question, and I think we're getting close to our break here. We got a couple minutes, so you can answer it. But can you talk about the different populations you see in need here on the streets? So obviously, you know, there's a certain group of folks who are unsheltered or who would be actively using our services. But there's some different kind of subgroups in there, age-wise, demographic-wise. What are some of the, again, we're talking, there's no easy answer to this, but like, what are some of the groups of folks that you see? And, you know, how are they being served similarly or differently?
Yeah, I don't know if this answers the question, but when I started 10 years ago, I would say there was a wider array of people. There'd be men in business suits who just didn't know where the next meal was going to come from. Maybe they had a place to stay, they just didn't know where they were going to eat. And then there was the person who was chronically homeless who you know, hadn't showered in a long time or what have you. Now it's a lot more of the people who are hurting the most, who need the most. And so the wide array feels like it has shrunk quite a bit.
Yes,
And
right.
it is people who are in desperate need, who have nothing else, who have severe illness or chronic disabilities or things along those lines.
Yeah.
And so I can't quite speak to the demographics other than it's just, I'm speaking specifically from who I'm seeing at Burnside. It's people in really, really rough situations.
Yeah.
And that has changed.
Yeah.
And I think, people have gone out to the 122nd area. We had a question about that earlier. And so the demographic has changed around the city. But I know in Old Town Chinatown, there is so much desperate needs, deep, profound poverty, profound pain.
Yeah. And oftentimes folks who just, it's kind of beyond their capacity to make a better choice sometimes. I feel like I see that a lot where I see folks in the most need. It's like, it's not even that they're choosing this.
No.
They can't not choose it because of just the capacity of where they're at in life or some of their unique struggles, which I think is always the saddest. That's one of the questions that we had here, which is what keeps you up at night. I think for me, that's the folks who are profoundly mentally ill and really are harming themselves slowly, sometimes quickly, but deteriorating because of their lack of ability to access the help that they need. And that grieves me more than almost anything in this situation. And I think keeps me up at night because there are a lot of reasons, again, complex, why we don't have better mechanisms in place to serve folks who are experiencing mental health crises.
Yeah.
But we should have better mechanisms in place. And that's kind of a bigger systematic issue. And I'll tell you, I'm proud that we're here for those folks. Even if we can't get them all the way to the help they need, we can help them a lot. But I wish that there was ways to get them all the way to the help that they need.
Yeah, I'll say specifically, there's a gentleman that just never leaves my mind. His name is Randy, and Randy, he has the mental capacity of a small child. And he breaks my heart every time I see him because he doesn't know to shower. He doesn't know basically many things of how to care for himself beyond where to come for food.
Yeah, right.
And I think of him because he has just fallen through every crack that there is. And I'm glad that we're here to open the door for Randy, and he knows where to come to receive a meal, but I can't help but think about how much more Randy needs.
Yes.
He needs a lot more arms to wrap around him. And again, I don't think he'll ever know to choose that. And so again, I don't know the answer of how to fix it all, but
and some of those are systematic issues that are broader than what we can do at Portland Rescue Mission, but I do love that we can pray for Randy, that we can be there to show him the compassion of Christ, that he can experience welcome and love even if he isn't able to choose the next thing to move himself forward. And I do think there's something really important about Christian ministry that is just to continue to show love to those who are unable to respond in ways that we might hope for, but just to show love. And then always being ready to help them when they are able to respond in a way that is going to help them make that change.
Yeah, that's one thing I would want to share is that, number one, it's really cool to work here and have a perspective of seeing how much of the church is wanting to help. We have so many churches who send groups every single month to get involved, and it's so robust. And I would encourage all believers that this is our job.
Yes.
Like all of us are to press in. These are image bearers of God. They're children of the Lord. They're our brothers and sisters. They're our neighbors. Some of them are our family, legitimately. And it is our job to press into the discomfort, press into the fear. And it is not to say that it's not hard.
Right.
It is a very difficult work, but the church, capital C church, needs to press in.
And that's the legacy, I think, of Christian service that we stand on. I was earlier, when we first opened, it doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was back at noon. I was talking about our biblical foundations falling into that sort of greatest commandment: love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. And then the next question is, who is my neighbor? And Jesus tells the story of the Good Samaritan. And that is such a powerful example. Jesus says, first, love God. Then love the people around you. Well, who am I supposed to love? See that guy who's naked and bleeding over there? Love him. Is he going to love you back? Probably not. There's no evidence they ever met, right? The Samaritan and the man on the road. Like, he took him, well, he bound up his wounds, but like delivered him and then paid for him to stay and recover. But I don't know that they met again.
Right.
But God says that's what loving your neighbor looks like. And I think so often, because we're human, we want to get the guaranteed result of like, and I want to see the end of the story. And we do see the end of the story a lot. That's the testimonies you're hearing today, but we don't always.
Yep.
And that doesn't change the importance of the work. I'm just really proud to be in that work. Yeah. So I think we're going to switch over here to the national feed in just like 2 or 3 minutes. Timothy, I'm going to get the nod. So we'll take a little break and then we'll be back with our national feed. And I can't remember who's coming on, but it'll be worth listening to. So stay tuned and we'll be back with you after that. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Aaron.
Appreciate you.
This conversation, which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the president emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate your leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith.
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the
Recording
program
in
today.
progress.
And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man, who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then, as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor, and come and follow me, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in Scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now, keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So, yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich, and really thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the
And I'm
gospel.
feeling a lot better.
And one of the things I
Very safe.
appreciate that
I
is
feel like
the book that
I
you
got to
wrote,
build that
The
connection with my
Hole in Our
kids.
Gospel,
Definitely, I
which was
feel like as
really
long as you are
significant and
open to
almost
change,
shares for you of
it'll
certainly coming to a
worth it.
place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years, that
For a
you
long
wrote
time,
out
they saw
of
me not
The
happy.
Hole in Our Gospel, when you
And
say we're the
I
carriers
refuse for them to
of the
see that
gospel, the
anymore.
good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not
and
enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is not
of,
enough. God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing. I
demanded
have 4
more.
kids.
When we
Time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves to
get
following
tired.
Christ, we
So
also
I
committed
just,
to
one
living
day
our
I
lives in such
finally
a way
packed
that
up
a
and left.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serene
catch a
Harbor,
glimpse
and
of God's
then they
character,
have a
his
time
love,
frame on the time that you can
justice,
stay there. So I
and
started
mercy
looking for
through
other
our
options.
words,
And so I
actions,
found
and
you.
behavior. We
When I
are
finally got the
Christ's
call, it was just a
ambassadors,
state
wrote
of
the Apostle
relief.
Paul,
I didn't have to
as though
worry about
God
that
were
time
making
frame
his
for Serene
appeal
Harbor. I
through
didn't
us.
have to
God
scramble
chose
about
us
where
to
I
be
was
his
going to go live
representatives.
my
He called
head.
us to go out to proclaim the good
There's
news,
a
to
huge
be
difference
good
in my kids'
news, and to
behavior being
change the
here just
world.
because there
Living
was no
out our faith
chaos. There was none of that.
privately
And then
was
since being
never to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? Um, the Lord gave us the 2 greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question, used to be these little bracelets, what would Jesus do, right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or what should the government do. What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love, and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out, that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes. And I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that. Really, I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part. Be involved and do our part. So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate, desperate people who live in our streets.
Yeah, I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. So, but to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years, but we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these in our country, than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life. And the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench with Portland Rescue Mission. Hopefully you caught some of that national feed. I know they had Rich Stearns on there from World Vision, but we're back here in Portland, and I'm here with my friend Asti.
Hi.
Asti is a longtime volunteer with Portland Rescue Mission, just a good friend to us, and more importantly, a faithful companion to the folks going through our programs. It's been your ministry for a long time. So would you introduce yourself and tell a little bit about your story, why you got involved in Portland Rescue Mission?
Yes, my name is Asti Eckley. I live here with my husband, and we have 4 little girls. My husband actually works downtown, so we love downtown. We come here a lot. We've never stopped coming down here, and we just love this city so much. I got involved with PRM by popping into the actual PRM downtown Burnside shelter right here
behind us.
Yep, we were doing a Rooted Serve experience with our church.
Okay.
And part of my story is I'm also in recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we came down and met the folks here, I popped my head into the office and I said to this cute little gal working, I said, does your women's home ever have volunteers or mentors or, people that come and share their story? And she said, well, actually, I prayed for a mentor on the Max on the way to work today. And I just kind of said, well, here I am.
Yay.
And so I just love that story because I got to mentor her for the second part of her program, like kind of the second to the end of it. And at her graduation, I just stood there I was so emotional because I was so proud of her. But I think there was a part of me that also had fallen so in love with the work that PRM does that I didn't want to leave. Like I was all in. And so I really felt like God said, this is just the beginning. And that was about 7 years ago. So I've been serving ever since.
Here we are.
We are.
So glad you said yes. And
Thank
so
you.
glad you followed that prompting to ask the question of how can I serve?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about mentoring women. What does that look like? And what have you seen in the lives of the women you're serving?
Yeah. Oh, man. Mentoring women is truly the joy of my life. I was telling someone the other day that I've been coming to Shepherd's Door for 6+ years, and I still on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning get giddy. Like it never gets old for me. I can't wait to be there. Something special happens in Shepherd's Door and in the harbor and different places that we serve, because you're with people that, sometimes they come in with just the clothes on their back, right?
Yeah.
And so they are in this place of need, but when they find Jesus in that, some of us who have been walking with Jesus for a long time, I think, get comfortable.
Yeah.
And so walking alongside of these women who have experienced such trauma, so much suffering, and to begin to walk with them and see their head begin to lift, right?
Mm-hmm.
And their hope begin to grow, and they begin to see that how much they matter. And that's just something that, I don't know, you don't know that feeling until you experience it and you're with them. And they push my faith. Yeah.
You've been a really important person in their life. Mentors play a pretty unique role. Can you talk, and you may not know the whole picture, but I think you know most of it, like kind of where do you fit? And then what are the women getting in other parts of their program?
Yeah.
They have a mentor.
Yeah.
And you're filling some gaps, and then there are other pieces that are coming alongside them.
Yeah, so specifically, I am a spiritual mentor.
Yeah.
So what that means is I am the person who's checking in with them spiritually. So we, most of the time, what I encourage with my women is to do a through the Bible study. So actually read the entire Bible.
So good.
And that's been really amazing because some of these gals have a lot of knowledge of the Bible. Some have a little and some have none. But what I love is really showing them the rich just beauty of what it looks like to explore the entire Bible as a whole.
Yes.
So that's a lot of what we do. And then I, of course, check in with them.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, what's really cool is because I also am in recovery and I have a really hard story, what I have loved is that when I get to share some of that with the ladies that I'm that close with, it creates trust, right? They trust me. And so often through that, because of that trust, because of that bond, I do get to check in with them and how their life is going and those sorts of things too. And And then we will venture into the spiritual mentor. And really, I say mentor, but if I'm really honest, they're mentoring me too. So
It's
we're
two-way.
really just like, it's a two-way street.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Maybe without sharing names, but can you share how you've seen a woman grow during her time in the program?
Oh my gosh, yeah, so many times. I mean, I like to call it the hoodie to healed phase, you know. Sometimes our gals will come in and they got their hoodie on and they're mad, you know, or sad or crushed in spirit or just devastated, right? And for so many different reasons. I remember feeling that way myself. And then you slowly get to see these women just rebuild their life, and they're rebuilding from the inside out. And so just this weekend I was at the retreat that they were at.
Oh, good. You got to go to that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
was
glad.
there and for one of the evenings, and one of my gals, she's just weeping and I'm crying and we're hugging, and she's just pouring out her heart of this. I think she would be okay if I shared a little bit of this, just her new devotion to the Lord. That no longer does she want to be tied to anything of this world. She wants to be just, she's devoting her life fully to him. And part of that was that he's all she needs.
Yeah.
And so it was so cool. We got to talk about Leah and Rachel in the Bible and how Leah came to that realization with the Lord too. And it just never gets old. I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this beautiful woman and her babies, and just to see like her eyes open to the value that she has as she begins to work through her past and her trauma, and they really begin to see that they can do anything. That because of Christ, they can literally do anything with their lives.
Yeah, that's powerful. Well, then they're walking in a new identity, right? Like that is a sign of a changing heart.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, I'm not defined by who I was or what I thought, but I'm a new person, new creation. You've really taken this a lot farther than some people would with a volunteer position. And you are someone who has really excelled at inviting other people in. And you've done that to the point of establishing your own nonprofit organization, which is centered around inviting people into service. Can you talk about All Called Ministries, how and why you started it, and what you guys are doing? Because you're doing some pretty cool stuff here in Portland.
Yeah, thank you.
In fact, I think your hat is like an All Called hat, right? Hope blooms in the city of roses.
Yes,
Love
that's
it.
our theme this year at the conference. Yeah, so walking through addiction myself, walking through just a life. You know, I had incredible parents growing up who loved us kids, but there was some things that happened to me outside of the home that really set me on a path of just destruction. And so I spent a lot of years in a really dark place. And when I met Jesus, that changed everything for me. And as I began to learn what it looked like to be a Christian, that's like a whole new world, right? And I kind of began to look around and ask questions like, well, what does that mean? Like, what am I supposed to do? You know? And that scripture, you love God and you love others, you love your neighbor. That always stuck out to me, because to me it was like, oh, this is the most important thing, right? He's like, this is what he's telling us to do. And as I journeyed longer into my faith, I began to experience a new life, just being married, having children. I never thought I would be a mom, right? Just with my past. And after the birth of my fourth child, I experienced some pretty severe postpartum. I didn't expect that, because it was my third pregnancy. I was like, I got this thing figured out, right? And that was really shocking for me. And my baby was 3 months old. And I had a close friend and mentor said, you need to come and volunteer and serve the high school girls. And I was like, are you crazy? I got a newborn baby. I am not going to volunteer. She's like, no, you need to come and do it. I feel like I'm supposed to push you. And so I thought for sure my husband was going to get me out of it and say, there's no way you can do that.
Give me a pass.
And he was like, no, I think that's a great idea. I think it'd be good for you to have some time for yourself. I'll be home by 5. You can make it to Wednesday night youth group by 6 o'clock. And so I was like, oh, looks like I'm going to do it. Okay, well, that changed my life. It changed, not only did it change it in that circumstance of struggling through some really hard things post having a baby, but it opened my eyes to what that truly meant to love God and love others. And so I fell so in love with serving that I couldn't get enough of it. And what I learned in that is that eventually God took me to the actual calling, which was to serve women coming out of addiction, obviously, because it was so closely tied. But it also taught me that sometimes we just have to say yes. And saying yes is, that might mean you're on the janitorial team, right? I don't think anyone
it needs to get
wants to clean toilets,
Right.
but if that's what needs to be done, that's what needs to
Yeah,
be done. And
yeah.
so through all of that, I thought, how do we launch something that helps like ignite and motivate the Christian or non-Christian,
Yeah.
to be really honest, anyone is welcome
Yeah,
to come.
of course, yeah.
To get excited about that second piece of that verse, right? Loving your neighbor. And so we launched a conference 3 years ago. It's the Called Conference. What's kind of fun about our branding is inside of Called, there is the word all.
Yes.
Because God is cool like that,
Yeah.
right? And so we believe that we're all called to love God and love others. And out of that, we're going to have different, jobs or assignments or things God is going to lead us to based on our stories and our giftings and our passions. But we are all called to God and to others. And so this conference is really special. There's some pretty standard things, of course, speaking and worship and that sort of thing, but something that I think really sets it apart is that we have local organizations here in Portland who will come to the actual conference, and PRM is one of them.
Yep, we love
PRM has
Called.
actually been the most supportive since day one.
Yeah.
We have Fresh Start Catering there that does all the food.
That's our social enterprise that we raise funds for the mission by doing professional catering jobs. It's always good food.
Yeah, Miss Heidi
Best-
just crushing it
Best
at
cookies.
all times.
Yep.
But this year we have 8 local and thriving organizations that will
Excellent.
be at the conference.
Excellent.
We're going to interview them. Then we'll have a time of breakout where folks can cruise around, grab a coffee from a local roaster, Boston Found Coffee.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah, and then just meet the organizations and learn how they can serve and sign up. And so,
And your goal of this is that folks leave that conference and what?
that they say yes to serving,
Yeah.
that they, whatever that looks like. And I think, we were talking earlier that sometimes, and especially on the bench downtown Portland, people, I think, get intimidated by thinking, oh, service looks like I have to go downtown and be in a place that makes me very uncomfortable. And that's just simply not true.
Right.
Service looks like someone in your very backyard, your next door neighbor.
Yes.
There is a really cool organization that we're getting ready to partner with called NeighborLink, and it's
cool.
actually really exciting. It's in the very beginning stages, but this app will actually connect the everyday person with a service opportunity.
Awesome.
Or they can get on there, and if they have a need, put their need in there.
It's like eHarmony for serving.
That's
It's
amazing.
like,
yes.
We're going to find each other.
Yes.
Those who
literally.
can serve and those who need to serve.
Yeah,
or need
so
served.
we're in the early stages of kind of helping them get this off the ground in Portland.
Awesome.
It needs to be populated,
Yep.
which takes a little bit of
Yep,
time and
for sure.
everyone's effort. But the idea is that you might have an elderly neighbor who, is a widow and she
Yeah.
can't mow her lawn,
Yeah,
right?
needs
And so you
someone.
could mow her lawn once a
I
week
love
for
that.
her. Or you can be downtown Portland serving meals to
Yeah.
those experiencing houselessness. Or you can be serving with teen moms because
Yep.
maybe you had a teen
Yeah,
pregnancy, right?
right. Find your
And
place.
Find your place. But I do want to say that sometimes it just starts with saying yes. And
Yes.
often that's in your own church,
So
right?
good,
Your own
so
local
good.
church.
Well, and you're touching on this, but my next question for you was, there might be people out there listening and their thought is, I don't have anything, Asti, you have a story or you have a passion. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What advice would you give to someone who might agree with what you're saying in principle, but just is sort of like, I don't know, what do I have to bring to the table, and how, or maybe I don't have, I feel like I don't have anything. How would you encourage that person?
Well, first, I think that's just simply not true,
Yeah.
because I think that every person is made in the image of God and created by God, who is so intentional and so creative that he didn't create anyone without
That's
something, right?
That's right.
And sometimes, like my story, it just takes a yes.
Yeah.
Today, I don't serve high school girls anymore,
Right,
right?
right.
But it was what led me to the place that I am the most passionate
Yes,
about.
yes.
And so maybe saying yes is, at your local church. If you're a church goer, maybe it's popping in and saying, hey, I want to start volunteering. What does that look like?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's giving PRM a call, right? Or hopping on our website and saying, what are some volunteer opportunities that I can just start
Yes.
and see where that leads. I think what's most important is God is so faithful that he's going to take the yes and he's going to carry that to completion.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
where he wants
He
eventually.
he always brings a bigger dividend than what we account for, right?
Absolutely.
Like we're like, okay, I'm coming with this and this, and then God's like, and here's what I'm going to do. And it's like, oh yeah, God's economy isn't addition and subtraction; it's infinite multiplication.
Yeah.
He does so many bigger and better things
I
than
even
what we
think,
can imagine.
Like where do your kids go to school?
Yeah. Can you do
Man,
something
those
there?
teachers, woo!
Yeah.
They They got a lot going on. You know, say yes to something at your kid's school, or there's so many opportunities. You just have to be ready.
Just be willing, right?
And be willing.
And maybe you just put yourself out there to say, I have the time.
Yeah.
Who could be part of this? So,
and that's actually a good point. I will say.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have the time.
Yeah, right. That's
but
a good
maybe
point.
you've been blessed with resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think people get that a little confused, like, well, is giving of my resources, is that serving? And that's an absolute yes.
Right.
Because when you give, that supports things that just the hands, right,
Yep.
maybe can't do.
Exactly.
It's that full picture of all of our resources, all the things we've been blessed with coming together for the flourishing of people.
Exactly. That's so. A lot of times I will share with folks, like, it really is about the mission in particular.
Yeah.
We are an extension of the community's generosity.
That's right.
Like, not every person can have a 24-hour lobby.
That's right.
I mean, I don't have one in my house.
Right.
But I love that here at Portland Rescue Mission, we have a 24-hour lobby that people can come in and use the restroom, and our staff are called and equipped to serve people in that moment.
That's right.
And so we couldn't do that without people who really believe in the work and who support us, and then also the volunteers who come and help us keep those doors open, and staff who are part of it. It really does take everybody, but there's a piece for everybody in that. Yeah, I love that concept of just show up, just say yes.
Yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit more about the call conference.
Okay.
I think for someone who's considering going,
Yeah.
what would they, you mentioned kind of they're going to hear from different organizations. What would you hope that they leave with that's going to be helpful from attending the conference?
Yeah, I hope that, we've kind of found that we're serving two audiences. Number one is the person who, they see the need in Portland, they look around, they feel that God-given pull to be a part of community and what's happening and service. So they're just kind of saying, you know what the heck? I'm going to go, I'm going to check this thing out.
Yeah.
They come, they fall in love with the music, they get it, right? My hope for them is that they sign up that day, that they make a decision.
Yes.
And there's no pressure. When you're
Right.
at the conference,
Right.
no one's going to come around and pressure you to sign up.
You can walk out the door anytime.
Yes. And you are going to them. They're not
Yeah.
coming to you.
Yeah.
But that you would meet someone there, an organization that maybe you would pray before you go and say, man, show me who or what. And that you would make a decision to start volunteering somewhere, somewhere
good.
small. Or if you're a mom and you're there, by the grace of God, someone watched your kids so that you can come and be a part of the conference, that you will have just a new passion to serve your babies, right?
Yeah,
And know that
season you're
that
in.
is enough as well. I think sometimes even, stay-at-home moms, we can feel like, is what I am doing enough, right? And the conference, my hope is that it will tell that mama that what she's doing is enough, that she's raising these kids. And then number two, we're actually finding that a lot of people in the service world already are coming, and they're actually being refilled. So,
so good.
One of our staff members, she who went through our program and now works for us, us meaning PRM, I talk like I work for you. I
knew what you meant.
I'm not actually employed, but I sure
you're part of the
talk
family.
like
You're
I
part
do.
of the family.
She is so amazing. She loves the conference. She just says that when she comes there and she looks around and sees other people that are working in the field, she is
Fills her cup.
re-inspired and reminded why she does what she does.
That's right. It's powerful.
So,
well, and that is the power of feeling like we're not in it alone.
No.
We're not called to be in it alone. We're called to respond to what God's doing, and there are people around us who are going to be walking alongside us in it. We're never enough, but we can be a part of it when we join in with what God is doing. So if someone, go ahead.
No, you and I, we could talk all day.
Yeah.
I probably could sit on your bench till tomorrow
Well,
at 2 o'clock.
I want you to tell people how they could come to the call conference if they wanted to. When is it?
Okay.
How would they find more information? What does it look like to sign up?
Awesome.
And is there any special promo discount or anything that might be happening if they're paying attention?
So one last thing I will say is a big thing we've heard that people are loving is the music.
Yes. Yes. That is
that's been so cool.
That is, I've heard it's off the charts.
Yeah. So the music, they wrote a song the first year, We Are Called.
Yes.
People loved it so much they ended up producing it, putting it on all streaming platforms. And I mean, today I was picking up my kids and one of the teachers said, I'm coming to that conference because she said that the We Are Called song got her through the Portland Marathon. That she listens to it every time she runs. And I was like, that's so cool. Yes, that was so exciting. So that's something too, it's not boring. This is not a conference that you're going to sit there and hear about how you got to give more. You will be filled. It is so much fun. So it is November, the evening of the 7th. So doors will open at 6:15, and that will go till 9 o'clock on the 7th. So Friday night is really going to be a looking back and celebrating what God has done. So big production worship. We'll have one speaker Friday night. We'll have a testimony Friday night. And then Saturday is from 9 to 3:30, depends on how long people pull out that prayer time. And that's the day where we're going to hear from 2 speakers, worship. We actually have an incredible hip-hop artist, Braille, that's going to be there, which when I found, I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, I might like fangirl him a little bit. They probably need to have me like not meet him because I'll probably embarrass myself. Huge. Yes. So I'm very excited to meet him myself. And just some really cool things. Yeah, we'll have Fresh Start. You'll get your lunch from Fresh Start. We have some cool local artists coming to sing like during lunch. I mean, there's just going to be a lot of really special pieces. And then, of course, the breakout session where you get to mingle and meet all the local organizations that are happening here in Portland. Yeah. So they will be able to sign up right there. Yeah. It's okay.
I think this is a great next step. If someone if you're like feeling stirred up by the conversations you're hearing, and you're feeling like maybe this is something you need to look at more deeply, I think this would be a great next step.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep talking about this and keep bringing it up because I think sometimes people feel like, oh, I'm not quite ready to make the leap. Like, I don't know. But man, what a perfect, and we did not plan this time-wise, but just coming out next month that is already in our community talking about faith-based organizations.
Yeah.
They could jump right into that.
Yeah.
And maybe see if God continues to stir them towards further service. I just think it's incredible. I hope you'll tell them about
Yeah.
discount.
Yeah.
Because if you're watching this broadcast or if you're clicking on our social media during this time, you're going to see a link to a discount.
Yes. Yeah, we had a cool testimonial that their whole family's serving now. And it's just been awesome. So you can get your tickets at allcalledministries.com. So just allcalledministries.com. And then if you punch in social, like for social media, social 10, you're going to get 10% off your ticket. And really the ticket price is, if you think about it, the ticket price is pretty low. It basically covers food.
Yeah, it's not like a conference price.
No.
It's a charity.
Yes. And we wanted to do that specifically so that we could try to remove the barriers for people that wanted to come.
Which I think just shows the heart of service. Okay, what did I not ask you about that you would like people to know, either about your life, personally, or anything that we haven't touched on?
I think I would have to end with, if you haven't served yet, if you haven't taken that leap, and you don't really fully know why we're asking you, I think sometimes that can feel like someone else is just asking more of you or needing more of you. What happens when you serve other people, when you walk alongside the least of us, when you look at service and when you step into it, what happens is you realize that you gain everything. I think my biggest thing, I think that you don't really know it until you experience it, but it has changed my life, my heart. It's so interesting because I used to be addicted to drugs and alcohol, and now I'm addicted to people.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's not to say that sometimes I don't get mad at people, especially when I'm driving. I have serious road rage, but I cannot get enough of the women that I serve.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to cry. Like I cannot get enough, and I think that when people do it, they realize like, oh my gosh, I'm not actually giving anything at all. I'm gaining everything.
Yes.
And again, it looks different for everybody. And even at the conference, we don't just have, recovery organizations there. We have a bunch of different organizations that are coming that serve in a bunch of different ways.
Right, and because it takes all of us to fill all of those needs. I certainly think like talking about homelessness, the mission, other ministries here in Portland. But we need people who serve kids. We need people to serve teens. We need people to serve the elderly.
Yeah, we have a mental health organization there, Speak Out. And oh my gosh, my friends that run that, I mean, these are unbelievable women that have experienced deep suffering and depression and different mental health things. And so they're there because they care so much about teens and families and people that are experiencing that type of suffering, and that's just, it's very different than serving someone who's an addict. Now, does some of that stuff go hand in hand? Absolutely, but there's a lot of different options. We have a foster care nonprofit that's going to be there. I mean, there's so many different ones,
and we hope that all of those volunteer opportunities get filled to overflowing because people hear this and get stirred up to serve. And I don't know who all is watching. I imagine most people are from around here in Portland. But I'm just going to say this is like a universal kingdom principle. Yeah. So wherever you live, if you're not in Portland, it still applies to you. Yeah. Find a way to open yourself up to serve. And I think, like you said, it changes us. Yeah. It's a kingdom experience of I'm pouring myself out and God is pouring right back into me and growing my heart in ways that would have been impossible otherwise. I just think it's beautiful. I love your heart for this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for leading in our community in ways that invite people to give of themselves.
Of course.
It's what Jesus calls us to, and I think we need more Asti. We need more called people. So I hope we'll get a lot of folks.
Hopefully that's what it does, right?
Yeah,
you and I can't help everyone, but we can equip a big amount to help their people, and it just spreads like a wildfire within their network.
I'm also going to make one more comment. This is, in my opinion, we're in such a tense time, culturally, politically, but when people are engaged in serving, those issues just kind of fade to the side. And I think so many times, people are just exhausted, right, by the constant like dialogue and sort of picking at each other and criticizing and having to follow along with what's the news of the hour. But I'll tell you, there's very little we can do on that level. What we can do is serve our neighbor. And so for me, it's so refreshing to come and actually just serve alongside folks who are, who are walking through life and ready to receive or ready to serve with me. And all that other stuff, it doesn't go away, but it's sure the volume gets turned way down.
Yeah, it does.
And it's because the other stuff is so good. It just turns. So I just feel like it's so important for the church to lead in that way, because it heals us as much as it heals others.
Yeah, no, and that's like what you think about everything that's in the news and all the things that are social media and all these things. But then I think about the Tims, and the Andrews of the world, right? That are heads down, boots on the ground. They care about every single person that comes through that door.
That's right.
And at the end of the day, that's all that's going to matter in the end, right? All the other stuff we want to accomplish and do, none of that's going to matter.
I was hungry, you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink.
That's right. It's Jesus in every one of those men and women.
So, we were made to participate in God's work like that. And he can bear that burden, and we get to come along with him. We don't have to bear the whole thing. I love talking to you.
You too.
We could keep talking. But I think we hit our time, and I'm just so thankful for you.
Yeah.
But you're going to be back with us tomorrow morning.
Yes.
So Asti is going to moderate a conversation with the 4 faith-based ministries to the homeless here in Portland. So it'll be Portland Rescue Mission, Union Gospel Mission, City Team Ministries, and My Father's House. And we'll be having a conversation, I think it's at 7:30 a.m.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
I'm not going to bed. I'm going to stay up with you all night.
Good. I don't wish that on you.
I'm kidding. I will sleep.
But yeah, so we'll be having that conversation, just kind of like, hey, here's how we're all participating in some of the solutions. Asti's going to be our moderator, and hopefully that'll continue the conversation around how do people serve in Portland, because there's just so many good ways to serve and plug in. So.
And it's going to be so cool to have all 4 of you on the same call.
Amazing.
Because we are better together.
We are better together, and we are accomplishing so many good things, and I'm excited to shine a light on it.
Yeah.
So thank you. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Thanks for coming.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to take a little break here. Thank you, Asti, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.